Hello, I'm amirdynast.
So I reached out to another friend of mine. I said, look, I need to go on vacation somewhere. Where should I go? He said, go to Africa. And not only am I going to go, I'm going to explore a new country. So I went to Tanzania, South Africa, Namibia, Mali, Senegal, Morocco, Liberia, Namibia, Kenya, the Voodoo Festival in Ouida, Gambia, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria. It's been a beautiful experience, just learning more about our culture, our indigenous culture. So Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. I'm in search of my roots. In finding that, I would experience my Uhuru, which is freedom.
Till next time, amirdynast. I'm out.
Peace, family. I hope all is well. I hope your Friday is going good, y'all. We are already into the weekend. And listen, we only have about what? Let me do my math correct. 2.5 months left. We only have about 2.5 months left in the year. This year has gone by fast. It has gone by fast. We're already almost done with the year. We are almost. Let me get a shirt for being a loyal sub. Breezy, you could go buy a shirt at amirdynast.com. Again, you could go buy a shirt at amirdynast.com. Usually the gear should be showing up on the bottom when you guys watch the replay, when you guys watch the video. A link to the site or a link to buy the actual gear should be right there, but it's not showing for some reason. So I need to get that fixed, get that straightened out. So anyways, go to amirdynast.com and buy you a shirt. Breezy Diallo, you got it. Y'all ain't broke. Y'all Negroes got money. Y'all got money. Y'all ain't broke. Trust me. Just say Dynast ain't priority. That's all you got to say. Say Dynast ain't priority, and you enjoy all the free stuff. Hold on, Breezy. Did you buy a documentary? Listen, if you have not bought a documentary, guys, make sure you go to search a copy of the documentary. Make sure you go to searchforuhuru.com. Again, please go to searchforuhuru.com and cop the documentary. Again, please go to searchforuhuru.com and buy the documentary. We'll greatly appreciate it. Everyone who has seen the documentary so far, they speak very highly of the documentary. So, guys, please go and support, In Search of Uhuru. Instead of watching Jeffrey Dahmer, that's all Black folks have been talking about lately is Jeffrey Dahmer and P-Valley. Go and buy the documentary In Search of Uhuru. Go to searchforuhuru.com and buy the documentary. Also, tours. We are rolling to Sierra Leone next month. Again, we are rolling to Sierra Leone next month. So please visit Danfo, DANFO.Africa. Again, please visit Danfo. As you expand to different countries, I look forward to the second documentary. There's going to be a part 2. there's going to be a part two. Don't know when, but I'm pretty sure there'll be a part two. Maybe maybe the next 5 years, 8 years, I don't know. But there's going to be a part two. Of course, there will be a Search of Uhuru part two. But listen, tours, we're rolling to Sierra Leone. Again, we are rolling to Sierra Leone next month. November 20th through December 3rd. And citizenship is available to those who qualify. Again, citizenship is available to those who qualify. I got one spot. I should have one more spot. I have one spot. I have one spot. So go to Dafo. Yes, I have the kids, of course, the children's books. Listen, Leslie Jackson, I shipped out your book today. Speaking of Leslie Jackson, I shipped out your book today. But if you want an autographed copy of the book, of my book, if you go on Amazon, search Dynasty Amir, and if you're in the Atlanta area, if you buy a copy of the book, I have no problem coming to meet you and sign the book. Again, if you go to Amazon.com, search my name, Dynasty Amir, you'll see all my books. If you buy a copy of the book, I have no problem meeting you in Atlanta and buying and signing your book. Also, let me say this. If you super chat, Cash App, $30 or more, email me your address, and I will send you an autographed copy of one of the books of your choosing. Just let me know which book you want. Again, if you super chat $30 or more, Cash App $30 or more, I will send you a copy, autographed copy of my book. But just after you do it, just email me. It's the other way around, Ayan, and I need to put the banner at the bottom of the screen as well. Is $sign amirdynast. So if you do that, one of those two things, three things, whatever, I got no problem hitting you off, getting you a copy of the book, and giving you an autographed copy, actual autographed copy of the book. So yeah. So Dafo, if you go to travel, you'll see the dates, the destinations, and the dates for 2023 where we will be traveling to next year in Africa. We got another Sierra Leone trip coming up in April. Again, we have another Sierra Leone trip coming in April. We are rolling to Senegal for the Jazz Festival in May. We're going to roll to Senegal for the Jazz Festival in May. Then we're going to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival, Zanzibar in November, and then if there is a citizenship ceremony in November, Sierra Leone, I'm going to do that as well. So that's on the itinerary for 2023. So we would love for you guys to come and join us. We would love for you guys to come and it's close to election time. USA knows black man going to vote. I don't get what you're trying to say, James. I don't understand your comment, James. But anyways, let's move on. Today's topic. You know what? I have some questions, and I need direct answers. So I remember when Joe Biden was running. And over here, guys, we were like, listen, we're voting for Donald Trump because we know if Biden gets into office, shit was gonna go bad. All right. Me and Brandon were on here. We predicted what's happening now. We predicted it was going to happen if Biden got into office. All right. Listen, I know you guys don't like Trump. I know you guys can't stand him on Twitter, but listen. No, I'm not doing that. So listen, Twitter, Trump saying mean things are on Twitter versus almost being close to being in a nuclear war. Trump saying mean things on Twitter versus inflation. Trump saying mean things on Twitter versus high gas prices. But there were black folks who were literally saying, I would rather pay higher taxes and higher gas and pay more for gas versus having Trump in office because I just don't like the way Trump talks on Twitter. I'm dead serious. There were black folks who were saying that. Then there were another group of black folks that were saying, Dynast, I had to vote for Biden because, man, we got to protect the sisters. We gotta protect our queens, in the community. We gotta protect our queens in the community because they said that Biden has the best interest of the black women, our sisters in the community. So we gotta vote for Biden, Dynast. We gotta vote for Biden. And plus, my grandmama told me that, if I don't vote for Biden, I can't come over for Thanksgiving dinner. She said if she finds out that I didn't vote for Biden, I can't come over no more for Sunday dinner. We literally have black men saying this. We literally have grown adult black men with gray in their beards saying this. And I just want to ask, how has that been working out? How has the black woman in the black community, are they doing better off now with Biden? Or are they doing worse off? That's just my question. That's my question for you. And I want to pull this up real quick. Hold on, let me pull this up. This is Exhibit A. This is Exhibit A. And this is important because, with Democrats, they have more lax immigration laws, right? They have more lax immigration laws. Let me tell you what's going on. Here we go. Because they're more lax when it comes to immigration. Democrats, this is what's going on. Hold on. Let me play this.
We have to talk about new developments in the ongoing migrant influx here in the city, trying to find room for them, causing tension within the city shelter system. News 4 Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo has the new details.
With the city struggling to house thousands of new migrants, we've learned that tensions at some city homeless shelters are at a new high. Fights are breaking out, and in some cases, we're told the resentment is palpable. This brawl happened inside a Brooklyn shelter for families Thursday night. Residents tell the I-Team tensions boiled over between local homeless and newly arrived migrants.
So let me tell you what's going on. Let me give you the backstory. So as these migrants come into these liberal cities, all right, they are displacing the citizens, specifically black people, specifically black women who are in a lot of these shelters with their families. So instead of citizens, all right, as you guys like to say, ADOS, FBA, we built this country. Instead of you guys getting, first dibs or getting, what you're meant to get as being a citizen, these immigrants, as they come in, they are giving them better treatment, preferential treatment to immigrants over citizens. This is what's going on in places like LA and New York.
Police responded, and today some migrant families moved out of the shelter and into a local church because they simply did not feel safe. We've heard similar stories from several shelters.
Migrants are getting beat on. The police is being called.
Some nonprofit shelter operators tell the I-Team a major cause of the resentment is that the city is now moving people around from shelter to shelter to make room for migrants.
Why are we?
So again, they are treating the migrants better. The migrants are getting preferred treatment than the actual citizens. This is what's going on. This is what's going on to the sisters, the queens. You know, again, I remember black men saying, Dynasty, the sister said that we need to vote Democrat because we got to protect them, because Joe Biden is going to protect them. And Joe Biden is better for the community. Well, explain this. Explain this. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The immigrants are giving priority over the citizens. Yeah, don't feel sorry for them. No, don't feel sorry for them. This is what they voted for. This is what they voted for. This is what they voted for.
Being displaced for them when we was already reasonable accommodated here. Why are we being moved around, shuffled around?
This resident, who asked us not to use her name, says she was suddenly forced to vacate the Queen's shelter where she'd been living for almost a year and where she received special accommodations for a disability.
I'm on 5 different kinds of medications, and I can't take my medicine without eating. So I haven't eaten in about 3 days.
But in her new shelter, she says she has no refrigerator and is not allowed to keep food in her room.
Yeah, this is my leftovers. This is what I have to put my food in.
Because?
Because we can only allow to bring in 1 plate of food at a time.
We have been speaking with a lot of people who are facing sudden transfers and sudden moves because the city is moving people around with no notice, moving people around without taking their reasonable accommodations into consideration.
Some advocates for the homeless want the city to open new facilities for migrants and let everyone else stay put. To be clear, right now, the migrants are also being forced to move around. The city hopes its plans to build relief centers strictly to help with intake and services for migrants will help. After speaking with some shelter residents earlier this afternoon about this, we reached out to the city for a comment, but so far, we've not heard back. Reporting from Queens, Melissa Russo, News 4, New York.
We're going to start with that ambulance crash on Staten Island.
So again, I want brothers to let me know. I want brothers to come in and explain how this is the win, how this was a win for the black woman. Again, I want you guys to come in and explain how this was a win for the black woman. I just listen. Links in the chat room. Hold on, we're not done yet, though. We're not done yet. Hold on, we're not done yet. But listen, link is in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. I'm trying to figure out how immigrants are getting priority over citizens. You see what's going on. You see what's going on in LA right now. And listen, out of those four council members, 2 of them still have not resigned. Go ahead, Sekou.
Yeah, peace and blessing, brother, and peace and blessing to the panel. I'm
Sekou,
wondering.
Sekou, where are you from?
I'm from Liberia, but I'm calling from Canada right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Liberian by origin. So what I wanted to say is I'm wondering because I don't know why Black America thinks Trump is better than Biden. I really don't understand that looking at Trump.
Do you see what's going on right now?
Yeah, well, I don't know what you mean, what's going on right now, but in terms of the policy of Joe Biden.
Okay, so I just showed you right now. So Republicans, stricter immigration laws. So right now, immigrants are giving priority over citizens. Okay, you're like, oh, I'm about to pull something up for you right now because you're Liberian. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on, since you're Liberian, I want to pull something up for you. This is perfect. I'm glad you called. This is what Trump did for Liberians, specifically. Here we go. Here we go. Let's pull this up real quick. This is perfect. This is what Trump. This is what Trump did for Liberians. This is what Trump did. All right. So listen, y'all was crying. Liberians are crying out to Trump to extend DED, and he did it. And he did it.
No, he didn't do nothing, Uhuru. Let me explain to you. He created a problem and he acted like he solved the problem. The DED, he did not issue the DED. That status was issued long before he came to power. He came, the first thing he said he would deport them. That was his first stand, that he has to deport these people. And they started marching and they started going after some congressmen, lobbying. And at the end of the day, he decided to extend it. It's not like he did anything. He just said, I will deport you guys. Then they marched and then begged and went through some House of Congress. And then he decided to extend it. So is that some kind of great job?
I mean, it says, President Trump, please extend DED for Liberians. I saw Liberians in the streets begging Trump to extend their DED, and he did it.
Yeah, that's not any kind of thing he did that any president in the United States never.
How is it not? He extended it.
He did not issue it in the first place. Okay.
But he extended it. So what are you saying?
Yeah.
He extended it.
Every other president have done that. They have extended stuff.
Okay, so he extended it. So what are you complaining about?
So I'm saying that Trump is not, in terms of geopolitics, in terms of Trump's stand, he's an anti-black man. He's an anti-black American. How do you guys see him?
He extended it for you guys. What are you talking about? How's he anti-black when he extended it?
He started first by saying he would deport them. No other president have ever said that.
But did he deport them? Did he deport them? Yes or no?
Some people were deported, and some it got extended.
Okay. Were some Liberians have been deported just about under every president, but he extended it.
Yeah, he did extend it.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Yeah, but stop acting as if he's a messiah of immigration, as because he extended the DED.
Okay. More people were deported under Obama than Trump. So I'm trying to figure out why you guys are mad.
Well, I am looking at holistically. I'm looking at Trump foreign policy.
Tell me about his foreign policy. Okay, so tell me how Trump's foreign policy was worse than Biden.
Okay, I will come to Biden. I don't consider Biden a messiah, but Trump is worse than him. That's the fact.
No. I want to explain right now how Trump's foreign policy is worse than Biden's.
Okay, let me start with Trump's foreign policy towards Africa. When Trump started, when Trump came to power, there was an issue between Egypt and Ethiopia, the dam. There's a crisis there, which they have been negotiating. African Union tried to create peace. Trump came in, he sided with Egypt and said Egypt should go and bomb Ethiopia Renaissance Dam. He said they should bomb it because that's Ethiopia is black and Egypt is Arabs. He played a race card right there. He told Egypt, go bomb the dam. People have to come in and say, no, Trump, you can't do that. That That kind of policy, if he has remained in power, we will be experiencing a serious war right now.
Was it bombed? Was it bombed?
It was not bombed because African Union intervened. It's not because of Trump.
Okay. You said the African Union intervened when Barack Obama backed mercenaries to assassinate Gaddafi, and Hillary Clinton was on TV laughing about it. Which spilled out. So now we have in the Sahel, we have terrorists running around in the Sahel. It's not stable.
Yep.
And Biden was vice president. Was that worse? Was that worse than what Trump said about the dam?
Okay, now you are going to Obama while we're dealing with Trump and Biden.
But Biden was vice president.
Yeah, vice president does not have the constitutional power to tell any army to go to war. The United States Constitution doesn't say that. He could be vice president, but his power was limited just because he's in the.
But can we agree that when Biden was vice president under Obama, that was worse? Him supplying arms and backing terrorists to take.
I will give you that. Yes, I will give you that. That was a bad decision towards Africa.
Okay, so Biden was vice president.
Biden was vice president.
Did Biden come out at all and say, you know what, I don't agree with this, I don't back this? Did he say anything?
No, he did not. I don't remember. I don't recall hearing him say he's against it.
He didn't. So continue.
Yeah, I don't support. I'm not saying Obama was the good president towards Africa. I never said that. Obama's policy were strictly a neoliberal policy. We did not favor Africa either. But I'm saying to present Trump as someone who should be baptized by black people is a mistake. Because Trump is a white nationalist. He's a white nationalist.
No, listen. Bro, listen,
he's a white nationalist. So where do black people fit in Trump agenda? So let's go to Biden agenda. The farmers. What did he do for black farmers? Yes.
Do you live in America?
I don't live in America. I live in Canada.
Okay, so listen, but listen. So again, I want you to explain how immigrants under Biden are getting preferred treatment over citizens. Can you explain that?
Well, when you say immigrants are given preferred treatment, can you be specific?
Immigrants who are coming over the border are getting preferred treatment. I just showed you the video. I just played the video.
Yeah, what do you mean by preferred treatment? Are they now allowed to do things that the citizens of America cannot do?
No, they're getting preferred treatment over the citizens.
Because they are treated as human beings. That's what you have problem with?
Should immigrants get treated better than citizens, Sekou?
So no, I'm asking in what specific way were they treated? How do you want immigrants to be treated as animals?
Should my tax dollars go towards illegal immigrants getting treated better than citizens?
Then you don't have to be part of the United Nations, because the United Nations Charter says
my tax dollars. I said my tax dollars.
But your country is a signatory to the United Nations, which allow people to cross border whenever they are threatened in their country. It's your place, and your country
it has been proven. I know for a fact that the majority of these immigrants who are coming across the border, the amnesty that they're seeking is fraudulent. That has been proven.
Well, that's left with the U.S. immigration to prove that. But the act of coming to U.S. through the border is acceptable under international law.
No, illegal.
When Liberia fought civil war, we ran to Ivory Coast.
No, but you guys had a reason to. You guys had a reason to. What I'm saying is they don't. And even let me ask you this: when you guys ran to Ivory Coast, were you guys treated better than the local Ivory Coasters?
We were treated as human beings. We were given shelter. We were interviewed. We were given houses. We were not chained and put in the cave like Trump did. They did not put our children in the animal cage like Trump was doing.
Obama built those cages, and he put way more people in those cages. And Biden was vice president.
Did Trump put children in the cage, brother?
Yes.
Under Trump, where the Haitian rejected at the border were beaten up on horses, as just like in the days of slavery.
No, that wasn't Trump. That was Biden. That was Biden. That was under Biden.
Oh yeah, sorry, it was under Biden. Fair.
Yeah,
Now,
under Biden.
Yeah, I take that correction. I take that back. That was under Biden. But we saw how the vice president came out very strongly. She condemned it. She put out a statement. It was inhumane. Is that what you guys want?
She didn't start doing it until she got pressure from the black community.
Well, but at least, but my brother, for me, I'm surprised that you are saying you have problem because immigrants were treated as human beings. I'm surprised.
No, it's wrong. But all I'm saying is, listen, you have to respect people's borders. That's all I'm saying. I can't bum rush the borders when I go to Africa.
Brother Uhuru, you know, you are a historian, you are a traveler. You know that you cannot defend the United States in that kind of way to say border and border. America itself, when you go to a history, it's an illegal nation standing on people's country. Is that your struggle? Your struggle is to defend white nationalism about their border, but they allow Europeans. They allow Europeans to come in.
Sekou, my struggle isn't to defend white nationalism. My struggle
is what it is.
No, my struggle is for people to build their countries back home.
I get that, but do you know why their countries are not built? Do you know United States policy towards these countries?
Sekou, listen, I'm Sierra Leonean. I had to go through a process to become Sierra Leonean. I did it the right way. Same thing with Nigeria. Okay, I have residency in Senegal. I had to go through a process. I didn't just bum rush these borders. Okay, so what I'm saying is, what bothers me the most is when we have foreigners talking about why can't we bum rush the borders, and I'm just like, listen, why can't we go and develop your country?
Okay, but the question I'm asking you now, brother, when the Italians and other Europeans were trooping into America during the World War, were they coming with visas?
I don't know.
They didn't come with visa, and they white brothers.
I don't know, and I don't listen. I don't know, and I don't care.
Okay, but you don't care. That's why whites are in charge, because most of them came out of Europe yesterday. The real white people that were in America from the beginning are very few. They have been replaced by Europeans.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Yeah, but now you care because people of color who cannot have visa are using the clandestine way, and that's what your struggle is, to fight against that.
No, I'm not fighting it. I'm not fighting against it. If you immigrate the legal way, I have no problem. My problem is that our people should still get preferred, still get priority over any immigrant, period.
Yeah, I would never say American citizens should be treated less.
And I just showed an example of our people being displaced in favor of illegal immigrants. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, for me, I wanted one specific example, whether in the law or in any kind of executive order signed by Biden that favors immigrants than the United States citizen. That's what I want to see.
I don't know if there's an executive order, but please go ahead. I don't know if there's not an executive order, but I just showed you what was going on. And then I just showed you these Liberians begging Trump to extend DED, and he did it. And you
let me take this, Dynast, man. First of all, salute to your platform, man. Salute to what you're doing, and keep doing your thing, man. Let me get to the point today, man. None of that pandering shit. You know, I was sitting here listening to this brother talk, you know what I'm saying? For one thing, you know what I'm saying? He's from Liberia and he's speaking from Canada. You get what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? So
why not?
Whatever he get, listen, bro, nobody interrupt you when you was talking. Like that's the thing. It just ain't like you're sitting up here just keep hollering about something and then nobody interrupt you. Dynast didn't interrupt you. So how can I get 3 words out my mouth and you start talking? You get what I'm saying? If you don't like what I'm saying, you can rebut me afterwards. But let's speak on the facts. Dynast showed a video. And this is one of the things that happen with a lot of black people. So anyway, we're just taking this brother for example. He getting all his information from either CNN or MSNBC, because you can either tell by his talking points. You get what I'm saying? When you catch black people start using the word black and brown people, you get what I'm saying? Now, see, in the United States, Dynasty, we know that they don't fuck with us. All brown people, you get what I'm saying? That they don't trick black brothers like him to think that brown people and black people are some type of way together. See, he doesn't understand because he's in Canada. He's not in the United States. See, people in the United States know that those so-called brown people, Diners, they don't fuck with us at all. Latinos don't fuck with us at all. Colombians don't fuck with us at all. Asians don't fuck with us at all. Unless we coming in there to buy, let the bitches coming in there getting their nails done, unless they coming in there buying some weave. But for him to sit up there and try to make an argument and talking about where brown people are acting, you see brown people, fuck them. Because they don't give a fuck about us, and we all know that in America. So now let's go to the second point real quick. I wish that you would have let him kept talking about how the President Trump kept the kids in cages. Because if you'd have let him kept talking long enough, he would have started talking about what type of person would lock kids in cages. But you interrupted him with facts. See, sometimes, Dana, you got to give people rope so they can hang themselves. See, when you told him that Obama built the cages and put the same kids in the cages and deported more people, he just immediately stopped. He moved to the next topic. You get what I'm saying? He didn't turn around and what I'm saying is that before you corrected him, he was saying what type of horrible human being can do that. But once you said it was Obama and Biden, he just stopped and said, I didn't know that. He didn't say, well, shit, if Obama did it, he was a horrible human being. Whoever was in his administration is a horrible human being. He just completely stopped and moved to his next talking point. You get what I'm saying? That's why it's an unfair thing. We in America know, and there's a lot of black people, even black people that hate Trump, Diners, know have buyer's remorse right now. You see it all over the internet. You see it all over on Instagram. You hear it talking in the street. We see the gas prices. We see the food prices. You get what I'm saying? See, this is the thing that he doesn't see because they don't talk about that much on CNN and MSNBC. You get what I'm saying? See, all they keep talking about is Trump. See, one thing about black people are like kids. You get what I'm saying? They don't do research themselves. They like somebody to guide them. But once you guide them, like we call it in Atlanta, we call it cable ready, hooking the battery cables up to somebody. You get what I'm saying? Once you hook the battery cables up with them, with the Democratic plantation talking points and propaganda, boy, they'll goddamn screaming to the mountaintop. You get what I'm saying? That's why I was trying to get on before you let him talk, because I know he wasn't good on his facts. You get what I'm saying? So even when you're trying to talk about, say somebody getting treated as you ask him a specific question. Do you think that illegal immigrants should be treated better than citizens? His deflection answer was human beings, not answering the question. This is the problem with black people. We deflect. You get what I'm saying? Because it was a simple question. He turned around and answered your question with a question. You asked it 3 times, Dinus. Do you think illegal immigrants should be treated better than citizens? And he answered the question the same time. Do you want to treat it like human beings? Somebody saying somebody's a human being ain't got shit to do with nothing. Because human beings kill human beings all the time. Human beings disfranchise human beings all the time. So it's nothing special. See, the one thing about the biggest Democratic trick that was ever done was to convince black people to think that one life matters. And it don't. That's why in the United States, Diners, you can complain about war. You can be pro-war or against war while the goddamn F-16s and the aircraft carrier still over there dropping bombs. While you out there complaining in the streets, complaining on the internet, guess what them F-16s and them B-2 bombers doing? They refueling in the air and they dropping bombs. They doing covert missions in Africa right now. They're disabling regimes in Africa right now. The CIA is off the grid, tearing down regimes and putting distrust in African leader in the African markets right now. The United States is cutthroat.
Okay,
and that's
brother,
just the way, and that's just the way it is. But let me pass the mic so I can get a brother a time to maybe address it and be honest. Get what I'm saying? Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I know you raised some point. You know, I apologize. You say I interrupted you. No, I didn't. I just wanted to let you know that I was speaking with Diners and we're already having some point we're dealing with. And so when you came in, you didn't address me directly. You just started talking. So that's why. So first of all, you said right now there are people, CIAs in Africa right now, destabilizing countries and changing regimes. I agree with you. Now, when these are consequences of American foreign policy, and these countries are now destabilized, and immigrants are running out of this country, then you, the citizens of America, you don't know why people are running from their countries. You don't know why these countries are impoverished in South America. You don't know American foreign policy in the world. You should know. You should know that one of the reasons why.
One mic. So say cool. Okay. Please make this make sense, because I have never gotten a straight answer from people who are claiming that America is destabilizing their country, but in return they come and immigrate to America, the country that's destabilizing their country, allegedly. Right. Can you make that
make sense, Diners? Make that make sense.
Let me explain that. But yeah, first of all, you need to understand that there are policies that America will use in the. There are things they will do in the foreign countries. They cannot do that in America because their citizens will revolt. Because they have laws in their state that favor their citizens. They have jobs. They have democratic rules. They know their citizens can revolt if the president does or says something tomorrow. But if he does it in a foreign country, the citizens don't want to know. They don't even know about it. So people run to America, not because America is heaven, but because the privileges that American citizens enjoy, that they cannot enjoy in their country because their country have been destabilized, is the reason why they run. The number one example would be jobs. If you, for example, you ain't answer my question. No, I want to give you an example because you asked that question.
That's the whole thing, He's not answering no question.
Let me give you example on jobs.
No, say cool. You're not. No, say cool. Listen. All right, I'm the economic hitman from America. Okay. I go to the Congo. I tell Mobutu, hey, that guy Lumumba, put a bullet in his fucking head. He's fucking up our agenda with the diamonds and the mineral resources. Put a bullet in his head. You did in return. You know that. You know that France. You know that the USA. Put back in the finance coups all over Africa. In return, you say, you know what? I'm going to go to America, the country that backed the coup, that destabilized my country. I just want to know, how does that make sense?
Okay, I was trying to explain to you, but you won't let me. Okay.
Because you feel
let me explain to you, because you guys, the way you see the world, that's not how the world is. Because you are back in America, you see the world. Yeah, let me explain. Now you say I interrupted you. You are doing the same thing. You don't want me to speak, but then you want to ask a lot of questions.
Say cool. Hold on, say cool. Somebody in the chat room made a great point, and Dr. Cabone, who lives in Ghana, made this great point. So our tax dollars go towards U.S. foreign policy, including the hitmen that they send to destabilize countries, to destabilize specific African countries. If I could speak,
then it's better.
Right. Those same people who are affected by these hitmen come to America just to gain citizenship, so they could pay into the same system that destabilized their country. I just want to know, just make it make sense. That's all. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. First of all, that's what I'm trying to explain to you, but you keep rushing me. You have to understand that there are citizens, there are elites who in the country, and there are people who are benefiting, and there are people who don't benefit. The ordinary citizens in the country, they don't want to know about what is happening in the politics. They just want to survive. They just want a job tomorrow to feed their family. So when there is a problem between America and the elite in Africa, the ordinary people, all they want to do is to escape to safe havens and just have a job and feed their family. They are not into that too much details of what is happening in the politics. When America goes and destabilizes country in Africa, what they do is to stop those countries from industrializing. Because when those countries develop industries, then raw material cannot flow. So these countries have less jobs. What happened to their citizens? There's a lot of jobs in America. So they said, I'm going there to raise some money. So they run there. They are not considering what the consideration you are doing to say, oh, because they destabilize your country, why do you now go there? Somebody will make the argument, Native American, why do you want to be American citizen since you know America killed your ancestors? Black America, why do you want to be American citizen saying your ancestors were enslaved by America and you were never given reparation? Why do you enjoy the citizenship of America? Deny it tomorrow and leave. That's the same argument.
No, it's not the same argument. You're conflating. You don't understand. See, the thing about it is you don't understand what conflating is. Seriously, you don't. Because you're talking about
you are saying because they are the enemy. So why do you go to the enemy? Why do you live with the enemy as well?
Can you please for a second stop being so emotional? You wanted to explain yourself
right now,
bro. You wanted to explain yourself. You just explained yourself. So now it's my time to rebut it. You was done. You get what I'm saying? Let other people talk. You just explained yourself. You said Dynas was rushing you, and Dynas said, okay, go ahead and talk. And you just explained yourself. So after you explain yourself,
I never said I'm done.
You're conflating two different things. You're conflating citizenship and legal immigration is not the same thing. You cannot conflate those two things in no type of way. You get what I'm saying? One is policy, you know what I'm saying? One is policy and one is by birthright. You cannot have a policy on immigration and birthright and conflate the two things, Dynas. I didn't go to college, Dynas. Am I right or wrong?
No, you're right. You're right. So here goes. So you have.
Can I say something now?
So Dynas was asking me a question, so I was speaking to him specifically.
Hold on, one mic. Sekou. So you have forced immigration, and you have immigration where is not forced. So Black Americans, we were forced over here.
Okay.
The immigrants, they have their own countries, they have their own land, they have their own tongue, they have all of that. So the point of let me ask you this. Is Liberia winning from Liberians who have left Liberia that come to the West?
Can you repeat the question?
Is Liberia winning from all of the Liberians who have left Liberia who came to the West?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Can you reframe the question? I don't understand the question, so I don't want to answer what I don't understand.
How's Liberian benefiting from people like yourself in Canada?
Oh, okay. So the diaspora, it's called the diaspora. So people who leave from Liberia or Sierra Leone and other places and come out, and what they do, many of them study. If you know, right now in America, one of the most educated immigrant group are Nigerians. So because these institutions are not built, African nations.
I said Liberia.
I'm coming. Now, if you don't let me land, you are looking for something, not the answer. Then you are not looking for the answer.
You brought up Nigeria. I said Liberia. Not
okay. Yeah, I'm giving. Okay, Liberians. That's what I'm telling you now. Most Liberians that go out, they have the privilege to attend some prestigious institution. They go to school. They acquire skills, because what is needed to build a nation is knowledge and skill. And these institutions, we don't have them. So when they travel out, Number one thing is education skills.
If I can interject, Liberia had the institutions before 1980. But go ahead.
So that's one. Two, also, immigrants economically they contribute to the development of nations. Those who immigrated to other countries, they are called diaspora population. So the money they send back home, it helps stimulate the economy. If it happened to many countries, even China, when it was rising, it was the diaspora of China that rose China where it is. So the diaspora sent back billions of dollars that help stimulate the economy, and they become one of the I would say even number one investor in the country, more than
cool.
the multinational corporation.
Let me ask you this: are Liberians in the West as loyal to Liberia as Chinese in the West were loyal to China?
Well, that's another debate. That's another debate because Liberians have been socialized to be Western. They have a Western mindset, so they are. We can say that they are not necessarily patriotic to their country. That's a historical issue.
Let me ask the panel a question since we're talking about politics. Does anybody over there, is anyone on this panel Jewish? I don't think anyone on this panel is Jewish. Okay, good. Is anyone on this panel from the Middle East? No. But guess what? Those same tax dollars are being sent over to Israel all the time by United States in general, no matter what president, especially Donald Trump, right?
Right.
When it comes to nuclear arms, trading nuclear arms, giving weapons to the Saudis, Raytheon, GE, all these other military contractors, right? Trump went over there with Steve Bannon, gave it to them happily, and they were responsible for what happened in 9/11. But we don't want to talk about that. So we're talking about our tax dollars, and you unilaterally say, well, the one president is responsible where your tax dollars goes, then Donald Trump is also as guilty as Obama. So it's really a nonsensical argument. It makes no sense.
Thank you.
When we talk about Trump, we talk about immigration.
Kofi, give me Trump's Libya.
I'm not talking about Libya. I don't know what happened with Libya. I'm learning as I go along.
You know what happened to Libya. Come on now.
He talked about Israel. He talked about Israel and Saudi Arabia.
We already did Libya. I'm talking about Israel and I'm talking about Saudi Arabia, and you're still stuck on Libya. I'm giving you examples. Your same example you're giving in Libya, I'm giving several other examples, and I have other examples where Trump blocked immigration from other African countries when in his first term. That has happened, right? And they had to push it back because they consider that unconstitutional. You cannot say people can't come into your country because of their religious affiliation, and that's why it didn't work the first time. And the same thing happened.
What are you talking about, man?
Pull up an article and you go on my page. Hey.
Hold on, brother. Hold on for a second, man. Let me interject real quick. You just said that let me tell you I understand what you're saying, but what you're saying is that Trump put a law in and said that he's banning people.
Law. He did an executive order.
You say he did an executive order. It's about for Muslim countries, right? That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
That is a 100% law. That was a 100% lie. No, this is what happens. See, you can tell that you can always tell. Hold on for a second, bro. Let me tell you. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. This is why you have these Democrat talking points. The Democrats label it as a Muslim ban. If you read the law, it had nothing to do with these certain religious countries. It's just the same way as that the countries that was named was majority Muslim. But it was a lot of countries that wasn't. See, when you have black people that don't know, and this is why they call black people the low information voters, Dynas, because you have people that sit up here and regurgitate CNN, MSNBC talking points. But let me tell you, bro. Hold on for a second.
I'm sorry, brother.
I'm telling you why you're wrong. It's no such thing as a Muslim ban. That's just what CNN and MSNBC start calling it. But I can sit up here and anybody can pull it up, the countries that was put in when the virus happened. You get what I'm saying? And you can see it was countries in there that weren't even Muslim. But if you sit up there and listen to these figureheads, these CNN figureheads, you know what I'm saying? They'll sit up there and make you think that it was only Dynast,
I think this brother has
Muslim
problem with
countries.
CNN.
But it was over. Hold on for a second. This is the last question, bro. You can take it back. Under that executive order, how many countries was under that? Do you know?
You want a number or a
Yeah,
list?
yes, it was a number, bro. You sitting up here saying what it is, and you can't even tell me. Can you?
Hello, I'm asking for
question is
clarity.
that?
I'm asking for clarity. Now he's trying
Yes,
to
I'm asking you for a number. I'm asking you for a number. Yes.
So it was Middle Eastern countries as well as African countries. It was more than 5 countries.
It was 19, bro. Let me help you out. So you start filibustering. That's okay. That's okay. I'll go ahead and give you the answer. I'll go ahead and give you the answer, Dynast. It was 19 countries.
You over talking me.
But it ain't the point because I asked you a
Saudi
direct
Arabia
question.
included? Saudi Arabia that produced most terrorists. Was it included?
I asked you a specific question.
That's all right. That's all right. Don't let me talk. It's all right.
No, I'm just saying because you put listen, Dynast, you know the worst thing we can do, man, is for our people is put out false information and put out a narrative. Let me tell you something, bro.
He was calling me emotional, but now see what he's doing.
Hold on, one mic. Hold on, Kofi, one mic. So, Mike, Kofi, this is the so-called Muslim ban. It's protecting.
Come on with it, Dynast.
Hello, can I respond? Like, can I respond to him?
Protecting the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States. There's nothing on here that says Muslim ban.
Not one word.
Can I talk now?
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's not, as I was saying, and I'm glad you kept going to both of you. Donald Trump said that. It was an executive order, but once he said that, he says there will be a Muslim ban on these countries. Then he put that executive order in. So it doesn't have to say.
Dynast, he's lying and the truth ain't in. Hey, Dynast, stop right there, Dynast, pull up anywhere, Dynast, put up. Let me tell you something, Dynast. I don't give a damn about Trump and I don't give a damn about Biden. But I will put up, Dynast, I will put up $1,000, Dynast. I will put up $1,000 of my own money if he can prove with a video that Trump said that this is a Muslim ban.
No, it doesn't, because it was disbanded because it was considered unlawful. So what I'm saying is bullshit. Why is that? Why is that executive order not still being enforced right now? Why has it been disbanded?
Because he ain't the president no more, silly.
Wow. Okay.
What are you talking about? Dynast, when did Joe Biden come into office and do in his first week, Dynast? We talking about even policies that was good, Dynast. What did he do in his first week, Dynast?
I have no clue.
He sit up there and retracted all Trump's policy. That's what every president do when they come in now. You get what I'm saying? Even with migration. What I'm saying is, Dynast, this is what I'm saying, Dynast. I stick by my word. I don't give a fuck about Biden or Trump. You get what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna sit up there just because I dislike somebody, Dynast. I'm not gonna sit up there and tell a lie. So this is what I do, Dynast. I said 1,000. I'll send you right now I'll send you right now. I think the most cash out 15 or 2,500. I'll put up $2,500 of my own money right now. If he can put up a video or a statement of Donald Trump saying that it was a Muslim ban. I bet $2,500 of my own money, Dynast. If he can pull up a video, that's what Donald Trump said.
Hey, Hustle Smart, you're 100% right, except for the amount of countries. It was only 7 countries. But the thing about Kofi, what everybody got to understand is Kofi's arguments are in bad faith. Because 2 seconds ago, he said he was just asking and he was trying to learn. but then he filibusters people who actually have the real information. This is a typical Democrat uh, tactic that they use. They say they don't know. They make an outlandish claim. When you ask them to prove it, they then try to make it seem like the burden of proof is on you. And then when you step up to prove it, they won't just be quiet and listen. They keep interrupting and filibustering you so you can't let the truth be known. This is when you know that someone's not arguing so that the truth is established. They're arguing so that they could protect this group that they, for some reason, have some ridiculous attachment to and think that that group is going to operate in their best interest or something like that. The reality is Biden got in. He reversed everything Trump did, good and bad, because he was trying to erase everything Trump did so that there would be nothing good that people could say, well, at least Trump did this. Well, at least Trump did that. It was all a tactic. This is what Democrats do. But in the past history, but this is the one thing you notice. This is how you know Democrats and Republicans work for the same people. He didn't cancel those tax cuts for the rich. Every president extends tax cuts for the rich. Why? Because that is the one thing that even Democrats will turn on each other for. If you raise the taxes on the rich, your own party will turn on you, Democrat or Republican. Why? Because they're rich. And they're like, yo, you're trading on us because you're coming after the one thing we all have in common. We're all rich. So no matter how much these people tell you, we love you, the rich should pay their fair share. From Reagan, Reaganomics has been endorsed and practiced by every single politician in America since the 1980s, because they will never touch those tax cuts for the rich. Trump banned now let me tell you the reason why Trump banned the Muslims.
Right now. I need to respond to as well as Brandon, because I got two people saying a lot of stuff and it's going to say a lot of things, and I don't want to forget what I got to say. So now that we got the cheerleading happening, right? He has a half-ass conversation what's going on. When I said that I don't know what's going on, I'm learning, that was in response to the brother from Liberia about the politics going on in Liberia, what Trump did in Liberia and how it affected him on the ground in Liberia, right? That's what I was responding to. So maybe
Brandon, you're breaking up. Brandon. Go ahead, Kofi.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I was. That's right. And he's not. Again, I'll say it again, but y'all don't listen too well. I'm not for either party. I don't give a fuck about Biden. I don't give a fuck about Trump. The only truthful thing that Brandon said, which came at the end when he put his pom-poms down for Trump, was that they both have an interest in money. I'm just simply trying to build upon what you said, Diane, try to let the other brother how the point he was making. I'm making the same point because you said, hey, you don't want immigrants coming in here. I'm an immigrant. I had to get sponsored. I had to do all the things in order for me to get here, right? So, no, I'm not for just immigrants just walking in and stuff like that. So I'm pro-immigration under the law. But what you really
I am too. And I am too. Go ahead.
So but I understand what the brother's saying. I understand what you were saying. I think there was a little disconnect. But the brother's saying, hey, when you got people from Latin America coming in, they destabilize. They come from a destabilized country due to the conflicts and Ronald Reagan and what happened. It happens in Brazil.
Allegedly.
Not alleged, bro, but that's not either here or there.
No, Kofi, but Kofi, this is the problem. I travel all over the place. I go to Nigeria, Liberia, wherever I'm at. I see people on the ground doing very well and balling, and like I said, doing very, very, very well in all these countries. That's why I'm just not buying the whole we're destabilized. We can't get to the bag. We can't eat. It's hard for me.
So let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
I saw a survey that when it comes to people that overstay their visa, it's more Europeans that do that. So mostly Canadians, because Canadians I'm in New York. Canada is right there. You have some Canadians like, okay, I'm coming here on a work visa or whatever. They mostly overstay their visa. The people that least they say overstay their visa will be Africans. I have Jamaican friends. When Trump first came into
That's not
office,
true. That's not true.
people was like, yo, do I have to be afraid? I'm like, nah, they're just worried about the Mexicans and stuff like that. They was like, nah, they were raiding people in black neighborhoods. ICE was going in black neighborhoods, grabbing Caribbean people, Jamaicans, Grenadians, Guyanese, all that, because of Trump's new law. So and I didn't know that. Unless another fellow immigrant, black immigrant, didn't tell me, I would have said that's a lie. My best friend said that was happening to him. So all I'm saying, look, I'm saying as a Pan-Africanist, as a black man, as a part of the diaspora, living in America, no party is good for us, right? We shouldn't be cheerleading or any real party unless they're doing something extremely tangible.
Okay, Kofi, you're missing the point. So
missing the whole point.
The whole point. So Kofi, again, my point is the Democrats lax immigration laws. Okay, it's starting to spill over and affect the black community here in America. All right, that was my point, and I played a video.
So what are those lax laws? If I'm not familiar,
Kofi, you know.
Oh my God, man!
So I can't ask a question? Like, God damn.
I mean, that's just like asking this today Friday. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, that is a Dynast. It's today Friday. It's today Friday.
Yeah, today's Friday.
And I can't ask a question? Good Lord, rhetorical. But let me take it over at this point, man.
And after you, I'm gonna pass it to Zongo. Go ahead.
Okay, well, let me take a minute then. Do you see how when he stated something that was a fact, you get what I'm saying? That when I was willing to put up my money, Dynast, to bet, this ain't for somebody that I care about. I voted. I'm gonna tell you right now, Dynast, I am a hustler. I have never voted in my life. I play accordingly to whoever's in office, but I know a good deal when I see one. I know a bad deal when I see one because I operated contracts. In a year time, Dynast, I signed over 36 contracts. You get what I'm saying? I know a good deal when I got one, even amongst people that I know that don't like me. See, that's the difference between a normal black person and an emotional black person. An emotional black person, if they don't like you, you can be walking up to them and get ready to hand over them $1,000. But if they don't like you, they'll be like, oh shit, what the hell he coming at? They won't even listen to what you finna say because they are emotional and they don't like you. You get what I'm saying? But a rational person will hear anybody out. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm not the type of person to sit up there and act like I know everything. This is what I teach my kids. So even though I know what I know, I will still listen to somebody tell me about something that I know just for the sake, Dynast, that I might hear something different. Just for the sake of, he might say the same thing that I know, word for word, but just for the sake of hearing and listening. You give it as a businessman, you're taught to listen. Now, see, when we brought up the facts with the other brother that jumped off, when you brought up the facts about who built the cages, he had no clue. You get what I'm saying? When you told him that Obama built them cages, that broke his heart. That broke that shining light of Obama. But then he just moved on. So when this brother came up and said that there was a such thing as a Muslim ban, and I said, no, it wasn't. It was other countries in there that wasn't Muslim. So so two things can be right at the same time. Yeah, there was some Muslim countries in there. You get what I'm saying? And at the same time, it wasn't. But that's how you can tell a disingenuous argument when somebody say, well, he focused on Muslim countries. But you didn't turn around and say, well, he focused on non-Muslim countries too. See, that's how you have that disingenuous with our people. We do it all the time. That's why you always catch people saying, not all. But when I'm willing to put up my money and say, you know what, Trump didn't say what you just said, he said. You get what I'm saying? And if he do say it, I'll prove it, and you got $2,500. Then all of a sudden you go to talking about something else, Dynast. This is what we do as a people, and I pass the mic.
All right, let's pass Zongo. Go ahead, Zongo.
Hey, Dennis, can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say that the first remark that Kofi made about Canadian students who are staying their visa over here, I think that's not true because I stay in Washington State, right next to Canada, and you see there's a bilateral relationship, bilateral relation between Canada and America, and you can see like citizens from America going to Canada with ease, just need an identification card to go back and forth. Secondly, in reference to the Muslim ban question, I think it's not necessarily a Muslim ban, but the targeted countries were Muslim countries, which is why they projected the idea that it's a Muslim ban. Is that really clear?
Oh, let me. Oh, Brandon calling me for. Brandon, you see I'm streaming. Why are you calling me for? We'll put you on. All right,
That's
so
Brandon calling you?
Yeah. I'm like, Brandon,
Yeah, because his Metro phone fucking up. You know what I'm saying?
Because the countries include like Syria, Somalia, Sudan, and several Muslim countries. So predominantly it was a Muslim country, which is why like the media kind of projected the idea that it was a Muslim ban. I mean, conceptually, you wouldn't say it was just targeting Muslims because there are Muslims everywhere in all the countries, right? But the most affected. The most affected.
Oh, my bad, Brandon. Hold on one second, Brandon. Stop calling me. You see me streaming. Stop calling me. All right, go ahead. Zongo.
But the most affected were mostly the Muslim countries, right? And lastly, in reference to the point that you made, Dinus, that the Democrats the immigration policies that the Democratic Party kind of passed, it affect Black population a lot. I think you are absolutely right, but you can't discount the fact that that is how the American system was built. You know, whether you like it or yes, there's still a lot of migration coming from other regions. So the least you can expect is to probably attract some kind of like migration from Black populated countries in order to kind of help to pursue your agendas, if that makes sense.
All right. Miriam, go ahead, Miriam. Unmute yourself.
No, I didn't want to be on the panel. Sorry, I was just trying to get the Simp's attention. Sorry, I'm getting off. Simp, can you see me on the private chat? The Simp police?
No, what Miriam, what are you trying to accomplish?
No, I found a video.
Okay, so you want this is the video right here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play the video. Hold on, guys, be quiet. I'm gonna play the video.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Huh?
You want to respond, Simp?
I'm lost. What that was not the. Do you not understand that was?
No, don't support it.
Hold on. Do you not understand that was before he even was president? You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that in as far as the law, it was no Muslim ban. You get what I'm saying? He said a lot of shit when he was on the campaign trail, Dinus. He said that Muslim and not Muslim, that Mexican was racist or whatever. You get what I'm saying? So, but we're talking about far as in policy. Well, let me make sure I explain myself in detail. When he became president, when that law when he got time to sign that executive order, it was nothing in the point that said a Muslim ban at all. So whatever he said on the campaign trail, that was he wasn't even president. That's the difference. Then Dinus, you want to know how I know that was when he was on the president? Because it don't have the president seal. See, now that when he was president, even any march or any type of place that he went to far as a gathering, the president has to have that president seal right there. Even when he was doing his rallies. That's how I know that was before. Did you get what I'm saying? So So that's right there is I don't even know what that is. You get what I'm saying? Because that was before the pandemic. What I was talking about was the pandemic. You get what I'm saying? So whatever he said before he was president, I don't give a damn. We talking about why he was president during the pandemic.
Hey,
All
can
right,
I respond to that video too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Let Miriam respond. We'll pass it to you, T. Go ahead, Miriam. What's your response, Miriam?
Yeah, come on.
Miriam, you got to unmute yourself.
I'm not taking any sides. I'm just listening and learning, and that's all.
Okay, but
Hey, can I jump in here and say something, Dice?
Well, hold on. Yeah, hold on. We'll pass it to you after that. Miriam, do you think this evidence is enough for Simp to send you $1,000?
He can use the money, but whatever he wants, I don't care.
Okay, go ahead, T. Go ahead, T.
Hey, yeah, and just in response to this video with Donald Trump saying the Muslim ban. So what we have to understand is in the Republican Party, especially under 9/11, the Republican Party was really kind of blaming Muslims for everything. And, you know,
I agree with
have
that.
to admit, yeah. And, you know, we have to admit a lot of that is media driven to kind of trick the country into being okay with going to war with Iraq, who had nothing to do with 9/11. And invade all these other Muslim countries, so they demonize them. So unfortunately, I do believe, and it could, you know, Trump lives in the United States, so of course he's probably consuming U.S. mainstream media, especially on the right. So yes,
And also CNN and New York Times. The CNN and New York Times are driving that too.
Hey, hold on, Calvin. Hey, Calvin, let him finish because now he's talking. Now I can agree with everything he's saying. Now go ahead, brother. Continue.
Yeah. So the thing is, I don't think that came from a place of hatred when he said that. And also, when he did implement the ban, it was certain countries who you know, were high in terrorism, supposedly. But the thing is, to say a Muslim ban, we have to understand the context of it. The United States is allied with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is like, what, 99% Muslim. Anyone can integrate from this country from Saudi Arabia or any other European country. The United States, the liberal media played on the stupidity of the American mind by kept repeating that nonsense that he wanted to ban Muslims. To ban Muslims, you would have to check the religion of the person entering the United States. But if he's banning certain countries, you cannot say that is a Muslim ban. And that's all I gotta say on that.
Okay, now, Dinus, let me say that before you give it to Calla. The maid say I sent you 2 text messages. You got the text message, right, Dinus?
I got it. Yeah.
Now that just to show you, because people was in the chat saying that Hustle Smart ain't got no money. So I just showed you two of my bank accounts. How much is on both of them, Dinus, total? Let the people know.
My bad, about $24,000.
$24,000. So while y'all niggas sitting up here talking about I ain't got 2,500, I made sure that I sent 25,000. For all y'all bum niggas out here that sit up here waiting for white people to drop something in your lap. Hustle Smart, get out there and beat that block every day. You get what I'm saying? I bring home $2,000 to $2,500 every week. Every week. I gross over $200,000 a year. That's on my easy day. We're talking about bring home after taxes. So please don't play with me when it comes to money. And I didn't send that over Dinus to flex. I just put up that to show what I know. And I know for a fact when it came down, I know what was said with the rhetoric. Because that's a Republican talking points. He had to say, I ain't gonna say he had to say it, but he was throwing meat to the fire. It's the same way with Democrats talking about defund the police. Even though they wasn't gonna never get that in the law, that was the meat for their base. And Trump was throwing the meat for his base doing that. You get what I'm saying? But that just shows the disingenuous of an argument, Dinus. We was clearly talking about policy. And even though people think that I was going against the brother, I was just trying to make it be specific. Because 2 things can be right at the same time. He is right that he did say Muslim ban at that time. But look what he said. He said he calling on Congress. That's how I know, because Diners, you got to take your nigga ears off. A president don't have to call the Congress. He can just make executive order. That's how I knew he wasn't the president when he said that. So just for the record, I know what he said before he was president. I know what he said while he was on the campaign trail, Miss Marianne. Appreciate that. So I can clarify it. But I put my money up right there. Dinah's got $24,000 in his hand right now. I put up $2,500. If you can prove to me that he said something about a Muslim ban, and matter of fact, you don't have to bet anything. It is just my money against your low information. And I pass the mic, my brother.
All right, let's pass the caller. Go ahead, caller.
Okay. I wanted to chip in one thing real fast.
Hold on, bro. I don't have a whole lot of time. Yeah, thank you, Dinus. Thank you, Sim Police. Thanks for everybody for having me today. The reason why I called in is because when people start saying stuff like when we start talking about immigration and everything, everybody knows I'm pro-Africa, and I have absolutely no problem, right, with black immigrants. I want them to come to America. I want us to go to Africa. I want them to assimilate into our institutions and become merged into individually. I do not believe in ADOS, FBA. I'm not a xenophobe. But there's a big but here. When it comes down to it, it has a legitimate thing that Black America has, right? A lot of the stuff is one-sided. Black America cannot be always being like, okay, everybody come over here. Okay, everybody fight for someone. You see what happened in Los Angeles, right? Those so-called Latinos would be picking freaking strawberries in the smashing grapes if it wasn't for the black people in civil rights movement. These people accepted their low status being maids and laborers and everything. We basically did this for them, and now they shit on us, right?
Yeah.
And so
I was having this conversation today. You know what? I think we need to stop hanging the, we fought so y'all could come over here.
No, I don't think so. No, let me clarify. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I say that because instead of being team black, we chose team minority. And then we
I disagree, because that was forced on us, right? Because we knew back in the days.
It wasn't forced.
Oh, no, let me say something, Dad. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish my point. Let me make a point. Then you can clarify, right? Back in the days, right? This idea of white supremacy and the brutality and what these people were going to do to us was real, right? So black people realized that they had to have allies, right? But the thing is, our allies we didn't understand something. Although we're minority groups, or although there's a people of color, right, has a difference, right? These people are coming from countries with their own culture, and they can go back to. The African American do not have any retreat. We don't have any place in the world that we can go back to. So this whole people of color thing start unraveling right before our eyes. Why? Because once these people got what they want in America, they don't need to continue to fight. They got what they want.
Yeah, but Carla, again, you're missing the point. So, like, say I wanted to go into business with Simp Police. All right.
Right.
I'm sorry. Say Simp wanted to go into business with me. If Simp came to me and said, Dinus, listen, I'm gonna give you this, 50% equity in my company. I'll give you everything I get, you'll get, and pretty much you ain't gotta do nothing. I'll be like, okay, that's what Black Americans did. We pretty much.
Well, I don't see. We did. Remember something. Not every Black American was on board with the civil rights movement, right? Back in those days, when you had Black people that went into the Black Power movement, you had Black nationalist groups and everything like that. Civil rights is what the media put before us. The largest movement in Black history was the Garvey movement. The NAACP and always urbanly never got the support in the Black America. So what you're saying is, we now take credit for, civil rights and everything. But most Black people, my grandfather told me, that didn't give a damn about Martin Luther King. My grandfather didn't care about Martin Luther King. He didn't care about integration. But and also, let me tell you something, right? People understand this. The civil rights movement is going to happen with or without us. Do you know the civil rights movement actually started with the Asians, right? But the Asians weren't interested in integration or something like that. So what they did was they found the Baptist preacher from Birmingham, Alabama, to push his stuff. And basically, they went around to Black America, and Black America said, what are you talking about integration, everything? We want jobs, money, and businesses and everything. We don't care about your integration and everything. It was the Jews who started the civil rights movement, for their own benefit, civil rights, integration. That's why when we look around, we had integration, but we lost everything. We lost the Negro Leagues. We lost black businesses. We lost all this stuff like that. And people are like, why are we giving all this stuff just to go over to eat over the white parts? We used to have vibrant city. You go to Emporia, Virginia, right? And I asked the people, I look at these old buildings, right? They were built at the turn of the last century and look like they were nice. You know how you can tell the architecture, everything looked nice? And I asked the people, I said, tell me about Emporia, Virginia. They said, oh, this should be a nice, inhabited place. And I did my research. I said, black people back in the 20s to 30s looked like they were thriving, among themselves. And so, therefore, integration gave the excuse that, oh, this is all a phase. Now we got to give all this up. We have to give everything up. And a lot of black people were resisting that. But the thing is, though, the black people said, no, let's build our community. We were called ignorant. They were called country. You were called bumpkins. That black people, academia, were telling us that one day that race is going to disappear and that we're all going to be one race and everything. Well, the Chinese, like, I've been Chinese for thousands of years. I'm going to still be Chinese. The Mexicans, like, I'm a Mexican. Only a black person gave up his identity, right? And that's what we'll say about that. So it's not like that, like we all wanted this. You have to know, this is forced on us. We have no choice. Everything they put, even BLM. Black people, like, I don't agree with that. But it's forced on us. They beat us to the polls. They beat us down. Tell us you ain't black, you ain't vote for Biden, you ain't black. That's how weak we are. And we didn't have enough. And the most powerful black man in America, Mr. Farrakhan, he didn't even say nothing about it. So what's the average black person? What chance does the average black person got? I guess I got to vote for Joe Biden.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, hold on. Pass it to Zongo, then we'll pass it to you, Brandon. Go ahead, Zongo.
I wanted to say that with all due respect to Kala, I mean, I don't think the black people in America have the power to control like who and what people can come into the country. You understand? I mean, you can probably sympathize that. Oh, you have respect
I
for
agree.
black people.
Oh, you 100% right.
No, we have no power to control
We
that.
have no power. We're popular. We're popular with no power.
Exactly, because I mean, I'm speaking to you as an international student, right? I came here 2.5 years ago. I work for the Washington State Agency, and I don't see how black people can help me come into this country. I mean, I'm just following the due process, the law, the legal system, just to make everything work for me.
It's just a quality in Black America where people who know better, and I talk about this on my channel all the time, like Kala got good sense. He's very educated, but he'll get down on the ground and lay down in a pile of garbage thinking just for no reason. Why? Why wallow in the mud when you know better that the mud is dirty? Oh, we can't let anybody come over here because immigration is just gonna. Kala knows what you're saying, and it makes us look bad as a people. Don't interrupt me, Kala. You had your chance to say the right thing, and I
didn't finish what I was saying. I don't think you understood what I was saying.
Kala, you had an opportunity to say the right thing.
Okay, I know, but hold on. You didn't let me fall. You didn't let me fall. Hold on, Brandon. I don't mind being critiqued, but you gotta get it right, bro. That's not what I said.
Dynast.
That was not what that's not what I said.
Let him finish, Colin. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, go ahead.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna go. Hustle smart. Don't you dare fucking laugh, because I'm coming for you right now. Kala, you wallowed in the mud, bro. Don't try to act like, oh, give me.
Okay. I know, but okay.
Damn,
but give me specifically. Hold on, Brandon, give me specifically what I said, and I'll clarify what I was saying. Let me. Can you give me that much?
I'll give you that much. When you said black people can't just let immigration come over here unchecked, because every time, if it wasn't for us, the Mexicans wouldn't be.
No, that's all. I know. I don't think you. Hold on. I don't think you. Hold on. I don't think you was really read. Hold up. You didn't read what I was saying.
Can we
right?
wait?
Hold on.
Kala,
Hold on,
can
you
we
didn't
confirm?
hold on. That's not. That's
Wait,
not. Hold on,
Kala.
that's not.
Kala,
Yo,
hold
check this
on.
out. Check this out. I know that's where you think I was going, but
Wait,
that's not
Kala.
what I was saying.
Kala, wait, just 1 second. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you take my turn. Can we first confirm that that is what we all heard Kala say in the very beginning of his argument?
Hey, that is what you said, though, Colin.
Dynus, is
Okay.
that not
Okay.
what you heard?
Okay. Okay.
Dynus, is that not what you heard?
That's what I heard.
Just so I can make sure I'm not crazy, like I heard some other shit. So go ahead, Kala. You
Okay.
can have my
Okay.
turn to explain
Okay.
what you
Now
did.
this is what I'm saying, and this is what I mean, right? When I say people coming over here, right, and we did the civil rights movement and all these people like that, people don't understand something, right? The burden of America is on Black America's back. That's what I'm talking about, right? When people start talking about virtue signaling and everything, we're a victim of American virtue signaling. When you start talking about things for Black people, because all these other people are tribed up. And I'm not going to tell anybody in Black America, and I hate that AFPA stuff, right? Like, but I'm not going to tell anybody not to. If everybody else is tribed up and everybody else is working for their own interests, and I'm not going to tell somebody in Black America, okay, what do we get out of this? And because we have been the burden of the civil rights movement, the journey, and they use us all the time to push the American narrative. Our sports, our thinking, everything doesn't belong to us, right? We're not complete human beings. But what about the people basically who said fuck America? What about the people, our ancestors who didn't like America, who went back to Africa, built Liberia, built stuff like that? That's like that. People use this Black America that we're victims of right now to virtue signal with us, right? And the same thing happened all like give example in Compton, California. And I'm not talking about Black immigrants. I'm talking about Hispanics and all these other people. In Compton, California, right? They had a Martin Luther King hospital. I don't know the full story about that, right? But Black people were complaining that the Hispanics were coming in there taking over, and it was a hospital built by Black people for the Black community, and Hispanics ended up taking it over, right? And so what I'm saying, we're saying when people say you know something, there's a little pushback with any other group of people right there that coming here. The first thing is, well, you guys didn't have nothing to do with me coming over here because well,
No,
we
Black
do
people.
have.
Black
Hold on,
people wanted.
let me
Black people
finish this.
wanted.
Hold on, when
Black people
Zondo
wanted
said, hold on,
food
when Zondo
stamps,
make a
not
comment like,
nursing jobs.
I'll tell you something, when Zondo make a comment like, you guys have no thing like this. The fact that any Black person or person of color can operate in this country at all safely. Do you understand 30, 40 years ago, people were still getting killed and lynched in this country and whatnot? It's Black people. Our profile made it unpopular. Everything we've done in popular culture made it uncool to be racist against Black people or people of color. Those other
Dynus,
people racist didn't do that. That's the truth.
Kala, at the end of the day, Black people jumped on board with a bunch of bootlicking reverends who sold us out.
No, that's a lie.
No,
That's a
let me
lie.
finish.
That's a
Let
lie.
me
We
finish.
sit back and we benefited from it.
Let
We
me
wasn't on
finish.
board. Brother, that's a lie because 80% of Black churches didn't support the civil rights movement. That's
Okay,
on
but guess
record.
what? But listen. This is what I'm trying to tell you. When you see something you don't like and you don't jump up to figure yourself against it or to speak out against it, that is. Listen, silence is taken as consent, bro. That's how it is in
Well, if
politics.
that's the case, then white people are guilty just being white, right? They were silenced when we were getting lynched. Hey, weren't they silent? Weren't the white people silent when we were getting killed, lynched, and raped and everything like that? So why? Hey, Brandon, why is the onus on us? Why you virtue signaling us?
You gotta calm down. You gotta calm down, Kala. So
why is it? So then you can say that about anybody, right? Anything about anybody. Your silence is the reason why it is. You know.
It's a conversation, Kala. You can't just dominate the conversation. That's not winning the argument by just not giving me a chance to talk. The reality is we're not going to play revisionist history. The reality is Negroes from LA to Timbuktu, that's King, Martin Luther King. He was the hero, bro. We shot up and
I don't remember that. I don't ever remember that.
Well, I'm telling you from 37
I don't remember
years
anybody. I don't remember anybody having Martin Luther King shirt on.
Kala, everyone lets you talk without interruption. Then you won't let me talk. Come on, dude. You can't get on here talking about fairness and it's their fault. No, the thing that's going on with Black people is exactly what just happened on this panel. And Hustle Smart, I'm going to throw you under the bus.
Go ahead, throw me under the bus, dog. I got something to ask you about, too. Go ahead.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, put your knee back. Okay, that Hustle Smart issued a challenge, right?
I did.
I'll send $2,500 to whoever produces a thing where Trump said he was trying to ban Muslims. Okay, the lady Miriam produced a video. I even tried to call Dynast like, nigga, listen, if you let that lady talk, she's gonna produce a video that says exactly what Hustle Smart said he would pay for, right? I tried to warn the nigga to say,
hold on for a second, Brandon. Hold on, Brandon. Hold on,
I
Brandon.
produced 2 videos.
No,
Dynast only showed
hold
one
on
video.
for a second. Hold on for a second. That is not what I.
Let me finish.
No, because hold on. I'm not saying that, but you're saying what you're saying is wrong. What we was talking about, what we was talking about in the beginning was the pandemic. See what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that what she showed a video of, which is fine. That was we on the campaign train. Well, see, if you go back and listen
Brother,
to when
that was
all
my
us was
video.
talking,
That wasn't her video.
we was
That
talking
was my
about.
video.
We was talking
That was my
about
video.
we was talking about doing when the pandemic happened. We were talking about executive order. You get what I'm saying? So that's what we was on. Now that video, yeah, I heard him say that on the campaign trail.
Okay, but listen to what I'm telling you though. I'm not saying you're wrong, you're right. I'm not saying none of that. What I'm saying is it wasn't explicitly expressed that it was only from a certain point, which you could say we should have all understood that, and then that argument would thus be debatable. But what I'm saying is this: something was said, I understood it a certain way. I think the majority of people understood it a certain way. Now, if you come back and say, yo, this is what I meant, fine. No one's going to hold you to it. The audience moved past it. No problem. Fine. But what we have to understand is exactly what happened there is what happens with our politicians. A promise is made. The people deliver their end, and then the politician says, well, I didn't really mean it like that. Just like when Obama said he was going to get the thing about abortion, he was going to codify Roe v. Wade. First thing I'm going to do as president is codify Roe v. Wade. Soon as he got the presidency, what did he say? Codifying Roe v. Wade is not my first priority as president. And this is what black people have been dealing with for decades. They say we're going to do this. Then if you vote for me, we vote for him. Then it's the switch. This is how I feel. You said what you said. I believe you. I believe you.
Brandon, you gotta let somebody. Hey, Brandon, you don't let nobody else talk, brother. But this is the thing, though. What I'm saying is,
I just want my money. I just want my money.
Come on, bro.
I just want my money.
You just did call up. You doing me? I can't even get 3 words out. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that you clearly then if you're saying what you're saying, then you didn't hear it right. When we was sitting there, hold on, damn, Brandon, can I finish? Well, when we was talking earlier, what was said is that when Trump put it, this is what the brother said. They said Trump put a Muslim ban into law.
Yes.
When you
I said that. That's what I heard.
I heard you the first time.
Okay. So hold on. But if you listen to a video, that ain't him putting. That ain't nothing that he putting into law. And that video, if that little 5-second video, he said he's calling on. He's gonna call on Congress.
Right,
that's a big difference in putting something into law.
I put another video that's him saying that he signed it in talking about a Muslim ban, and you're not even Dynast.
Show it to me, bro.
Guys, can I finish my point, please? God dang!
You got 30 seconds, Brandon. Go ahead.
I only need 10 seconds. All I'm saying is this: I'm not saying Hustle Smart wrong. I'm not saying what the context, right? I'm going by what was said. Now, the context of the conversation might not be in the context in which she was presented. This is all I'm saying. I think you should send her like maybe $100, something, because it was not expressed clearly.
No. It wasn't her. I sent that video.
It was Kofi. It was Kofi that was. It was me and Kofi. It had nothing to do with her.
Let Kofi speak. Go ahead, Kofi.
Go ahead, Kofi.
No. I don't want him and Hustle Smart. They can have their thing. I just want to get it straight that I sent that video, Dynast, and I sent you another video because
what Hustle Smart was saying was right. That's when he was on a campaign trail. I
Yeah,
didn't peep that till later. So Hustle Smart is right. I got another
exactly.
video when he was signing it, he was talking about a Muslim ban, and I put that in the chat. So him and Brandon can keep going at it. That's what
No,
I
I'm
wanted to
just
put.
Hustle Smart. I
Go
said,
ahead.
didn't I
And I
say
want my
I
money,
believe?
Hustle Smart.
Hustle Smart. Did I not say I believe you? Didn't I say that?
You
Didn't I
did.
say that?
You did, but hold on. Let me
Okay.
ask you a question, though, Brandon. Let me ask you a question, though. What
Yes,
happened
sir.
yesterday? What happened yesterday, man? Was you tired or something? You let that dude talk all over you yesterday, bro.
No. The reason why I let that guy talk over me because he was proving my point. The guy
Okay.
was emotional. Like,
Okay, yo,
say this.
okay. I don't. Go ahead, Sekou. Go ahead, Sekou.
All right, thank you very much, brother. Yeah, concerning the Muslim ban, definitely Trump signed an executive order. He didn't call it Muslim ban directly. He said terrorist countries that are suspected to be terrorist countries where Americans are not safe and they could come to the country and become sabotaged. So he's banned. Nigeria was included. Yeah, I think so. So and Nigeria is not an Islamic.
Nigeria was included.
Nigeria was included, and Nigeria is not an Islamic nation for those who don't know. And Muslims, yes, have almost 50%, and there's Boko Haram, but there's more Christian in Nigeria than many European countries. So it's good to put that out there. Now, this issue we are discussing here is better to reiterate so that people understand. We are saying that Black Americans always criticizing Biden and trying to give Trump a pass. It's a big mistake. If we want to criticize white America like your ancestors did, take your stand and be a Black nationalist. But to come here and support Trump, a white nationalist, just because you want to escape and make your struggle to be against immigrants, that was not the struggle of the ancestors in America. It was not against immigrants. They were facing white America that was oppressing them.
This is what I called in for. This is what I called in for.
Hold on. One mic.
Let me land. I'll finish in a few seconds.
No, hold on. Sekou, this is the problem I have with people like you and Kofi. If I was on here, Sekou, I'm riding for Biden, y'all wouldn't have nothing to say.
Exactly.
Bullshit.
Now, if I were saying I'm riding with Biden, Joe Biden, go Joe, y'all wouldn't have nothing to say. And that's the problem. Because, again, whenever I bring up Trump, people have an issue. And then when I go to these other platforms for Black folks or even people in the conscious community are rooting for Biden, I don't see nobody in there yelling at them, what you doing, what's going on, Biden, fuck Biden, none of that. Rarely see that. So Sekou,
hey, Giants, let me get in here for a second. Let me get in here for a second.
Hold on.
Sekou's not done. Go ahead, Sekou.
Okay. Yes. Oh man, there's a lot of noise. Okay.
Go ahead.
You said if you were speaking positively about Biden.
I know because of your comments and the way you responded when I brought up Obama, I know for a fact if I was on here riding for Biden, y'all wouldn't have no problem with it.
Hey, check this out. Hey, Giants, what about the fact that Zondo? What the fact that Zondo says, "Oh yeah, you guys have."
Go ahead, Sekou.
Yeah.
One pushback.
Oh my. Okay. I believe those who understand American foreign policy will never support this president or that president. Everyone knows that they all play by the book. The difference between Republican and Democrat is changing over the years. Certain time, Republicans support this policy. In another decade, they're going to change.
So let me ask you a question, Sekou. Let me ask you.
Go ahead, Sekou.
Let me finish. So I'll be quick. So the issue of America, we have to be clear. It's not Black American to be looking at immigration to be their problem. I think the problem we should be facing is white nationalism that are oppressed Black America, not immigrants.
Sekou, you didn't. Okay, go ahead, finish. Go ahead, finish.
Secondly, Carla Genesis, when he speaks on this platform always, he talk about integration being a problem. Martin Luther King did not fight for Black people to become white. He fought against segregation that was a kind of segregating Black people.
Bro, you don't know the whole story.
Wait. Black people were paying taxes and they were not allowed to drive public transport. There are certain benefits citizens get They were paying taxes, but they were not getting those benefits. So that's why he was fighting against. He was not saying you should become white. He was saying that if we are citizens of America, we should enjoy the same privileges that every American citizen enjoy. You can't say black here, white here, and we are paying taxes.
Can I respond now?
That's what he fought against.
I want to hear the guy, man. I want to hear the guy. Shut up. Let me hear Sekou.
Yeah, so yeah, black. What Martin Luther fought against was people paying taxes, and they are not allowed to enjoy the same privileges as other citizens, just like apartheid South Africa. So he was not saying you become white. That's your decision today. That was not what he fought for. He fought so that you will be allowed to go to any school you want to go to. You can enter any shop, and you will be served in a restaurant, any restaurant that you want. You will not be discriminated against because of the color of your skin. You will not be rejected in any school because of the color of your skin. That was what was happening in America. Negro cannot sit here. Negro cannot eat in this restaurant. Negro cannot go to the street. That's what he fought against.
So white man, please accept it, pretty much.
No,
this guy doesn't know nothing about Black history.
Hold on, Colin. Sekou, you still didn't answer my question. If I was on here riding for Biden, people like you would not complain and show up and disagree with me and come on the panel. I will. I know for that. I believe because the way when I brought up the cages that was Obama and that was Biden and that was Hillary Clinton and they deported more black people, they deported more immigrants than Trump. He pivoted.
Okay, let me respond. Can I respond to what he said?
Hold on, Colin. Hold on. Go ahead, Sekou.
Sen, that would be a contradiction if you said.
I deal with people like you all the time. The minute I bring up what Obama was doing in Africa, when people bring up, what Donald Trump called, because it's always the focus is on Trump, focus on Trump. Oh, Trump called Africa a shithole country. The minute I bring up what Obama did in Libya and how that spilled over, like Sim said, here comes the pivot. Then you brought up the whole illegal immigration in the cages. The minute I bring up that, hold on, Obama built those cages and he deported more people than anybody. Here comes the pivot.
They call him the importer in chief. That was his name. They call him the deporter in chief.
That's my problem, Sekou.
So this is the question to you, Sekou. This is the question to you, bro. Why you to keep talking about how?
Sim, hold on, Sim. So my problem is, Sim, when people lead with Trump and try to play stupid, like they had no clue what Obama was doing when it's out there. When little Hillary Clinton was on TV laughing when Gaddafi got assassinated. Like, I just feel like it's disingenuous because Obama went to Kenya and sat down with Uhuru Kenyatta and was like, okay, so when can LGBTQ, when can homosexuals get rights here in Kenya? That was Obama, not Trump. And I'm for rights for everybody. But Obama would not do that in Saudi Arabia. Obama would not do that in any of these Middle Eastern countries. He won't do that in China. Obama won't do that. So you have that, you have Libya, but you guys want to just focus on Trump so much. And I'm like, well, what did Trump do to Africa? What did he do? That was worse than Obama. And it's just the pivot. It just shows that y'all are disingenuous. Go ahead.
Let me ask you what Brandy was saying.
You got sirens and stuff, and you outside.
You got the police chasing you, Colin?
No, I'm outside.
Why did Martin Luther King said he integrated his people into?
Okay, I'm a car now. I'm a car now.
What, Mike? Sekou, I'll let you respond. I'll pass it to T. Go ahead, Sekou.
Yeah. So I understand what you are saying, but you see, one of the reasons why we always come after people when they start to give Trump a pass is that we understand the philosophy of Trump, which is make America great again, go back to the good old days, and we look at his policies, we look at his speeches, we look at how he steered on white supremacy in America, we look at the kind of people that follow him, and we
Sekou, tell me what exactly, when you listen to a Donald Trump speech, an entire speech, what all did you disagree with? And Sekou, did you disagree with what the majority he said, or did you agree with the majority of what he said? And don't give me any splices or clips from CNN. Like, I'm talking about it because I literally started listening to Donald Trump speeches in their entirety.
I can't wait for this.
Listen, and anybody in there with any common sense could sit here and tell me that they disagree with the majority of what Donald Trump says when he's giving his speeches. You're just emotional. But go ahead, Sekou.
Okay, I will give 2 examples. One will be Charlottesville when he said there were good people on both sides. When
CNN. Here you go.
Wait, that is a CNN, MSNBC talking point.
It is. There you go.
Hey, Sekou,
I can respond to that.
Let me tell you something real quick. Sekou, based on we're gonna talk about logic. Now you can say that the white bro, you can say no, we're not denying it. Let me tell you something. You can say that the people was on that they was worse because one of them did run over somebody with a car, but just by logic, it was good people on both sides. It had to be good people on both sides because everybody wasn't fighting each other. Everybody there. If you watch, so cool. Just listen for a second, bro, because clearly you didn't watch it. You heard the speech. You didn't watch the rally. It was good people. If you would have watched that, if you'd have watched the whole march, it was some of them was out there eating food together. They was holding hands. They was like, man, we disagree. They got videos all on the internet, bro. But since you can tell what you get your information from CNN and MSNBC because they only show one part. They didn't show that the people were sitting at the IHOP at 2 o'clock in the morning eating together. So let me finish real quick. I just want to help the brother out. So what I'm saying is that you listen to these big media conglomerates that have an ulterior motive. But if you would have just actually watched the rally, they was all they was at the mall together. They was going to the grocery store together. Someone was even riding. They got even videos of them against each other riding in the car together to the place. Yes, it was some out there fighting, killing with bats and all that. Yeah, you're right on that. But at the same time, it was people out there getting along with each other. So by that definition, bro, it was good people on both sides. And it was bad people on both sides. 2 things can be right at the same time, bro. But I'll give you this. It was on the one side. Oh my God, man. Can I finish? I'm finished in 5 seconds. What I'm telling you is that one group of people did kill somebody. So if you want to say these people was worse, I'll be on your side with that. But what I'm saying is that both of them was fighting. It's the equivalent of me and Dynast fighting. It's the equivalent of me and Dynast fighting, and I pull out a gun and shoot him. I'm the worst person, but we was both fighting. Does that make sense, or am I pushing it?
Yeah, but hold on, but Sekou. So Sekou. So they were bad on one side, they were good on one side, and literally both sides, like Sim said, there's footage of them chopping it up, eating together. So what did Trump say that was wrong, Sekou?
Okay, Dynast, can you please describe the 2 groups of people that were marching that day? What ideology and philosophy they were defending?
Yeah, no idea. Let me please respond to this because no, bro. The problem is the reason why they were fighting out there, and we cannot be ignorant. Every single time Trump supporters gather together, or even the Republicans or the right wing get together for any event, Antifa always shows up and agitates. That's exactly what happened in Charlottesville. That's exactly what happened in Charlottesville. They had a permit to march. Antifa showed up with bats. They showed up with their face covered, and they showed up throwing things at them. That's what caused it. No, hold on, let me finish. The police were told to stand down. The police did not even separate them. Okay, that is a Democrat governor. Why did the Democrats allow the Trump supporters or the whoever in Charlottesville from the right mingle with Antifa? They knew this was going to happen. This is all political intimidation to stop the Trump supporters from gathering and doing anything. So yes, Trump was absolutely right when he said there were good people on both sides. The problem is the media never calls out Antifa. Antifa, I've seen so many videos of Antifa knocking people out. No one calls that terrorism. Y'all remember when Antifa took over a whole town and called it CHAP? Do y'all remember that?
They called it some type of zone where the police couldn't even go in there.
Could you imagine if a Trump supporters did that? Could you imagine that happened to the right? Could y'all imagine
can I address the half lies he's the half truth he's saying? Nah, that's bullshit. So what happened at Charlottesville? Let's tell the whole fucking story because you're telling a half-assed story. The whole story was what happened in Charlottesville because you had protesters, black people and white people, that wanted to take down the statue of General E. Lee, which was a Confederate, which is on public ground. If I shouldn't go, like, if I was to erect something here in New York with someone of the Nazi party, the Jews are going to say, no, that shit got to go down. So knowing that, all the Trump supporters, brother, I'm glad you say they were Trump supporters because all the KKK, Richard Spencer,
so scary.
All these I'm talking.
Oh,
all
I'm
these
scared.
racist people that came out that you call Trump supporters came
I'm so
out.
scared.
Then Antifa came, and then everything else you said is the truth. You told a half-assed story about Antifa just out there, just to be out there.
That's what they do. Are you, bro? Like, what media are you watching? They attack people. Who do you think is burning down your black businesses every time Black Lives Matter rallies? It's these white liberals entering an area burning down businesses.
T. Khalid, you cannot talk to certain people that have the Democratic talking points. He's gonna try to sit up there and conflate everything you said to say that everybody was Trump supporters. And ain't nowhere in the world we know who all was Trump supporters out there, but it was Trump supporters out there. So for him to call what you said bullshit is false on his face. What you said was the truth. You get what I'm saying? And that's it. One thing, and believe me, T. Khalid, I don't agree. I didn't agree with everything you said, but right, that is that one thing that is agreement. But the same thing with Saku said, I wanted to ask the brother. So when he was saying that Donald Trump was putting kids in cages, was treating them like animals, when this is what I'm asking you, Saku, when Dinus asked you, when you was talking about the kids was in the cages, when Dinah said that Obama was putting them in the cages, why didn't you continue to talk about how Obama was an animal, treating the people like animals? You get what I'm saying? Like when you thought that Trump was doing it, you said that he was a horrible, despicable person and treating people like they wasn't human. But when you found out that Obama was doing it, why you didn't continue to say? Why didn't you turn around and say the same thing that you said when it was Trump? That's my question to you. Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I yield my time to Kofi. He was speaking. He was saying,
"Oh my God, bro!"
All y'all are unfair. When y'all say some bullshit, you get.
Hold on. Sekou, is Barack Obama a horrible human being like Trump for doing what he did, for building those cages?
We cannot do that. We are on a topic of Charlottesville now. We want to jump. We're doing the
I'm not scared of the Charlottesville topic. That's an easy topic.
We will come back. I will answer. But Brother Kofi was speaking.
I'm changing it. Sekou, stop it. Is Barack Obama a horrible individual, a horrible,
despicable,
like a despicable human being like Trump for building those cages and separating families and putting them in those cages? Yes or no?
That's a lie, Dinus.
So I can say that. No. Wait, let me speak. I don't believe Obama is a despicable person like Trump. I don't believe that. I believe God. I don't believe he's a despicable person like Donald Trump. Not at all. Not in this world. But I believe he has policies that were not right. He has policies that did not favor black people as well. And those policies I reject.
Okay, so Sekou. So let hold on. So let's go back to Africa now, okay?
Go back.
What Obama funded and backed in Africa in regards to Libya, okay? So we'll put that in the pot along with what he did as far as putting people in the cages that he built. You're trying to tell me he's not despicable like Trump.
So we don't find anywhere that Obama put babies in cages. They say he built them. But
Are
there
you
was no, it
joking?
was
Brother,
Republican.
let
Wait,
me help you
this
out.
is the
Brother, let me
problem
help
with
you out. Dynus is right. Dynus is right.
Wait.
But Dynus is right. Obama built those cages. He did.
Right.
Because and Dynus is also right when he said Obama was one of the since Bush, he deported more people than George Bush. Obama bombed more places in Africa and the Middle East than
Than
George
any
Bush.
president.
No.
He did
But
that. They
I'm
ran
answering
out
in
of
my own
bombs.
way.
They ran out of bombs. But what I want to say is where the Republican talking points come in, where the lies start, Obama wasn't separating families. You have kids up to this day don't know where their children are. Right?
Oh my God,
Why do
man.
we care about Mexicans and black
So now
people?
it's
Like,
about
who
we
gives
don't care
a
about
damn?
immigrants. Now is you can talk about
I said one mic. So Kofi, so Obama's not despicable. I mean, because he didn't put kids in cages, but he dropped more bombs than anybody else in the Middle East. He blew up a Doctors Without Borders in Syria. Obama did. But that doesn't make him despicable, like Trump.
You asked me on Sanku because you asked Sanku that question. You never asked me that question.
Okay, Sanku. So Barack Obama bombing a Doctors Without Borders. Literally, he bombed a Doctors Without Borders, killed innocent children and doctors who were volunteers. Okay, if you could, does that make Obama despicable? Adding the cages, and he put in children and adults were put in those cages, and what he did in Libya. You're still trying to tell me he's not a despicable person?
I did not say that. I said he had policy that are despicable, which I reject.
Okay, so how is Trump despicable and not Barack Obama?
Trump, ideologically, his philosophy and his ideology is directly white nationalism. That's the fact.
That's correct. That's correct.
Bro, y'all take talking points from the media. Who controls the media? Black people or white people? Who is getting you emotionally riled up to attack their white enemies? Is it black people? Because you're just regurgitating CNN, MSN, NBC talking points, which is ran, controlled, owned by white people.
Brother,
and you're just regurgitating it and put a pro-black spin on it as if this is some black issue. You are following these scripts of white supremacy. If Obama was such an enemy, why wasn't he censored, silenced, and attacked like Trump? What big government institution feared Obama so much that they had to attack him? Why is it that it's Trump the one getting banned? He's the one getting silenced. It's his children business getting canceled.
That's why.
Nothing is happening with Obama. Obama challenged no power. He was our boy. They put him in a power to subdue black people like you, so you can just be docile while he goes and invades other countries, while he destroys Libya. But because he's a black man, he knows that you ain't gonna say nothing. Why is Obama attacked more than Trump? Trump attacked more than Obama.
You left out Fast and the Furious. Y'all forget about Dinah. Did you forget about Fast and the Furious under Eric with the weapons? Y'all forgot about that? Y'all forgot about Fast and the Furious?
Y'all forgot about Trump having
brother Sam and brother Khalid.
You don't know about do you believe getting money from the Saudis? Like,
do you believe George Bush killed more people than Hitler?
Huh? Oh my God, George.
No one is defending George Bush.
Wait.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, there's a reason I'm asking. There's a reason.
No, Sekou, listen. Okay, Sekou, more people, were murdered. Innocent people. Okay, here we go. Barack Obama had more Africans taken out and destabilized the whole region, not Donald Trump in Africa. So I'm trying to figure out how. I'm trying to figure out how, and you're African. I'm trying to figure out how still Trump is despicable, but Obama gets a pass because of his policy.
Okay, let me explain that to you. Let me explain. There's a reason I asked a question about Bush and Hitler. For example, I will come to Obama now. You see, George Bush killed more people in the Middle East than Hitler killed people. But Hitler was a movement. It was a white nationalist movement which can spread into millions of people who will carry out that action thousands of years after his death, as we are seeing today, because it was an ideological movement to inspire people to see themselves superior than other people. Now,
Okay, so
Obama did a lot of
I
bad
got
stuff.
it. So,
Wait.
I understand that. I get it. And this is the
No,
typical,
let me get to Trump.
No, Sekou. No, I got it. Because this is how the typical Democratic Black American thinks.
Oh my God!
All right, and listen. No, I'm gonna tell you why. I don't give a fuck about anybody else. Joe Biden could blow up whatever, nuclear war, kill as many people as possible, blow up as many Africans as possible. As long as these so-called white supremacists don't show up to my front door, I'm straight. That's basically what you're saying.
No. Now, let me say what I'm trying to say. Donald Trump, his philosophy and ideology, if you listen to his talking point, if you know the history, you will know.
I listened to. I told you.
You asked him 3 times to tell you.
If you listen to an entire speech,
I gave Charlottesville as an example. You rejected that.
Okay, so tell me. Okay, so we already dismantled the whole.
Proud Boy, stand by. Proud Boy, stand by.
Okay. January 6th.
Oh, you don't know what that means?
Him stealing.
You don't know who the Proud Boys are?
I know exactly who the Proud Boys are.
And when he said that stand by, what does it mean?
Teamed up. Him and Giuliani.
No, you tell me what it means. Tell me what it means when he said. What does it mean when he said stand back and stand by? What did he mean?
It means they should continue what they are doing.
Continue to do what? Continue to do what?
Continue to kill you.
No, they did. What are you talking about? They didn't have the Proud Boys. Ain't never. Let me tell you something, bro. See, this how you can tell that you're in Canada and you don't know what you're talking about. The Proud Boys ain't never laid their hands on a black person ever.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Hold on, no, you don't know what you're talking about. They was fighting against the government. They was going up there to the Capitol. They wasn't fighting. Everybody that the Proud Boys is on trial fighting right now is white people. That is, do you know that the leader of the Proud Boys, he ain't even white?
So what?
Then when they join the police,
no. Dinus, listen to the fear tactics. He wanted to say that the Proud Boys was attacking black people. Dinus, when have you ever saw the Proud Boys attacking black people?
Sip, hold on. Sekou. Who has done more to destroy the black community during these George Floyd protests and riots? The Proud Boys or Antifa and Black Lives Matter? Who destroyed more shit in the black community, all right, during this George Floyd, all these riots and all these protests?
I can't wait to hear this.
Was it the Proud Boys or was it Antifa and Black Lives Matter?
Now, when I want to analyze what happened in George Floyd killing, I don't begin with the riot. I begin with the ideology and philosophy that killed George Floyd.
You're not dancing around this. Who during these protests, these nationwide protests, over the killing of black men by police, some of them were justified. Who destroyed the black community more? Who burnt down the buildings? Who was starting shit? Was it the Proud Boys or was it Antifa and BLM?
Now that question is political, and I will tell you why. Because it's a political question. It's not honest. The reason why it's political, because you are saying because people were angry and they had a riot and something was destroyed, therefore we are now they are the problem of America and against black community. Instead of you starting with addressing who is this person, what philosophy does he believe in, why did he kill George Floyd? That should be your question.
That ain't got nothing to do with the Proud Boys. What are you talking about?
Well, this guy that killed George Floyd, what community did he come from and what inspired him?
What inspired you? Hold on, Dinus. Let me take this, Dinus. Please let me take this. Because see, this is how you know. This is how you know people from other countries have no idea. Let me tell you something, brother. Did you know that George Floyd used to be a bouncer at a club? And the officer.
Listen to this guy.
Let me finish. I'm giving the context. This is what we don't like to do in the back because he want to know what the motivation is. He wants to know what the motivation is. The police officer used to work off duty at a bar. George Floyd. This before George Floyd got on drugs and before he got strung out. George Floyd used to be a big big time. He used to hang out with NBA players all the time, like Steven Jackson. They got players. Him and Steven Jackson look like twins. That's why this Steven Jackson was holding his daughter up. They used to call each other little brother and big brother until George Floyd got on drugs. Steven Jackson got him a job at the club where the goddamn the off-duty he was working there off duty, and him and George Floyd got into it or whatever. Now, this years ago. So you want to talk about the motivation? It was some personal shit. That shit didn't have nothing to do with the Proud Boys. That shit didn't have nothing to do with the Ku Klux Klan. That was just me not liking him, and I got him down, and I'm finna goddamn do something to him because I got the legal system behind me. That's all that was. For you to try to conflate that with the Proud Boys, even believe me, I don't fuck with the Ku Klux Klan. It didn't have nothing to do with none of that. Not one organization, not one group came out and said, "Hey man, he was supporting us." Don't you think that if they would have came out, that he would have something to do with any type of racial group or some type of subgroup, that would have been aired out, especially by black people? It wasn't. It just was a racist ass police officer putting his knee on a black man in the middle of the street and didn't give a fuck, Diners. They don't understand.
I just want somebody to answer the question. Who did more to destroy the community?
I'll answer the question. The question is, it will be BLM and plants that they put in there. There were cops that were vandalizing also, but mostly it was BLM people acting crazy. That's the answer.
Thank you, Kofi. Thank you, Kofi.
You didn't see the Proud Boys in not one black neighborhood tearing up nothing, Saku.
No white. This is a common thing about white supremacists and white Republicans. They talk all that good stuff among themselves. They ain't coming into Brooklyn. In my part of Brooklyn and Queens talking that shit. They stay their ass way upstate New York or wherever. You know what I'm saying? They're
in the Buffalo or Schenectady area. I know what you're talking about.
Exactly. They don't come. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to saying, cool, what I understand what you're saying. I see where you're going. You're right for the most part. But when it comes to Obama and stuff like that, I don't like it. This is the funny thing. People that know me know I don't like Obama. I got family members I got in fights with because I say Obama ain't shit. Then I got people on here thinking that I love Democrats. You know what I'm saying? I'm fighting people on both sides. Obama, like they said, is just. I never said I liked him.
No. Hold on. One mic. Okay, you said Trump was despicable. I gave you Obama's track record, and you just can't. You make up you didn't talk about Nazi. You didn't shift it to Nazi Germany. You didn't pivot it to policy.
He going to talk about mangoes and lemons and.
It's just Obama was a piece of shit. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, but the problem is you want me to sit here and say, yeah, Obama is the same as Trump, when I know they are not.
And Obama was worse.
He was worse. No, Obama did some bad stuff, but I believe Donald Trump is terrible.
Oh my God!
Obama was worse because he was able to pacify you with his black skin and continue the corruption, continue the foreign policy corruption, continue to take away your rights, continue to pass everything that doesn't benefit you. That's why Obama was worse. He put a smile on corruption. He put a black smile on corruption that pacified you. Had Trump had the same policies as Obama, you would hate him.
He did.
That's a fact. He just put that black smile on you. And you were so mesmerized by the first black president.
Guys, can I jump in real quick?
Obama did.
I
wanted to say something.
Let's pass it to Free Blanche. We'll pass it to Afrodamus. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say about the kids separated in the cages thing. So you do know that when the Mexicans are coming over here, not Mexicans, but people from south of the border are coming over here, the kids and the parents are separated. The parents travel on their own, and they have people take the children over there. So when they confiscate the people that take the kids over there, they're already separated. It's not an intentional separation of the children. It's how they come across the border. The parents go a separate way, and the children go with what they call coyotes. So the whole notion that Trump separated them at the border is a lie. It's not how they come over here. And the second thing with Charlottesville, the Charlottesville thing, the first day, it was two groups there. One to protest the statue staying up, and wanted to protest the statue coming down. The next day, the other group showed up. Who was that? That was Antifa.
That was Antifa.
That was the white, I think the
Thank
white.
you for mentioning that.
Antifa came later. They had the
was,
people protesting there in the beginning, then Antifa came.
Hey,
Yeah,
let
so-
him
so-
finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
So,
Go ahead.
so the second day, the two groups came up. So when Trump said 5 people on both sides, he wasn't talking because he clearly said, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and white supremacists. I'm talking about people that said the first day, they're the protest. So the problem is, if y'all notice, anytime the cameras are out, you don't never see the KKK or white nationalists, never. But when the CNN cameras is out, they always come out. Ain't that coincidental? We never see the people out in public. We only see them when MSNBC and CNN is on the scene. Any other time, they're not.
Let me ask you a question. So who's showing the So who's showing the Ku Klux Klan and who's showing the one that's not there? It doesn't matter who's showing it. They're both there. What you're saying makes no sense. If they're both there, who cares who's showing who? They're both there. Fox News is not going to show the Ku Klux Klan and the Proud Boys. CNN is going to.
Hold on, time out. The argument is not them being there. The argument is it was Trump at fault for what he said. And that's not, he wasn't. Because he clearly said there were 2 separate groups. There was actually 3 groups. Those that are peacefully protest, and then Antifa, and then the white nationalists. So Trump did never condone no kind of racism. There's 2 press conferences talking about this. He never condoned racism at all in Charlottesville.
He condoned racism by saying there are both people on both sides, because he can't condemn one. If you condemn one, he has to exonerate the other. So Kofi, if you just say they're all good, so you have to condemn nobody.
Kofi, the first day of the protest, there were 2 groups there. There were regular people there to protest the statue staying up or coming down. The second day, there was the Antifa and the white nationalists. He wasn't talking about them. The 5 people on both sides were the first group.
He didn't specify, brother. He didn't
specify. You are trying to explain for him.
Exactly. No, he did not. He said there were both people. There were good people on both sides.
You want to get money?
You also forgot that Mr.
Free,
Mr. Free,
do you want to
One mic. Let Free Bland specify. Go ahead, Free Bland.
When you get a chance, Dynas, all you got to do, Dynas, is just play the clip so they can be quiet about this. Just play the clip where he's very specific about who he's talking about. He said, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis or white nationalists.
Well,
they should be condemned.
Free Bland, I know the clip you're talking about, but again, they get their talking points from CNN, MSNBC sound bites. But I'll let me pull it up. I'll play.
But y'all get your talking points from Fox News and QAnon.
Kofi, he did say that. He said
Fox News is the best news now.
That chick, Hey, Dennis, what that chick from CNN, Caitlin, the reporter Caitlin, she said, "Do you denounce all?" He said, "Yes. I'm not talking about anybody, the white nationalists or the anybody else." He said that in the beginning it was good people on both sides until the other people showed up. That was his exact words. But you, Kofi, you keep saying that he didn't specify. And I watched both interviews where he specified in both ones. So what video that you see where he didn't? So Kofi, so you saying that he didn't say that I'm not talking about the people that came down to want to fight and want to kill. You didn't hear him say that at all.
He did not specify.
Oh my God!
I have a question for you.
That's what he said.
Did you watch the CNN clips where they cut that out?
Play the video.
Mr. Free, but we also have to understand this. Black people over here talk about Charlottesville, but Charlottesville was a white-on-white fight. That had nothing to do with black people. The fact that we are interjecting ourselves like some front-line slaves for liberals is the problem.
How does that have to do with black people? That's crazy.
Kofi, I'll do one better. Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, facts.
Black folks, but I thought
Dylan Roof. Now what? Dylan Roof. Now what?
Listen, Kyle Rittenhouse.
We're defending Dylan Roof.
Who's talking about Kyle Rittenhouse?
Listen, black folks were defending we're defending those white boys who got knocked off that got knocked off by Kyle Rittenhouse. And
exactly.
Listen, T, listen, one of the white boys was at a Black Lives Matter rally talking about openly saying nigga. Talking about some shoot me, nigga.
And he was a pedophile.
Yeah, and he was a pedophile. But these are the types that black people wanted to defend.
Because they watching the same media who they say who was white supremacists. They always talk about white supremacy, but they take their talking points from the same white people who they criticize.
Hey, Dinus, Afro Dumb has been chilling in the cut, man, just to say that.
Go ahead, Afro Go ahead.
Thank you. Ace, I want to ask Sekou a quick question. Sekou, what country are you from?
Liberia. Republic of Liberia.
Okay. Do you live in the United States?
Canada.
No.
Canada. Okay. All right.
Let me respond, Police Academy. Chill, brother.
I'm gonna.
You probably start talking.
Let me respond.
Okay, I'm gonna speak from a realistic point of view, not like CNN. In fact, this chop that you're talking about, I live in Seattle. It's not even far from me. I went there. I saw what was going on with my own eyes. What they are showing on the news is total lie. People like him. I have relatives here that are just like him. Most of these Africans, I will tell you right now, you guys need to stop taking these people serious. They are very scared to go to these places. They don't go close. They watch CNN, MSNBC. Literally, my relatives, they are here. They are scared to go to these places, but they would support Biden. Let me finish. I'm not talking about news. I'm talking about being out here and seeing. In fact, these things you're talking about, personally, I was affected by it. This Antifa people you're talking about during that 2020 riot, they smashed one of my vehicles because I live close by it. It is not Proud Boys. It's all Antifa. Some of the Africans I saw there supporting these people. These are known, very known gay people. It's like a bunch of degenerates coming together supporting this. You see, when Trump came down that escalator, from that day, I became a Trump fan because he spoke the truth. Because at the time, let me finish, when Trump came down the escalator, what he said, resonated, because I was like, damn, there's people that speak the truth. He said, these Mexicans, some of them are, rapists, some of them are drug dealers. At the time, I worked in a prison as an officer. I happen to know the type of crimes these people commit. Most of them are rapists. Most of them are, in fact, drug dealers. So the man was on point. He wasn't saying all of them. This Charlottesville that this man is trying to talk about, he knows nothing about it. He said there are good people on both sides. And that is true. How can you say there isn't good people on both sides? Your country, Liberia, where you came from, during that civil war, yes, a lot of atrocities happened, but are you telling me there weren't good people on both sides as well? Two things can be true at the same time, 100%. Me, I am a Trump fan. Obama, I voted for him before, but I regretted it because Obama is worst. Obama is nothing but an employee. Just like George Bush is, Trump is the first independent person that came and spoke for America. So any immigrant that's going against Trump, know that you're against America. Plain and simple. Because someone who's talking about America's sovereignty, America first, why are you against that? Why do you want them to promote, racism? Isn't this the same as, tribalism? It's, because what you are saying is these people should forget about their country and put your interests first. If you want that, go back to Liberia and promote what you want to promote there. What
are you doing there?
Because I'm with the program. I like Trump. In fact, Trump turned me into
what are you doing in America? What are you doing there?
I'm not here to change Americans. I'm here to live my life.
So why don't you go back like Trump said?
No, Trump never said that. This is the thing.
He never said that?
No, Trump. Show me the proof.
Wait. Hold on. Sekou, when did Trump say that?
Yeah, when did he say this?
When
Tell
did
me.
he say that?
Wait. That's what. Well, listen to me, because he said I was just using his word. He said these people are defending their country. They don't want people to come in. So all those type of things. So I'm saying if he wants to help them to keep their country for people not to come in, why don't he go back?
No, here's the thing, Sekou.
He
You
just
see,
said something
let me
totally
tell you,
different from what he just said.
Sekou, here's the thing. Sekou, here's
Because
the
Donald
thing.
Trump,
Sekou, hold on, Sekou, hold on. I know what he said. Let me finish. Here's the thing. America, you know, it's an idea. They created this great place here, and they have rules and laws in place. Some of you jump with this immigrant thing. I don't support no DACA. Send all of them home. You show up here illegal. I have a cousin, blood cousin. He's in Canada now. He overstayed his visa, and he was complaining that they want him out. I was like, you need to get out of our country, because there's rules in place. You can become an American. Yes, because I'm an American citizen. They have rules. You can become an American. So what people like you, what you're doing is you want to destroy, you know, what America prepared for themselves by trying to mimic the blacks. You're deceiving the blacks. Your interest and the blacks' interest is not the same. It's not the same thing. You're telling these people to support an agenda that is degenerating their people, that is trying to take them down. You're talking about Martin Luther King fought for, you know, X, Y, and Z. In fact, the blacks, now that I'm American, I've been American for a while, I would support black nationalist group to kick ignorant people like you out of America. You're ruining this place. But I'm glad you're in Canada.
I'm not living in America, so relax.
Good. So why are you even talking about America? Here's the thing. Obama destabilized Africa. Obama destroyed.
Ask him questions.
If Obama destroyed Africa, Dynast, I agree with you. Obama is worst. Obama, look at Libya. Do you know taking down Libya? Look at what's done.
Let me interject real quick. And this is what really bothers me. When I hear black folks and I bring up Libya, the way they tiptoe, pivot, make excuses about Libya, it's just, especially Africans, in defense of Obama or in defense of Biden, and at one time in defense of Hillary Clinton, it blew me away. Like,
yeah, these people are ignorant. Here's the truth. Taking down Libya. Look at how many countries it took down. Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, you know, and in fact, slowly is going to walk in and destabilize Nigeria. If you look at it, Boko Haram and all these groups didn't have that power until Libya fell. Hillary Clinton came out. She celebrated it. She laughed. She said, we came, we saw, and he died. And she laughed about it. Any African that is not disgusted by this is an ignorant African, and these Africans are worse than a KKK, because these people don't understand anything.
Okay.
Whatever they see. Sir, let me finish. You've been
talking for like 6 minutes.
Can I finish, sir?
One mic. Let Afrodamus finish. I gotta pass it to Alaric.
Yeah. So here's the truth. If you look at it, like I said, I have a cousin who literally, like, this guy came to the United States in the late 90s. He came here in the late 90s, which has nothing to do with Trump. But if you talk to that guy today, literally, he would be criticizing Trump. This guy has been in immigration issues way before Trump got here. You know, the US policy, even these people talking about Trump banned Muslims. First of all, it was 7 countries. It was a policy that was in place even before Obama. You can go read it. They have Nigeria in it. Nigeria is not a Muslim state, you know. So Sekou have no idea what he's talking about. He's listening to Rachel Maddow and Don Lemonade, and he's coming here repeating the same thing. The guy is clueless.
No,
what?
Let Alaric.
You are listening to Tucker Carlson?
No, Sekou, wait. And Alfredamus, again, what you just brought up in regards to your cousin with his immigration, he's been having immigration issues since the 90s, and Trump wasn't even in office, and he's blaming Trump. It's the same thing with the whole cages and the deportation. You know, you bring that up and say, no, that was Obama had that in place, and Obama built those cages. They would have completely pivot and still point the finger at Trump, which makes no sense. Go ahead, Larry.
All right, thanks for letting me on, Dynast. I wanted to address right at the start of this live stream, you played that interesting news clip where those ladies who were in the shelter were being displaced by all the immigrants. Lots of immigrants were being given. I wanted to ask you, because earlier today I saw a documentary that brought up an interesting point, and I wanted to ask you if you believe it. There are people who believe that there's a replacement that is deliberately taking place, where the Democrats are deliberately letting in a large amount of immigrants because they believe if they let those immigrants into particular regions, those immigrants will then vote Democrat. So they're displacing the voters who are there because they think those voters will not vote Democrat in the future. So they're bringing in immigrants and hoping that the immigrants will be the replacement like Democrat voters. Do you believe that's happening?
I'm gonna read this. So I did a show. I did a show a couple of days ago in regards to the racist Latinos who were Democrat in LA. And so a Mexican American, he messaged me and he said, I'm probably gonna let him on the show on Sunday because we keep talking about this black and brown coalition, right? But for some reason, it's only one-sided. Black people push this black and brown coalition, but it's not reciprocated. And they really don't care. But he said this. He said, I found your channel on YouTube. I got a lot to say about current events. It's obvious to me black folks don't have even the slightest understanding of Latin Americans whatsoever. Y'all being bamboozled. Democrats want to flood America with Latin immigrants so they have an infinite pool of poor people to vote for them. There is a twofold consequence for African Americans. A mitigated immigration erases your leverage in the labor market. B, African Americans lose their relevance at the ballot box by dilution. You're only 8% of California. Mexicans are now 50% of California. That's what he messaged me.
So that kind of ties in with what I was talking about. There is a belief, I won't say a conspiracy, but there is a plan to replace people so as to bring in more Democrats, which is
Yeah, they actually did that. Hold on, bro. Let me tell you this one thing to add on what Dinah said. He actually did a Zoom call. President Biden, after he got in office, he did it with the Black Caucus. This is not a conspiracy. This is not nothing he hid. He actually told them straight up that y'all need to focus on the Latinos. This is not nothing that he hid. This is right. You can pull this video up the same way Dinah did. You know, so he actually told them that these are the black leaders, Al Sharpton and all these people in the Boule crowd, the Black Coalition, whatever they call themselves. He told them straight up, if you don't think the person that you don't think that's something significant, the hell with you. But this is what I'm gonna do. And then later on, he told them that y'all niggas, you know what I'm saying, all y'all bootleg niggas that make all this money off the Democrat, y'all better pay attention to the Latinos. You know what I'm saying? That's what he said.
He said we better get comfortable with the idea of answering to the Latinos. That's exactly what he said. We're going to have to answer to them. But what I did a show on that. But what I want to let everybody understand is when we talk about replacement theory is not a negative thing. If you look at America, America is built on the idea of replacement, right? Because in America, the people at the bottom are supposed to work very hard, and then they're supposed to move up in their class economically. So what you have to have in America is a constant flow of immigration, so you will have a underclass to replace the people who are elevating. The problem with black people is as white people begin to move out of poverty and up into the middle class as time went on with America, they let blacks out of slavery, and blacks getting out of slavery was not because
Abraham Lincoln loved black people. Blacks were released out of slavery because northern factories needed labor. And there was a huge untapped labor market in the South picking cotton for free. So when the Civil War happened, most of that was to free up the slaves so they could then enter into the workforce in the northern factory because America had entered into industrialization away from agriculture, right?
That's not true.
Let me finish my point. Damn. Anyway, these are the facts versus the emotions. But listen, so as black people begin to work and elevate themselves financially and economically, there was going to be another void because black people didn't want to clean white people houses no more, or watch white people kids no more, or mow their lawn anymore. We were becoming doctors, lawyers, engineers, skilled labor. That's what Booker T. Washington taught us to become. Skilled labor, not doing jobs any dumb person could do. As we begin to move out of the fields, picking cotton, picking fruit, grapes, all that, there has to be someone to replace those people. That's when Latinos were brought in. They became the field hands when we vacated those jobs. So now here's the problem. Black people are still lifting themselves up out of poverty in America, but we are not doing it at the rate that we did years ago. Also, there's a certain segment of the black population that, due to social entitlement programs, has become comfortable at the bottom. So they're not moving. We have become stagnant at the bottom. So the natural way this country works, where people at the bottom move up and then a new underclass comes in to replace them, has been disrupted. So now you got a group of black people who are totally determined to stay on Section 8 because they want to pay $13 a month for rent, stay on food stamps, stay on AFDC, stay on HUD housing, and all those government entitlement programs are now angry and jealous and fighting this new crop of Mexicans that are being brought in to replace us, or the poor people who are black, and as the underclass. That's all this is. America has shot itself in the foot. America has given out too much charity, which makes living at the bottom or being at the bottom too comfortable to where people don't move. Notice, me and Dynast don't really give a damn about immigration. Why? Because we're not competing with those people for jobs. Also, we're not competing with those people for government entitlement, right? So it's not, replacement is the way of America. If you live in America, you're supposed to work to continue to elevate yourself. And guess what? As you elevate, you will naturally be replaced. But we just got black people.
Can I say something, Dynast?
I
wanted to say something. Let me say something.
No, be quiet. Let Larry, did that answer your question, Larry? Got any other questions?
That was it. I needed confirmation that this was a reality, and as you both confirmed, since it is a reality, then do the Republicans have any hope of like achieving any success? Because more and more migrants are going to come in, and they're going to be Democrat voters. So Republicans are always going to struggle to get that vote.
What you have to understand.
That's not true. That's not true. A lot of
we all need to respond to that question.
Let Brandon answer. Go ahead, Brandon.
Let me say this really quick. When Donald Trump got the black unemployment rate down to the lowest it's ever been in history, this has been confirmed. Even Joe Biden did not argue against that point. So the Democrats agree with it, but it's a lie. When he did that, when Trump bolstered the economy, even achieved economic growth at like 3 to 4%, even during COVID, and Biden can't even make the economy grow at 1% post-COVID. When Trump stimulated this economy, that is creating opportunities. When Trump made the United States a gross exporter of energy, all these achievements that Trump made, right? When Trump paid for economic opportunity zones, when Trump offered black people $500 billion, what this was Trump and the Republican Party saying, look, black people, we need you to vacate the lowest class in society because we need to keep labor cheap. So what do we got to do for you to create an environment that's conducive for you to vacate this space that you've occupied for 65, 70 years? And this is what black people did. Screw you guys. We love this space at the bottom, so we're going to vote against you, even though everything you're doing benefits us and moves us up the economic ladder. And we're going to vote for the Democrats because they're talking about letting us stay exactly where they are.
Brandon, if I can interject real quick, I'll let you finish. Hence, Larry, the title of today's discussion. Literally, black men said they were voting for Joe Biden so that black women, and not just black women, well, primarily black women, could keep their benefits from the government.
This happened.
Because black women were literally, they even came in my chat room saying that they were afraid that Joe Biden was going to take away their government benefits. And listen, I don't want to make, this is not a gender war. I'm not trying to pit black men versus black women. I'm just telling you what was said. And even when I posted on my Facebook page and I vote for Donald Trump, you had a number of black men coming into the comment section. Man, we vote for these sisters because these sisters say that Biden is the best thing for the community because they don't want to lose their benefits and this, that, and the other.
A lot of them are worse than the women, man.
And what you're gonna,
so that's where, so that's how, that's why I titled it this, because listen, black women are right now with eviction. Black women are the highest rate of eviction here in America. Then I just showed you what's going on in these shelters, which are predominantly occupied by black women and black families. So my question is, hold on. I thought you guys were voting for Biden so black women could be better off. But right now, looking at the numbers with inflation, prices going up, gas going up, evictions going up, getting kicked out, moved from shelter to shelter. How was this better than with Trump? And so that was the
response.
Hey, hold on. He said he's gonna let me finish. He said he was gonna let me finish.
No. I'm gonna pass it to Brandon. I'm gonna let Larry respond. We'll pass it to you, Kofi. Go ahead, Brandon.
This is all I'm saying. What the dynamic you're looking at here is this: black men for too long have neglected their responsibility to black women and creating families in this society. And one of the major perpetuators of that, or the major thing that works in perpetuity with that, is the availability of government entitlement programs. So, of course, black men who want to fly to Costa Rica, fly to Dominican Republic, I'm a passport bro, all this stuff, they are going to vote for Biden to keep those entitlements intact. Because guess what's going to happen? If those entitlements are taken away, guess who black women are going to begin to look at like, yo, you guys need to take care of us. You need to help us do something. It's going to be us. And a lot of black men just don't want to be responsible for that. So keep the Section 8, keep the HUD, keep all these things. But the reality is, if there's an old saying, if you don't work, you don't eat. That is the law of nature. White people have created an environment that flies in the face of natural law. And so black people, because we bid on that bait and we've become comfortable in this dysfunctional relationship, now when they have to do what inevitably must happen, disintegrate that stuff for their own survival and progress, guess where we are? Outside at the gate hollering, complaining, why you do that? Why you raise more and all that stuff? So, hey, black people, get your ass to work. Look at Kofi. Right. He can't even make an argument to support it. So, it's BS.
Go ahead, Larry. Go ahead, Larry.
Thanks. That was mainly why I came in. I wanted to really concentrate on that thing because I saw that in the video and listening to you and Brandon. That was it. I'm not really here to argue against that. I just needed confirmation on it since you guys are actually in America. Is this like true? And from
but they lied to you. We need to reply to give you the right one side. You're getting one side, brother. They lied to you. They give you one side.
Hey, Dynast, you know what, Mr. Larry, you listen to that brother.
One mic. I want to pass it to Free Blanche. Free Blanche, you still there?
Don't go away, brother. They lied to you.
Yeah, I want to hear what Sekou has to say though. I want to
no. But hold on. But this is the thing, Larry. So, Larry, that's what's going on. Like, I mean, that's what's going on. You know, that's what's going on. I don't know what I'm right about. Hold on, Brad. So, Larry, that was my point. Like, listen, y'all can bum rush the borders and immigrate to America. I don't care. Again, what people have to understand, well, especially what Black people have to understand. I just read the quote from the Mexican American guy in LA. Now, listen, y'all don't understand. This is gonna negatively impact you guys the most, and you're already seeing that in these shelters, in New York and in LA. Like, and that's my point. So if your objective was to vote for Biden to protect these sisters so they don't lose their benefits and all this other stuff, it's backfiring.
But Dennis, I think you're mistaken a little bit. I think you're paying your attention towards just the borders, right? Do you understand the American government has a program called Diversity Lottery? It basically invites over 50,000 people in America every year. So just imagine.
Legally. But hold on.
Yeah, but
legally,
also
and based on what? Like, are they just letting anybody come over here?
Ability.
It's based on merit. It's based on merit.
Ability.
Yeah, but
Right.
it's still going to undermine the Black people. Still, you can't dismiss that fact.
No. I'm not. I don't care. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
Listen. I'm good. I don't care. Again,
It's still part of the replacements because you just don't
listen. I don't care. Like I said, the purpose of the show was for the Black men who are on this. Yeah, we got to vote for Biden because we got to protect these sisters and they benefits. And then the sisters who are in the chat room saying, I'm voting for Biden because, the sisters in my community, we need Biden for the benefits. I'm like, how's this working out? That was my point. I don't care. I'll be like, we'll be fine.
But I wanted to respond to Larry. Larry, you have to understand that. Okay, I wanted to say,
Zongo, can I just ask you one quick question before you go forward?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Who was the 8th president of the United States of America?
I don't know.
Exactly, and I think these people don't know basic American anything. They shouldn't even be allowed to speak.
No,
Seiko,
hold on.
Seiko, who was the 3rd president of the
Brandon, nobody know that. Nobody know that.
Okay, Brandon, I have a question for you.
So why don't they go learn, then speak?
Brandon, what's the name of the mother of the first president of America? What's the name of his mother?
You mean George Washington?
The first president of America, what is his mother's name? You don't know.
You see,
we shouldn't be called litmus test, man. Let's not have a conversation about the litmus test.
Do you know the governor of Washington State? Do you know the governor of Washington State?
All right.
Hey, y'all, just for the record, it was Martin Burren. Just for the record, y'all.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We are discussing current events. We're talking about who was that boy used Google.
What?
Bro, I can name like same way I can name all 50 states in order. Same way I can name all 66.
It doesn't matter, man.
I'm just answering the question. You know what? Hold on for a second, man. Let me say something. Y'all been quiet this whole time. This is the problem with Black people. You ask a Black person a question, or you say, hey man, you ain't got no chicks. And the Black person say, hey man, I'll show you I got chicks. And then they'll be like, well, oh man, it don't matter. This is what we do. We ask dumb questions to each other. We ask dumb questions. Man, can I finish talking, man? I've been quiet for 15 minutes, man. We ask each other dumb questions. But this is the thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna jump off, and I appreciate you having me on, Dynast. The boy T. Khalid, he was on this shit today. Appreciate you for coming on. Appreciate Brandon for letting me come on. But I remember a show where Brandon was on, and we was talking about the same thing, Dynast, about Trump and Biden. And I remember that Kofi, the Black critic, him and Brandon was going at it, and he was saying, well, I don't fuck with Biden, I don't fuck with Trump. And then later in the conversation, Brandon nailed him to the wall, and then he said, well, I voted for Biden just to say a fuck you to Trump. You get what I'm saying? See, and then I was saying, is that not true, Brandon? Yes or no, Brandon?
No,
Brandon, is that true?
It's 100% true. And wait. Dynast, Dynast, can you give me 2 seconds?
Well, hold on, bro. Hold on, Brandon. Kofi, Kofi, I thought you was fuck both and fuck Trump and fuck Biden and fuck the Democrats and fuck Republicans. But see, the thing is, Sim, they expose themselves because if you when you listen to their arguments,
Sim, give me my money. That's what y'all can do. That's what he can do right now.
Brandon, Dynast, wait, Dynast, can I clarify?
No. I get to go. Y'all can't make it about
you
me.
have to understand.
Simply sell some bullshit.
Yeah, they don't want to let us
speak. I don't get to defend myself.
Brandon,
that's not happening. That's not happening.
Hold on, Brandon. I want Kofi to go ahead, Kofi.
But can I just clarify one thing? I don't want to talk. I just want to clarify one thing.
Like 5 Republicans talking straight.
Legal, Mike.
Let me say what I got to say because he brought something up.
Kofi, go.
Simply don't want to give me my money, so we want to bring something else up.
Why did you vote for Biden? Go ahead.
The reason why I vote for Biden, and y'all all going to get triggered. You know what I'm saying? So we all gonna pretend that Trump didn't take documents, stealing shit. Here we go again. Exactly. We're gonna pretend.
This guy's such a liar. This guy's such a liar.
It just came out.
Found out about that.
It just came out.
You just found out about that.
Oh my goodness.
Dynast.
So
I told you, Dynast, bro. I told you, Dynast. I do this. I do this, Chile.
If I can't talk, I'll go because y'all interrupting me. Y'all can say a whole bunch of bullshit. No one says anything. When someone says something y'all don't like, then everyone shit their pants and start screaming.
Go ahead, Kofi. Go ahead, Kofi.
Like I said, when Simp Police was saying that, right? When me and Brand first had a dialogue, and he was talking about, hey, these are the things that Trump allegedly did, and he's like, and we were going back and forth on who voted for. I was like, look, I voted for Joe Biden last, right? And he was like, oh, why you voted for Joe Biden? And Simp Police was right. Oh, it was a middle finger to Trump. So why are you gonna do that as a middle finger to Trump? Now, obviously, all this is in hindsight, right? And I told Brandon, and I'll say it again, was y'all got a hard head. I said I didn't vote for Biden if any of you play chess. I only voted for Biden because I didn't agree with Trump's policies. I didn't vote for Biden because he's the end all be all. I did not like what Donald Trump did in his 4 years, all the law breaking that he was doing, and the Republicans ain't doing nothing, and the Democrats were too weak to follow through. So I voted against him.
They tried to impeach him twice.
Can I talk what I've been saying bitches and hoes like Simply so y'all can leave me the fuck alone so I can say what I got to fucking say? That's why I voted for Joe Biden, not because I voted for Joe Biden because he's going to end this. He's going to do all these things. I did not do that. I did not do it. And Trump said we want to fucking
Okay. Let's hold on. So Kofi. What? Okay. When you say
this other guy, he looks like InfoWars Jones.
I just don't know packages. Okay, Kofi. What laws did Trump break?
What laws did Trump break? So I'm going to take the same thing that Pimsley said. Is today Friday? Why are you asking the stupid question? Is today Friday? Just like how you explained to me rudimentary things. Everyone knows today is Friday.
What laws did he break, Kofi?
Everybody knows today is Friday. So let me get my spiel in. So let me get so y'all really got your head in the sand.
He's talking just like a politician, just talking around,
bro.
All right, okay, cool. He didn't break no laws. All right,
Dynast, can I clarify something?
Y'all in the Republican world.
No, you can't do that, bro.
All y'all got your head in the sand right now.
What laws did he break, Kofi?
He didn't break any laws because y'all just gonna deny it, so it doesn't even matter. I can sit here and list it, and y'all gonna make an excuse.
List it.
That's you, Buster.
List it.
Man, guys, you guys need to just chill, man.
They're chilling. Ever since January 6th, they don't say shit. Ever since January 6th, they don't say shit.
Boy,
they ignore
talk about stuff that affects white liberals, man.
It's about Tariq Nasheed. It's never about Donald Trump.
Kofi, what laws did Donald Trump break? I'm just asking a question.
I can mention them.
Go ahead, Sekou. What laws did he break?
Okay, so I will use that opportunity before I mention that. I would like, because I don't
Man,
want to
what
forget
laws
all
did he
the
break,
points.
man? Come
Oh
on,
my
I will get there.
God,
No, you
man.
can't do this. You
What
can't do
laws did
this.
he break? What
No,
laws
you
did he
guys been
break?
speaking for 45 minutes. I've been
What
waiting.
laws did he say? Cool. What laws
Yeah.
did he break? What laws did he break?
Okay. First of all, when Donald Trump got into office, listen very well. Okay, this the first problem. Donald Trump started doing things that were against the Constitution. You all know that. The
What
first
laws
one.
did
The
he
first
break?
one. Listen.
They're pretending not to know, Senku. They're pretending not to know.
Well, tell us
Listen.
then. Tell us then. Tell us.
Listen. The first one that he did that everybody knows about, he called Zelensky, okay, to make investigation on his political opponent. He said,
Yeah, that's
make an
against the law.
investigation. No, listen, because you're going to deny it, but he didn't deny it. He called Zelensky to say that to give you money to help your country, you need to give me information on Joe Biden's son. And in America, that's illegal. You cannot
That is
call
not
a foreign government.
Not
know they
illegal.
litigated that and it
Listen,
failed the
illegal.
impeachment. The
That's not
impeachment didn't
illegal.
go through.
Listen.
They're gonna
Listen,
deny it.
I know you can defend him what you like, but
No,
that's what
that's
happened.
not
They in the
illegal.
cult. They in the
That's
cult,
not
bro. They in the cult.
illegal.
Now
That
they
is
won't
not
let me
illegal.
finish.
That's called Dinah. That's called a quid pro quo.
Listen,
That's why
let
that's,
me finish.
it's a difference.
Let
It's
me
not
finish.
illegal, bro.
One mic. Okay, so Sekou, how is that? Show
No,
me.
no, let me finish
Sekou,
because you
Let
guys
him
said he didn't break
finish,
any
yo.
law. Can I?
Sekou, listen. I want you to show me where. Point it to me. Show me. I need to be educated.
I'm
right now.
mentioning them to you now, but you are denying them.
Sekou, let's start with number one. Guys, hold on. Don't interrupt. I need to be educated. I'm ignorant. I don't know everything. I don't know everything. I want you to show me, point to what law or whatever that what Donald Trump did, he broke the law. And there were any charges brought up. Like, can you just help me out?
I just mentioned one. That was an act of political witch, like witch hunting his political opponent. He did that.
Sekou, did you listen to my question? Did you hear what I said?
Let me mention the second one. I want to move on. I don't want to be stuck with one.
We're gonna focus one by one, okay? I want you to point me in the right direction or show me, help me. I'm ignorant. I don't know nothing. I'm ignorant.
Okay.
All right. Where what Donald Trump did, he broke the law, or they brought up charges against him. He was found guilty. You know, just show me anything where
he was impeached. Do you know he was impeached?
No, just show me again.
No. Do you know Donald Trump was impeached from office?
Okay, dude, bro.
No. I said yes.
No,
say
he
yes.
wasn't.
Do you know?
No,
Do
he
you
wasn't.
know he was impeached?
It's not true.
He was impeached. Again, show me.
He was not impeached by the House?
He was not impeached out of office, man. No, they filed. No.
Was Donald Trump impeached by the House twice?
Okay,
bro, you know the House is led by Democrats, his political enemy. You are acting like the country came together.
You have to say yes.
Hold on, one mic. We're over the place. Sekou, we're gonna start with what you just brought up, him breaking the law, which is illegal. I want you to show me where what he did with Zelensky, he broke the law. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, the second one where he broke the law. I will go to I have to mention a lot of them. There are many. There are many.
We're not doing this. All right.
He also did it. He did it with a former FBI director.
Again, I want you to show me where
Obama did it too.
Point number one, he brought up, he broke the law. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Look, you want a lot. I want to give you many. Now you don't want the truth. You don't want the truth.
Which is
January 6th yet.
One more time. I want you to show me where he broke the law in regards to whatever with Zelensky. That's all I'm
January
asking.
6th.
That's all I'm asking. It's Kofi. We're not on January 6th. We're on Zelensky right now. We'll get to January 6th. That's all I'm asking, Sekou. That's all I'm asking.
Dinah, I mean, why should a president in America be impeached? Is it because he did well or break the law?
Sekou, I'm asking you if you can show me where he are you retarded, Sekou? Can't be real. I'm asking a question. All right, show me where. Just show me. Point me in the right direction where he broke the law. By doing that, that's all I'm asking.
He can't do it. Because you can impeach a ham sandwich, Dinus. That's the topic. Anybody can impeach anybody. If the party that's against it is in power. So if it's all Republicans office, they can draw up impeachment for anything. Then you have to have a trial. And he wasn't convicted. So
it's a beautiful excuse. Listen,
it ain't no excuse.
Can I please explain this? Can I please explain?
Why does he get his media, his information from?
No, Brandon, hold on.
No, Brandon, you guys are wasting my time because you want me to say what you want.
One mic. No, Sekou, you are a very intelligent guy. I'm assuming you are.
You are right. You don't want me to speak. That's all.
I'm assuming. I'm asking a question. I'm ignorant. I don't know nothing. Please help me out. Just like how y'all people just help me out. All right, I'm balanced. I just want to know. Show me where what Trump did. Your point number one, that he broke the law. That's all I'm asking. Either you can or you can't. It's easy. Either you can or you can't. It's that easy.
What's
Hello?
happening?
Sekou.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead, Sekou.
Yeah, so because I have a lot to say, so you guys don't just pin me down because I wanted to respond to that brother, Larry, because he asked a very good question and you guys lied to him. I wanted to reply that as well.
So just forget what Dinus
no, Dinus, you can't do that because you're going to deny.
Dinus the host of the show asks you a question,
he doesn't
you
let
want to
people
talk about
speak.
whatever you want to talk about.
They don't let people speak. They are yelling all over. They are acting.
But Sekou, this is what you're doing. Is disingenuous. You pivoted.
I mentioned one, and you don't want me to go on.
And listen, I just asked you, how did he break the law? Like now, listen, listen, Sekou, you're a very smart guy. If I go and rob a liquor store, okay, there are specific laws on the book that show that robbing a liquor store is illegal. All right, they'll bring up those charges. They'll say you violated this, that, and the other, and my ass goes to jail. Say, cool. All I'm asking is show me where what Donald Trump did, he broke the law. That's all I'm asking.
Donald Trump broke a lot of laws, and you guys know it. You are acting. No, wait.
We gotta move
These
on.
guys are yelling. I let them speak for 40.
We gotta move on. Go ahead, Brandon. We gotta move on. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay.
No,
Dinus,
you can't do Dinah. That's wrong. That's wrong. I haven't spoken. I wanted to speak to Brother Larry, and you guys did not let me do that.
No.
So this is about lying. Is this about lying or saying the truth?
It's about the truth.
You don't have to answer. Go ahead, Brandon.
It's about the truth. Listen, Dinus, here's the reality. This is playing out even in the halls of Washington, right? Democrats and liberals, you ask them a direct question, they don't have an answer, so they try to move the goalposts and take you out to left field. I want to clarify this first. When the brother asked me who was the first president's mother, I honestly thought he was trying to ask me a trick question because as we know in America, you have black people in this space who believe the first president.
That don't have like who the
wait. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, we need to understand that what impeachment is. And these people, they only watch CNN because they don't understand what impeachment is. Impeachment is simply an accusation saying this person did this. It's the same thing as an indictment. We believe this person did this. We're trying to get to the bottom of it, right? The impeachment goes from Congress. Congress makes the accusation, hey, how many of us, 2/3 majority, want to accuse this guy of doing this? Yay or nay? Yay. Then it moves over to the Senate. The Senate has to also vote on that and approve of the impeachment, and then you're going to get impeached. You're going to get convicted, and then you are officially guilty of committing a crime. In the case of
trial,
yes, it's a trial in a sense. So basically, Congress, which was dominated by the Democrats, impeached Trump. They sent it to the Senate, which was dominated by Republicans. They did not convict Trump. They did not find him guilty of any of that stuff. So when people say he broke the law, there is no proof. Now I'll tell you who did break the law, Dinus. It is a fact that Biden threatened to withhold American tax dollars in the form of U.S. aid to Ukraine if they did not give his son a job, if they did not make a business deal with his son based over an energy deal with his family.
And to have the prosecutor fired, and to have the prosecutor, they said that they would, if they didn't get the prosecutor out of, you forgot about that, bro.
No, I'm not forgot. I didn't forget.
Okay, my fault.
There was a guy who was investigating illegal business dealings between the Biden family and Ukraine. There was a prosecutor who was like a hound. He was like Columbo. He was going after their family. Biden literally said, look, if you guys don't get rid of this dude, basically get this investigator off our back. You know that aid package that the United States was going to send you guys of billions of dollars? I'm going to make sure you never get it. Dynast, that is wholly illegal. That is totally illegal. And guess what's happening now? All that stuff is now coming out. So this shows you the liberals and the Democrats, it's rules for thee, but not for me. They want to go after Trump so bad that they totally ignore the illegal stuff that the people they're voting for do. And guess what? Biden did this before he was president. Everything Biden is guilty of, we knew that before we voted for him. And these people show you their lack of their disingenuous nature, because they knew Biden was inappropriately touching kids. They knew he was committing illegal acts of treason with China and Ukraine. They knew Biden had cognitive issues. They knew all of this, and they didn't care. They
smelling little girls' hair. They got videos of him smelling.
Hold on. Let's pass it to T and Free T. You want to add to this, or Free Blanche?
Yeah, man. I just find it frustrating because, man, especially with the Charlottesville and the kids in cages, these are non-black issues. The kids in cages has absolutely nothing to do with African Americans or Africans or Caribbeans, because we're not Africans and Caribbeans are not crossing the border. So here's what I'm talking about, where white liberals, where these guys always talk about white supremacy, but then you got black people taking the exact same talking points derived from white liberals who control the media, who control social media, and twisting their ideologies and putting a black spin on it as if it's something for black people to care about. These people are indoctrinated by white supremacists because the only place they get their information from is the media. This is why the brother could not answer your question about what Trump did wrong, or name any policies that Obama did that was good, or he was making excuses because he's not educated. He's listening to the exact same white media who he's criticizing us about. So yeah, they're putting black people in front of these silly issues that have nothing to do with this. Charlottesville, a white person died. How? It was white people fighting white people. That has nothing to do with us. Why are we even debating that? These are just wedge issues to distract black people. So yeah, man, I don't like this, man, because I can see why the black community remains lost, confused, is because we are talking about things that don't matter. You know, Trump being impeached, so what? He won the impeachment. Why is that even a talking point? And one last thing I got to say, man, the thing I like about your panel is you allow black conservatives, liberals, independents talk. And I can see why the mainstream media doesn't allow these conversations, because if we were able to at least push back on some of these lies being said to us, a lot of black people would wake up.
Don, can you play my video?
Hold on. Let's Free Blanche. Go ahead, Free Blanche.
Yeah, I just want to say this, right? I see some comments, people commenting. It's almost like when you tell black people the truth, it's offensive. Like we're telling the truth about Trump. We're not saying Trump is a savior, he's the best. We're telling the truth about Donald Trump. And these folks are like, y'all fanboys. So it's almost like even though this stuff is factual, black folks don't even care about it. I was in the gym yesterday, we was having an argument, and we was listing everything Trump did based on policy. And you know what them black folks said? We don't care.
Hold on, I'm gonna stop you. Did they try to give Obama credit for it?
Oh, yes. So the first argument was he rode Obama's coattails, and then the second argument was he didn't do it for black folks, and then the third argument was we just don't like it. So it don't matter what you say, It's just this is an emotional. Black folks vote emotionally. They don't vote for policy. If you ask them, do y'all care about policy? They're gonna say no. These people I just listened to 1 hour straight of CNN in the shade room. I listened to 1 hour straight. These talking points are so hilarious and foolish, but it just lets you know that Black folks as a whole in voting don't really care about policies. They care about what it looks like, what it seems like. So in this case, it's how Joe Biden got a record number of votes. Think about it. Joe Biden can't even complete a sentence, and he got a record number of votes, and his campaign was, I'm not Trump. There is no Republican that can run on not being somebody. This Democratic president ran on, I'm not him, and broke the record in votes. That is insanity.
Dynast, if there were no good people white people in America, Black people wouldn't even exist, bro. They outnumber 76% of America is white. They had the reins of this country for 200 years. If there were no good white people, they would eradicate you. That's why I put that video in the comments, because I wanted Seiko to watch this video, so he could see these white people talk to this ignorant ass Black dude who went to a Trump rally trying to start shit. Oh, they racist. And the guy ends up being totally converted because he's like, yo, there are like honest people over here, you know? But listen to
But the thing is this, bro. Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me play the video.
I'm tired of it. He's the best president since Abraham. What makes him special? What he's done for our country, what he's done for all of us. I have a ticket to go inside. Am I going to be safe inside? Absolutely. Well, me. Okay. See, there's been a couple of people that said I can walk in with them and stuff. To be honest with you, I would like to see more people of your skin tone with us. Right in here, you're safe. If I go in there and I take and I just start getting brave and I say something like,
Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm an independent supporter.
He wants to hear too. He's trying to investigate too. He's an independent.
I hope to see you. Okay. But if I start booing, will I be okay?
No.
Because it's a part of democracy to be able to do that. Absolutely.
He's asked some stupid questions.
But you know, Donald would be like, get his ass out of here. Kick his ass. I'll pay his legal bills. I'll pay your legal bills. Kick his ass.
It ain't about white people. That's the problem.
That's what they see. They don't see. That's exactly
what they see. That's the problem. That's what the Democrats and the liberals see. They see color. You know what I see? I see people. I see Americans wanting to see an American president. I don't see in color.
So he ain't said nothing that's racist to you?
No.
He hasn't said nothing that's bad to you.
Look, he's like my employer. The biggest foreman in my company is a Black man. And you know why that is? Because he does good work.
Now what the hell is going on?
I basically just don't like the way the Democratic Party has become. Trump's doing nothing but supporting, women, supporting people who are, people who are in poverty right now are getting jobs because of how great he's doing for the economy.
So if you found out that Trump did some really horrible things,
everybody's done horrible things. I mean, it's nothing to hide. I mean, the stuff that is, these investigations that are going on forever and nothing's.
All right, let me hold on, Brandon. Let Kofi go ahead, T. We'll pass it to Kofi. Go ahead, T.
Well, no, that guy, the Black man in the Kofi, man. Shout out to him for at least going, but he was asking some incredibly stupid and ignorant questions.
But T, you have to think of the typical the mentality of the average Black liberal when it comes to voting. That's how they think. It's all fear. So I'm not surprised that he was asking stupid questions like that, because everything's based off emotion. Everything's based off of racism and emotion. So of course he was going to ask questions like that, because if you talk to the average Black person who's voting Democrat, that's how they think.
Okay, well, that's pretty much the only comment I had on that video. Just these silly questions about asking if I can speak and if I'm going to be attacked. Like, these are stupid. But you got to think about it, as a Black man to answer this question, ask a question like that. It does show, like, you're right. He is very much so in his emotions. He's very much so operating out of fear, and he's consuming too much liberal media. And it's sad because a lot of our Black brothers think that way. This is why they go to the voting booth and vote for Democrats, because they are genuinely scared of Republicans taking office because they think we're going to put them back in change or something.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Everything
They
is
swear
fear-based.
that's it. They think that the Republic is going to wipe them off the planet.
It's called fear mongering. That's what it's called.
That's the entire Democrat position, because they have no real policies. When they get the reins, look at what they do to the country. So the only thing they can do to keep you voting is to scare you into voting for them. Oh, if you go with your dad, he gonna beat your ass. But mom, we live in a tent on the side of the freeway. Yeah, but if you go with your daddy, he mean. Black people think like that. We are a fear-based programming tragedy. Everything is fear-based program. You got black people who never even seen a KKK member totally convinced that if Trump got elected, KKK people are going to be walking down the street with swastikas and everything else. And you got Africans who believe that silly ass shit.
And exactly what Brandon said. Every time you have a conversation with a black liberal in regards to why they didn't vote for Trump, is basically they swear that the Ku Klux Klan, the Proud Boys, the Aryan Nation is going to be in the black community, just dragging people out their houses. That's the reason right there. But then when you bring
up, what's crazy? I don't even think.
But when you bring up Pookie and Ray Ray, it's the system, it's the white man's fault,
right?
Lack of opportunities, is this issue, is that issue. You know, Pookie and Ray Ray don't know no better. Father's not in the home. You know, it's like, well, damn, Pookie and Ray Ray is destroying shit. Well, you know what? Pookie and Ray Ray, it's the system, you know, the white man system, you know, all these excuses.
Hey, you know, and it's crazy because it's like that's the ones that are running black people out of the neighborhood, man. But yeah, man, I forgot what I was going to say, man. Someone else go. I had a point, but
Let me say this one thing, then I'm finna go, Diners. I need to jump off, but this is the last thing I was gonna say. But when those guys on here talk about, do you see how when I pulled up, because my mind I think real well. So when I brought up that, I remembered that show with Brandon when that dude Kofi was on now. Brandon was trying to talk to him. Man, he would just start calling names or whatever. He was talking all that shit where he just said why he voted for Biden. That is not what he said. What he said out his mouth was, I voted for Biden as a fuck you to Trump. Is that not what he said? Yes or no, Brandon?
Exactly what he said.
So none of that shit that he's saying today, Diners, that's why I was on his ass like that. Pause. You get what I'm saying? Because he disingenuous about everything. Everything he spoke that day was a CNN talking points. The only difference from his conversation today and last time was when he was on Brandon's show, he was saying that he got the information from CNN. He was saying that he was listening to Rachel Maddow. He just didn't say he was listening today, but the same message was the same. And Brandon pit him against put him in the corner, and that's where he came out and screamed at Brandon and said, I voted for Biden as a fuck you. And Brandon said, even though Biden was President Trump was going to give $500 billion to Opportunity Zone, and guess what this nigga said? Well, black people don't open up. Black people are not entrepreneurs, so that money was going to go to the elite black people, which was probably going to be Republicans. That's what he said. I remember. See, the one thing, but I got that elephant brain. I remember shit word for word. He said that's what he said that the $500 billion that Trump was going to give the black people, that was probably going to go to the elite black people, that 9 out of 10 was going to be Republicans. So it wouldn't trickle down to the regular black people.
Let me pass it. Go ahead, Edward.
What's up, everybody? I'm here. What's up, everybody?
Go ahead.
My thing is, I don't care what you do. I just need you to be able to explain to me why you're doing it. And oftentimes, when it comes to black men, they can't explain it. They cannot explain how they came to the conclusion to do what's in their own best interest. If you ask most black men, what are some talking points? Like, shout out to Dr. Tiasan Johnson, who has 14, points as far as things that black men should push. But you don't even need to adopt those points. If I ask what's in your personal best interest as to why you voted for, a lot of Jews can't even say that. And then if you say, okay, what's in black men's, because what's good for black men is good. There's not a single point anybody can give me that's good for black men is not somehow good for the black community. And then I asked them that, and they don't know. And this goes back to the emotion fear base. To me, a lot of black men is a couple of things. Is that fear base that y'all was talking about, because that's usually always the excuse. Because I'm an independent. I'm not necessarily team Trump. I'm not team Biden either. Personally, the way I approach Democrats when it comes to
who did you vote for?
Who did I vote for?
Yeah.
I wrote in my candidate. So no, I didn't vote in. I didn't vote for Trump or Biden in this election, but I did vote.
Who did you write in? I voted for Trump. I have no problem saying it. And I'm gonna vote for him again.
And I have a right to not tell you who I voted
exactly.
for.
That's the thing where I'd say you can't talk about. People love to hide what their decisions are, then come back retroactively and be like, see, this is why I can't know. You won't tell who you voted for, so we don't know what you thought 2 years ago. So you're a chameleon. You're just changing to make yourself seem like an authority.
I have known, Dynas has known me for years.
I don't give a damn how long you know you. Who did you vote for?
He voted for Hunter Biden.
Liar. just shut up at this point.
He wrote in Hunter Biden.
He got sassy as hell. I ain't gotta tell. I saw the nigga snatching air in my imagination. I don't gotta tell you who I voted for.
Are you done? Are you done? I mean, y'all think, I mean, this is supposed to be a serious conversation, and you be Brandon. Tariq roasted the fuck out of you. Hold on, Dynas. Tariq roasted the fuck out of your fat ass. So please shut the fuck up.
Got him.
Like big and bad man.
Got him.
You didn't get me saying nothing. I mean,
he's snatching air, sassy as hell.
And this is why we're where we are. Right here. Because
no,
I can't,
brother.
Nigga. Hold on, nigga. You mostly, like, I'm trying to have a. All right, you know what, Dynas, cool. You good. I ain't even gonna participate in this fuck shit. You good.
Man, make your point, man.
Don't leave. Don't leave. Come back. Don't
leave. Man, let him make his point, man. Because I like opposing point of view, man.
He's gone already. He's gone. Don't leave me, girl. Please stay. I ain't gonna beg that nigga to be a man and tell us who he voted for. Please stay with me. People, black folks love hiding their hand and then trying to tell someone else what to do.
They love it.
I voted for Trump. Dynas voted for Trump. Whoever voted for whatever. And that's what's going to be the true.
I voted for Trump too.
Listen, that's the only thing I know where I could truly know where your mind was at. And I have to.
You know what's crazy, man? You know, black men talk about being revolutionary all the time, but they don't vote in candidates who push the system, who revolutionize it, who's an outsider, who shakes it up. They vote for the most comfortable, tepid, weak candidates who push nothing, and then will still complain about the economic situation, their family structure, police brutality, but while voting for people who do nothing, who changes nothing. And black men understand that. We understand that censorship is coming. Like, look at YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. Everything is being censored more and more. And this is reportedly happened by the same people they vote for. How in the world can we even have these conversations if they keep pushing censorship? That's another reason why I voted for Trump, to stop all the censorship, to allow us to talk freely without having any repercussions. But I don't understand these black men who talk about white supremacy all day, but then vote for people who take away their rights. Because then what you're saying is, I hate white supremacy, but please, white man, take away my rights so I feel safe. It's a weak characteristic in a lot of black men, especially the Democrat-leaning ones.
You got Democrats talking about they want to take away guns. Black people who say they scared. Look, tell me the sense this makes. This is why I say we are walking contradiction. We're scared of the KKK. Because we're scared of the KKK, we vote for candidates who are openly racist like Joe Biden. But then we also want to get rid of guns that we could use to protect us from the KKK. Black people are a walking contradiction. And what we do is, as long as we can hide our hand, we will continue to be hypocritical. But when you start the conversation with this, who you voted for, you silence a lot of bullshit. Because black people will do one thing. I remember my mom told me like this, boy, I when I lost my virginity, it was with my neighbor, right? She was so mad when I did that. You this, and she was down talking to me and everything else. But she was sleeping with one of our neighbors, the guy downstairs, but trying to hide it. And when I found out, I was like, wait, so I can't sleep with the neighbor, but you could sleep with the neighbor. Dude, she started beating me. Why? Because black people love to do something degenerate and then go wag their finger at someone else for doing it. It was the end of the world when you lost your virginity, but when your grandma was riding your granddaddy, it was all to the good. See, we operate under that.
All right, let's pass to the go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, you know, I'm my usual contribution. I saw the title and I knew I had to chime in. That's my characteristic. I voted for Biden. I don't make any excuses for it. It was the wrong decision. I allow myself to be used for educational purposes. That you can actually know what not to do, and deep in your gut know not to do it. Follow through on it the first time when you didn't vote for Hillary Clinton, but then get caught up in the trap where people will go ahead and try to convince you that that you need to vote for Biden or democracy is going to die, or all this other stuff that we like to pass around. It's fear mongering, and that's what we're susceptible to. We need people to save us, and we run to white liberals to save us when they just repeat and do the same things over and over and over again. I knew this man's track record. I knew the fact that he was responsible for the 86 and 94 crime bill. And yet and still, I argued with people online about it. You know what I mean? Argued with people who were being very hypocritical, who were saying that, we're justifying what Joe Biden did in terms of for mass incarceration, justify his lying about it on the Breakfast Club, justified all that. And I would argue against that. Yet and still, I felt pressure from my community to vote for the man anyway, because we couldn't let the orange man in. And so that's the kind of pressure that we're in. We're not really thinking, and even when we are thinking, we allow ourselves to be convinced and turned around from doing the things we know to do. That's basically us in a nutshell. Won't happen to me again though, but that's what happens.
Hey, let me ask you a question, because this is good. Because the thing is, I'm trying to see what drives that that makes black people so angry when you don't vote Democrat. I mean, it's almost like an irrational anger where they want to attack you and maybe ruin your reputation or even sometimes fight you. Like, where do you think that comes from?
I think it comes from this idea that they did something for us 60 years ago. Okay, when they signed the Civil Rights Bill. And we always
which they didn't, by the way.
Correct.
Let's remember that.
Correct. Most of the stuff did come under Nixon. I get that, but they give that, what's that old racist from Texas, all the credit, Lyndon B. Johnson, the credit for it, and so that's what it is, right? And so we lean on that hard, and we're allow them to white liberals to give us fear of going back to slavery or back to chains or going back to the bad old days. We vote for those evil Republicans, and that's what drives it. Now, I would never vote for Trump. I don't like Trump. I hate Trump. I've said that on record. All right, but I will say that voting for Biden was definitely the wrong decision. And it's proven itself out, from day one almost, that voting for him was the wrong idea.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Then we'll pass the gas to him up. Go ahead.
So there's a person in here talking about black men love America more than white men, but then he also said he voted for Biden. And this is what Brandon is talking about. This is what Brandon talking about. Like, on one hand, you're a revolutionary, and your act of revolution is to vote for Biden, who literally said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. So your stand up to the system was to vote for Joe Biden. And honestly, to me, the Democratic vote, the problem is it's a part of black culture. It is culturally black to vote Democratic. So that means the candidate only has to be Democrat to get support. That's it, and that's all. There's no criteria for being a president. And one other question: what don't people like about Trump? I'm curious because to me he's hilarious. Like he probably
Twitter. Trump is funny as hell.
He is hilarious.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the man. Maybe it's because I grew up in the state of New York and I've watched him pretty closely.
Alan, exactly. All of us here in New York watch Trump.
Alan, you from New York. What can you give me? Because I asked this on another platform. Can you guys tell me 3 things specifically that Donald Trump did to affect Black people in America?
Sure, I can give you 3. I was very, as a child, I remember being very upset with his stance and his continued double down stance on the Central Park 5.
Okay, I'm sorry. I meant in reference as when he was president.
Hold on.
Oh, as president.
Yes, as president.
But Galvin, with the Central Park 5, did Donald Trump force the parents of those kids to tell those kids to admit to a crime they didn't commit?
He did not. But what he did do, and a quality of his that I just do not like, is that history has proven that those guys didn't do it.
But Alan,
and instead of saying,
let him finish.
Yeah, instead of saying, yeah, I was wrong. That was the evidence we had at the time. We move on. No, Trump insists that he was right, and they should still all be in jail.
Okay, I hear that. But
hold on, gas him up. But Alan, let me ask you this. So
yeah,
after the kids were released or not, did the DA didn't even come out and apologize to? And the DA,
she was evil.
That locked those kids up. She was a huge Obama and Hillary Clinton donor. If you look her up, huge.
Okay.
Huge
Yeah. No.
Obama.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, listen. I don't differentiate between parties when it comes to white supremacy. So I get that. My point is that there's a characteristics to Trump, character flaws of his that I just don't.
Okay.
Guys, I think that's respectable of him to say that because.
Hold on. But Alan, even after that, all these rappers, entertainers, they were all cool with Trump.
They like the idea of Trump. They like the flossiness of Trump and stuff like that. But I didn't like that. I didn't like the way he treated his first wife.
But Dynasty, we're still getting away from the original 3 questions I asked him, and so I'm going to reiterate those 3. Hold on, brother, if you don't mind. Right. I want to reiterate those 3 the question again. Can you give me? Okay, go ahead, Dynasty.
No, go ahead, Gaston. Ask your question.
Can you give me 3 things that when Donald Trump was president of the United States that he did that affected Black people negatively in America?
Okay. There's not a whole lot that he's did as president that affected us negatively, with the exception of choosing Steve Bannon, probably.
Specific policy. I'm talking specific policy.
No, Joe Biden has way worse policies.
Okay, so we can't pinpoint 3 things. And then quickly, just to let you know, the Central Park 5. Yeah, Trump took a wrong stand, but he also took a stand with Mike Tyson and the rape allegations. But no one talks about that. And keep in mind, the mayor at the time. Do you remember who the mayor was during the Central Park 5?
Ed Koch.
Right. So Donald Trump is not in charge of policy. At that time, it was the mayor, right? It was the DA. So I'm just saying, I'm not excusing. However, he was wrong on that, right? Everybody's wrong on course. But I just wanted to point this out that Dinas, you said it earlier in the show. Black people, even especially Black immigrants, the okie doke that they've fallen for is, as long as we have civil rights racism that is reshuffled, hidden, you're not going to be called, Negro and hung from trees and things like that. As long as you have that type of racism, they're okay with excusing any and everything that the Democratic Party does. So if you get anything that's like, white supremacy, they have a fear of it when it's open and blatant, as opposed to saying, oh shit, thankfully, now we know where this guy is, now we know where they stand, we can pinpoint them. It seems like they want this shuffled type of racism that's hidden and, layered. That's what they want. And you can't convince them. Like literally, you've just been hearing excuse after excuse. And I'm not a fan of any party. And I think if you have nuance to me, you'll understand that black people, especially if you're an American citizen, have to learn how to vote in terms of what you're going to gain, not in terms of who you like. I think there's a popularity thing that black people are caught up with this. Oh, I like the way they speak. I like the way they look. They just make me feel all right. And we got to get away from that to say, listen, look, what is this candidate offering? What's the most that we can get in terms of advantages? All right, candidate A, candidate B. Well, seems like Trump is the one who's going to give us the most shit. All right, we vote for Trump this year. Next year, yo, Trump, your man over here is telling me he's going to give me A, B, and C. Can you match it? All right, see you later. Until black people start doing that, you're just wasting your time. But like I said, it's like everyone wants to be this feel-good nonsense. And you just heard them say it.
Well, I actually agree with you. About, because that's what Ice Cube was doing when he basically weighed what, tried to talk to both parties and see which one gave you the best deal. So I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. I personally just have a thing against Trump. I have no problem considering voting for another Republican candidate, whether it be DeSantis or somebody else. But I have no use for
so you say you have a personal thing against Trump, but Biden had a strong relationship with an open racist from the South. I forgot the guy's name in the Senate.
Not just one.
But this is what I'm saying. He had many relations with these guys. So I'm just confused. What is your issue with Donald Trump? Like specifically, what did he do?
My issue with Donald Trump is that people in general, it could be me and you. If I can prove to you that you are wrong and you're going to carry on and it's a lie and something like that, or something that will affect other people's lives, and you will carry on with that, then I have no use for you as a person.
These are all personal things, but these are all personality issues. And what I hate
if
about
that's the case,
Central Park 5 stuff is black people are talking about Central Park 5 as if Trump passed policy. I mean, this is just his opinion on it. Like, we have Democrats running who passed policy that hurt us, but we're focusing on his personality opinion.
But T, if I can interject, when it came to Central Park 5, everybody in office, they were all Democrats, top to bottom.
Absolutely. I agree.
But it's just that doesn't stand up to any of Trump's. Trump was not ever a politician, so it's it's almost like we hang on that just to find something to hate about him, which is it's just personal.
But Trump did something worse than that. When Trump got that ad, a full-page ad, I don't think you understand how expensive that would be. A full-page ad in New York Times, and ran it and against those guys while the case was going on. He pretty much screwed them in the court of public opinion. And it wasn't until the DNA evidence and the admission came later that they were able to be freed. He made it more difficult for them to get the justice they deserved.
That has nothing to do with policy, man. Like, the crime bill was worse. That affected all black people.
I'm not
like, there are things that people did that affects all black people. We talking about
the crime bill is that's something that y'all always do. The crime bill is a bipartisan bill. Y'all, I'm not telling Joe Biden to be off the hook. He signed it. Hell yes, he did. But other Republicans signed it. It was a bipartisan agreement.
He bragged about it, though. He bragged about the crime bill.
Ignorant to say that, only Joe Biden did it and the Democrats did it.
He's the only one bragging about it.
Bernie Sanders signed on it. Bernie Sanders signed on it. And
he's the only one bragging about it.
Only person that said that.
He's the only one bragging about it. Joe Biden bragged about the crime bill. He's the one bragging.
But you know what's interesting? Hold on, you know what's interesting? Free Blanche brings up a great point. I've never heard a Republican brag about the crime bill. It was just all Democrats that bragged about it.
Yeah, because Democrats had to act as if they were tough on crime.
Can I talk now?
So yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Hey, like I was saying, it's a bipartisan bill. Both parties signed it. Because for users that don't know, usually bipartisan agreements going to have something in there that both parties like and both parties don't like. And one of the things that they signed on now, it all determines on if those parties say, you know what, I'm against that, but it has something in there. Bernie Sanders says, hey, look, this is going to really affect the black community, but if I don't sign it, There's provisions in there for protecting women and other people, marginalized people. So if I don't sign that, they're not going to
Biden wrote it, liar. Biden
I
wrote
didn't
it.
say
He
Biden
didn't
didn't
sign it.
write
He
it.
wrote
Take
it.
the shit
And
out
he's
your ears.
bragging
I
about
didn't
it
say Biden
still.
didn't write it.
He
I
wrote it,
didn't
and
say
we
Biden
asked
didn't write it.
for
I
it.
said Biden
Black
signed
people
it.
begged for it. Black people begged for
Whatever,
it. So there you
whatever.
go.
I'm not
We
taking
Hold
begged
on,
Biden
for it.
off the
but
hook.
Brandon,
I'm
look
not
at how
taking
these
Biden
people are
off the
being.
hook.
Look at
You
wait, but
Dinus,
want to
time
say
out. I want to
Republicans
show you
don't
guys
care.
what Alan
That's what
H just did.
Republicans
Because
do, but you
I
just
just
want
did
to
the
say about
research.
Biden.
I just want to show you something. I just did the research. You were right when you said Ed Koch, right? And I was like, no, hold on, wait a minute. But do you forget who was the first black mayor of New York City? Alan.
Dinkins.
What year did Dinkins win the election, Alan?
See, did he won the election that year? I believe.
Thank you. Why didn't David Dinkins intervene in that case? He ran the anti-Wilding campaign. Why didn't David Dinkins intervene and stop what was happening to them black boys?
You know why?
I don't know why. You tell me.
Because David Dinkins
Then
was no
y'all
different
just
than
said the
Obama or
DA was
anybody
in
who was
charge of everything.
Oh,
This is
man.
all personality based, man. We as black men
Negro
gotta stay
shuffling
focused, man.
Hey,
tactics.
guys,
Negro
listen.
shuffling
Listen,
tactics.
guys,
So
listen.
how
Dinus.
Because you're not a
Brandon.
Republican, though.
Listen,
You
Dinus. Dinus, I just posted my video why I'm voting for Trump. Play this video real quick. Play this video. Play this video.
Let me just
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Let me video. Where you go, Alan? Let me play this.
Wait a minute. Y'all ready? Okay, look at this. This is why I'm voting for Trump.
And then the Mueller witch hunt, where the conclusion was no
propaganda.
You think Biden could say that conclusion was no collusion? Conclusion was no. And then the Mueller witch hunt, where the conclusion was no collusion. You think Biden could say
That's
that
a lie.
conclusion was no collusion? He'd be up here all night trying to get that one out.
Let's go, Brandon.
And then you had impeachment hoax number one.
That was it, because the fact that what he said was true shows that all the black men who
That's
voted
a
for
lie.
Biden
A lie.
are horrible. Bro, all the black men. Okay, so the Mueller report found collusion?
Yes, it did. The Mueller report found things that need to be investigated. So the Republicans are not going to do that because they're a part of a cult. So it's up to the Democrats to do it further. But the Democrats did not want to go any further because it's going to show collusion and Donald Trump doing all these misdealings. And like you said before, Brandon, yourself, both parties about making money. So if they're going to put a spotlight
What are you
on
talking
Donald
about?
Trump.
So what have you gained? What have you gained from the Democratic Party in the last 5 years as a black man in America?
Hold on. No. One mic. Before we even go there, all right, Kofi. So Mueller finds no collusion with Russia.
I mean, you want another article?
You can't. These Negroes are going to pull up some New York Times nonsense.
I can't even see what article that is.
Right.
Where's that article from?
Hey, pull up CNN.
Bro, were you not paying attention? It was mainstream media.
It was from worldstarhiphop.com. It was from worldstarhiphop.com. That's where we got it from.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, why are black men still repeating stuff that's been debunked?
So y'all want to talk about
what
CNN and MSNBC, and when I ask you where the source is, y'all want to get in your feelings.
Dude, can you tell me
stuff that the entire world knows has been rebunked?
So show me a QAnon site, because you're pro QAnon and Newsmax, right?
Kofi, can I ask you?
Show me what believe what Buck Lindell says, right?
Kofi, can I ask you a question? Did they find Donald Trump guilty of Russian collusion?
Who is they?
Oh my God, man. God,
you saying
the government, bro?
Dennis, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. That is the day. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. That is the day.
Who is they? Who are you talking about? Y'all being mad childish.
The same lady who Clinton didn't have sexual relationships with. That is the day.
Yo.
The same lady who didn't have sexual relations with Clinton. That is the day.
Bro, Robert Mueller did not find collusion. They even released that in the report. Even CNN was like, we are thankful that Trump didn't collude with Russia.
Because I'm asking legitimate questions. All you gotta say, "Oh, I meant this, Kofi." That's it. And I will answer your question. But y'all want to do a fucking Republican clown show.
Kofi, was Donald Trump found guilty of Russia collusion?
No, he was not found guilty because he wasn't prosecuted. The Mueller report pointed.
So let me ask you a question, Kofi. If Donald Trump was going to give black people, if Donald Trump was going to provide the best economic opportunity for black people, would you still vote against him?
Yep.
He dropped off.
Would you? Okay. I mean, it's crazy.
This is sad. This is sad.
But free black.
Yeah, no. Do you hear this, man? That's crazy.
But black. This is what we're dealing with in the black community. This is what we're dealing with. And listen, like I'm not upset at the women. The women are gonna be women. It be the men.
Facts. It'd be the men. Exactly. I totally agree. I don't even focus on the women because the dude is repeating things that's already been debunked. For him to still say Trump colluded with Russia, even though the Mueller report, Donna's just read that, and the dude is asking, "Where'd you get that report from?" I'm like, dude, were you sleeping? This was headline news across all mainstream media that he didn't collude. For him to still think that, it's like a lot of black men don't even pay attention to what's going on around them. And then when it's time to vote, they just fall in line and vote. They're like ignorant to politics. Then they come and try to debate people who know about politics to call us ignorant, but they don't know a damn thing. And we have to educate them at the same time while debating them.
Can I say one thing though, Dynas?
Go ahead, free black.
About the crime bill, right? So there was one thing holding up the 94 crime bill, and that was the Black Caucus. So I read article after article how everybody in the Black Caucus said this was going to hurt the black community. And Bill Clinton needed them to sign that so he can get reelected. The crazy part is John Lewis literally talked about he prayed that night before and he wrestled with God and then came back and signed it. So at the end of the day, the Black Caucus was the ones that signed off. The last sign off was the Black Caucus for the crime bill. All that bipartisan stuff don't matter when the Black Caucus is holding everything up, and they ended up doing it for who? Bill Clinton, the first black president.
You're correct. You're absolutely correct. And let's not forget, people always talk about the 94 crime bill, but they forget the 86 drug laws, which were way more devastating than the 94 crime bill.
True.
Alan, you still ignored David Dinkins. Can you answer David Dinkins, Alan?
I was trying to answer it. And I got cut off. David Dinkins was not in office when that happened. But David Dinkins.
That's a lie. He was mayor in '89 when they got prosecuted.
Can I finish?
Yes, go ahead.
So when the original arrest happened, Koch was mayor. Dinkins.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So Dinkins became mayor, right? And Dinkins was not going to do anything because, as with any other black Democrat, they're like Obama after him. They're not going to do anything that stands up to liberal white racism. That's as honest as I can be about it. So I'm not hiding behind it.
So then what is the point if black Democrats are not going to stand up and do anything? What's the point of supporting black Democrats? I'm not a black Republican, right? I have nothing. I'm just saying vote along, interest and see who's going to give you the best.
We are in 1,000% agreement now. What I was trying to convey was,
but when Dynasty and these guys were telling you guys, 4 years ago not to do it, why didn't y'all listen?
No, look, gas them up. This is the hypocrisy of it all. While black people on one side of the country claiming that, Trump's bad because he supported the imprisonment and sought the death penalty for the Central Park 5, black people on the other side of the country were literally agreeing to allow white people to put black people to death on the West Coast. The death penalty, we didn't want to go with it because the death penalty, right? Because remember, they asked for this stuff, right? But then when the white man was like, yo, the only way you're going to stop it is if you make them think that if they kill somebody, they're going to end up getting killed. Black people said, oh, we don't want to do it. And you know what they did? Oh, okay, I guess we could do it. There's this lie that permeates Black society where we like to make everybody think, oh, the white man did this. The white man did that. The white man did it because niggas asked him to do it and then went ahead and co-signed with him on doing it. That's why he did it. He didn't do it because he woke up and said, hey, you know what I want to do this morning? Waste billions of dollars executing niggas. No, his neighborhoods were fine. And he was keeping the criminal element confined to the neighborhood where they degenerate ass was raised because they mama didn't care enough to keep them out the street and they daddy left and went to smoke crack. They didn't care. It wasn't impacting them. So what they did was we went to them with a request and they did us a solid. All right, man, damn. Could y'all get a niggas a couple of billion so they could handle the crime in their city? We stood up and talked about community policing, not even realizing that when the white man left us to our own device to police our own community, we felt so miserably, we had to go beg him to put the crime bill in to stop the slaughter. Now, it's a couple decades, we got all this revisionist history, Trump wanted Central Park. Well, damn it, let's condemn every last one of these Black people who supported the crime bill, including John Lewis, the guy who was elected until death to oversee what, the 6th district of Chicago, I think he was, or the 5th. But this is what I'm saying. It's pure hypocrisy. That's why I can't sit around listening to these Negroes. They lie like they breathing. They try to rewrite history like they fraudulently write-offs on their damn tax form.
Brandon, have any of you guys on the panel ever heard of two politicians named Charlie Rangel and Adam Clayton Powell?
Yes.
Yep.
If you want to know some of Black politics, just follow those two guys. They come in with all that bluster and then they sit down there and waste your time. It's just what it is. They just come in there, they talk all that hot stuff and blah, blah, blah. They get down to Congress, they shake hands, they get deals. I mean, that's the name of the game. Charlie Rangel came in and said, Adam Clayton Powell's not doing the right thing for the community. And then, 30 years later, he had a pot belly. Look, I'm sorry to say, and I know y'all might not like this, it's no different than African politicians. Yep. Right? I saw a clip, I sent it to Dynast, where, yeah, go ahead.
Gas them up. And I said, and I've told my African immigrant family that if you take our Black American leaders and we'll switch them out with your guys, and switch them out with your guys' leadership, y'all will still suffer. Y'all still
of course they would. It'd be the same nonsense. Listen, I saw the thing with Deion Sanders. He's a coach at Jackson State. He said the most Nigerian shit I ever heard in my life. He said, how is it that we got 68,000 tickets sold, but it's only 28,000 tickets accounted for? I said, who's the Nigerian at Jackson State? This is crazy.
Who said this?
Deion Sanders. He said 68,000 tickets was sold at the stadium, but they can only account for 28,000 tickets in terms of revenue. But the stadium was sold out. Right. I said, this is Nigeria. This is just Jackson. They might as well call Jackson State Lagos State football. This is what the hell is going on here?
Black people is going on, bro.
Hold on, Brad. Gasp, that will never happen at a University of Georgia game where more than 50% of the tickets go unaccounted for.
Never.
Heads will roll.
Somebody come up
there.
People will be fired. People will be fired.
I sent it to you, Dynast. I sent you the link. I sent it to you.
Put it in the private chat. Put it in the private chat. I'll play this shit.
Hey.
No, but do y'all find it interesting how Black liberals, especially, all of a sudden are experts on Russia? Because I was thinking about this. A lot of Black people don't know a damn thing about foreign policy, and they can't put two and two together. When Trump was running, how he was saying we should make peace with Russia, I already knew the media was going to attack him for that, because peace with Russia goes against the military-industrial complex. Peace with Russia means the United States is going to work with Russia in Syria and instead of funding rebels to overthrow Syria, we're going to actually finally take out ISIS and pull out. And also, we're going to get out of whatever's going on in Ukraine. But since a lot of Black people do not understand foreign policy, when they think about Russia, they hate Russia. And the only reason why they hate Russia is simply because they're tying Russia to Trump. They don't even understand the repercussions of going to war with Russia. I don't even think a lot of them even know that Russia is a nuclear power. That's why Black people say these stupid things about Russia interfering in the election, and they cannot just put it together in their brains.
Only reason why.
See, let me say that. Let me say this real quick. Let me clarify one thing you said wrong.
This is in the back chat.
When you said that Black people don't know Russia is a nuclear power, let me correct you. Black people lived through the Cold War. They do know Russia is a nuclear power. And let me explain to you why that's perfect for the Democrat agenda. Because once Trump shut down North Korea, punked them, once Trump punked China like he did, there were no more boogeymen for the Democrats to use to fearmonger Black people into voting for them. So Hillary Clinton got on stage at her and Trump's debate, and I swear to God, it's like she picked this shit up off of a lemon
that
tree.
third debate. Third debate.
It came out of absolutely nowhere. See, the problem is, and she literally, it's like she thought about it. See, Russia, and I kid you not, the moment that woman said Russia on stage, it was like a wildfire. All the media, Black folks, Russia's gonna kill us. And the fact that Russia is such a strong country, that is perfect for the Democrats, because they could say, if you don't vote for us, Russia's going to blow you up with nuclear bombs. All they're doing is trying to recreate the Cold War over again so that they can retain power. So any Republican who comes in is a Russian operative. He's colluding with Russia. People get scared. That's the enemy. They keep voting Democrat. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, but it's like what I said. A lot of these Black people talk about white supremacy all the time, take the same points from the same white people who are corrupt. And also, they also like to talk about white colonialism, but then support U.S. foreign policy. It's backwards, and they should shut up and listen to the experts and stop having emotional reaction coming on these panels debating us, not even knowing what the hell they are talking about.
You're absolutely correct. And here's the thing.
I'm gonna play this video after that. I'm gonna play this video, but go ahead.
Okay. We don't what I learned through this past election with Biden is that we don't care about white supremacy. We don't care about white supremacy at all. Because that's what I got out of it, and that's what made me make the change that I've made. Because if you could have, I literally argued with people who said that, well, then he was right about the 94 crime bill. He was right to say that if you don't vote for him, you're not Black, and they anything that a liberal would say, they would back. So my conclusion is that our people have become, as I've said many times, we're more pro-Democrat than we are pro-Black. And that's what the problem is. We've taken on the identity of the white liberal to the point where we believe that their best interest is our best interest when it clearly is not. And so we don't care about white supremacy at all, because if we cared about white supremacy, we would not be differentiating between the masters in the Republican Party and the masters in the Democratic Party.
And if you don't believe that, you ain't Black.
Let me play this clip real quick.
And talk about the dysfunction that they're dealing with because they're subject to be fired. When we do it, you may not like it, but I'm not lying.
You ain't lying.
So if I'm saying, how we gonna be on TV? You don't even sell out a darn home game. So who gonna go want to film an empty stadium? They may not like it, but I ain't lying.
You ain't lying.
How can we have 60,000 people in the darn stadium? You talking about we sold out, and I checked the receipts, and we done sold 28,000 tickets. Now y'all better find out who's stealing, because that affects my pocket. You may not like it, but I ain't lying.
You ain't lying.
So it's a lot of stuff like that, and it's more that goes on that we got to address. I've got several of the coaches on the Zoom call and say, let's talk about our biggest nemesis or detractors or cancers. We just talked about it. And ironically, everybody's dealing with the same foolishness, but people just don't talk about it. This is the problem. I could say stuff. Coach George could say stuff. Coach Hugh Jackson could say stuff. But some guys that don't have that, they can't elaborate and talk about the dysfunction that they're dealing with because they're subject to be fired. when we do it, you may not like it, but I'm not lying.
You ain't lying.
So if I'm saying, how we gonna be on TV? You don't even sell out a darn home game. So who gonna go want to film an empty stadium? They may not like it, but I ain't lying.
You ain't lying.
How can we have 60,000 people in a darn stadium? You talking about we sold out, and I checked the receipts, and we done sold 28,000 tickets. Now y'all better find out who's stealing, because that affects my pocket. You may not like.
He ain't Nigerian.
They was letting niggas in for free. That's what happened. That's what I think. They was letting niggas in for free. I believe they was letting their homies.
No, it was the FBI. It was the Nigerian tellers. They was scamming. It was the Nigerians. Tariq did an expose on it.
I don't even think they sold 68,000 tickets. They sold 28,000 and let 40,000 niggas in for free.
That's what he's saying.
Right, because it's always the hookup. We live with the hookup culture. Oh, you the homie hooked me up, and the girl who cute at the gate, or the guy who's working at the gate see the cute girl and let her and 20 of her friends in, and before you know it, the stadium is full. But Dion should be careful too, because you want a full stadium. That's what you said, right? So you got to kind of take, it's give and take. So
hold on, y'all.
Nah, for real though, he want a full stadium.
So more than half the people didn't pay, and that's okay.
Alan, but hold on.
You gonna be on TV?
Hey, we gotta break.
That's that Nigerian accounting.
Hold on, we gotta break this down, bro. So the 68,000 seats, the stadium sold out, but only 28,000 accounted for.
That's terrible.
40,000 seats. 40,000 seats.
Now, imagine that for a Nigerian election. That's how Nigerian elections are run.
That's every Nigerian. That's even Kenyan elections and every African election, if you want to be honest. They count ballot. Hey, you want me to tell you, when they look, Dynast, in your whole life, Dynast, as long as you've been alive, answer this question honestly. Have you ever experienced, Alan, you too, and anybody here can answer too, in your entire life, have you ever experienced a presidential election where you did not find out the results on the same night?
No, never.
Well, hold on,
Once.
hold on. Al Gore.
Yes, I'll say.
No. They said that Bush won, and then later on, Al Gore didn't accept it. Then they went to court. Bush was declared the winner that night. Remember, and then they investigated Florida. In our lives, as men who are 30, 40 years old, we have never experienced an election where we didn't know the winner the same night. That is every African election. One guy win the day of, 2 weeks later, the other guy's announced as the winner. When I saw that they were still counting ballots with all this technology and organization we supposedly got, when I saw it was almost a week and they were still counting ballots, Dynast, I said these niggas didn't rig the election, because that's how you rig elections. You extend the ballot counting to the point where no one cares, everyone's over it. Then you pull the bullshit, and everybody, what you're doing is you're killing the energy of the people so they don't hit the streets and start going ham. Give them a week to cool down, then announce that you screwed them over.
And you know what? I think Trump had to lose, because we got to continue our foreign policy. Trump was slowing down these wars. We have not entered a new war. And he was talking about pulling out. And I think he was too much of a presence as far as waking the American people up, which another thing Black people should be proud of. Trump finally woke at least the conservative side up to the mainstream media. I hated the media ever since 9/11. I mean, they've been lying since. That's when I woke up. But it seems like a lot of the public was asleep. He was the only one really attacking the mainstream media, waking people up. So I think that's another reason why he had to be taken out, man. We have to.
See, I want to ask you a question.
Ukraine war. Yeah, man. Go ahead.
See, let me ask this quick question, man. Because you just said something interesting. You said that, they had to get Trump out of there. If you study history, and I'm not saying anybody should be a so-called insurrectionist, but isn't it funny, right? Like, we all went to school in America. They teach us how, allegedly, the so-called George Washington and these guys should give me liberty or give me death, and, no taxation without representation, which is BS.
Say that, bastard. Don't try.
Yeah, they said that. Right? No, hold on. I'm just saying, this is what they said, right?
What they saying over in Nigeria? Yeah, the white man.
Of course, that's exactly what they said. But what I'm saying is this. Why are people getting upset when the white boys did it in 2020? Isn't that part of the American tradition?
I'm not getting upset. I love January 6th.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying it's funny how the especially the black Democrats are like, I saw January 6th and I saw something I never saw in my life. It's like, wait a minute, you went to school in this country. They told you that they threw tea in the Boston Harbor.
No,
they told you they was.
They told you that that's what you're supposed to do when the people who you elect to represent you don't represent you.
Thank you. So it's funny as shit, right? It's like that. Does that make sense? Like the history tells you what they did, and I'm not, don't come for me, whoever government, don't beat me up. But isn't that what they did in January? You know what I'm saying? Isn't that what the so-called founding fathers was doing?
They did what they were. Listen, this is the problem, bro. Black people do support insurrection when something don't go their way. But here's the problem, just like Dr. Amos Wilson said. The reason why Black people had a problem with January 6th is because it was white people doing it to other whites.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that.
Black people doing it to ourselves. We are fine when it's us abusing our own, tearing down our own neighborhoods, destroying our own stores. But when somebody threatened that white boy sitting up on that hill, we gonna jump in front of his ass like Kevin Costner jumped in front of Whitney on The Bodyguard.
On The Bodyguard.
But have you ever noticed how black people are all of a sudden so patriotic?
Yo.
But even the Black Lives Matter thing. Look, Dynast, I don't want to get controversial on your show, right? But isn't it funny that, and Trump said this, everybody was out protesting, burning down buildings. You heard these people say, burn down the CVS and burn down, right? Well, I don't want to say these activist names, but all of a sudden when it came time to vote, oh no, we can't go out because it's COVID.
Yep.
But wait, y'all could go outside and burn down stuff. Y'all wasn't scared to burn down entire cities during COVID, but when it was time to vote, oh, COVID! I got to mail in my ballot. I'm confused. What's going on here? I thought y'all was scared of COVID.
During the George Floyd summer, COVID did not exist, bro. And
there was no COVID.
It did. No, they said. No, listen. What I'm saying is they acted like COVID didn't exist. They weren't talking about people need to be separating. They didn't send the police like the Gestapo. Hey, you need to stop this to protect those people from themselves. No, it was fine. COVID, bro, all these people want to do is keep you enraged and keep you fearful. Any way they can do that, it's all good.
Bro, I'm glad you said that, man. I don't know if it was the CDC or some World Health Organization, but they did ask them about the United States protests. And I think they said, regardless of COVID, like social justice far more outweighs the problems with COVID, because they was pretty much justifying that the protest was okay because of social justice. Did y'all hear that? I don't know if that was the World Health Organization.
I want to hear what Alan has to say. Alan, did that make what happened during COVID in the protest? I just want to know, Alan.
What happened during COVID? What happened?
Yeah, why were people so quick to protest during COVID and burn stuff down? But then when it came time to vote, everybody got scared all of a sudden and said, "I got to mail in my vote."
Listen, it doesn't make sense, but people by that point were looking for any excuse to get outside. To be honest, they just wanted to get out. They were tired of being cooped up in their houses, and I personally believe there are people out there during those protests that weren't even out there for the cause. They were out there to just to get out.
Antifa was out there.
Man, they were trying to make some money, bro. They were looting like a mug.
They were trying to get TVs.
Dinah, did you see the news at that time in New York? There were two lawyers that were part of the people rioting. I mean, these are lawyers with like six-figure jobs.
Here in Baltimore,
didn't one lawyer get like locked up for arson or some shit?
Yeah, two lawyers with six-figure jobs. I was sitting there like, wait a minute. You're burning shit and you got a six-figure job. What's going on here? But nobody said nothing about that.
We had two correctional officers here in Baltimore looting and robbing stores. So I mean, again, there were people. I really do believe people just wanted to get out. I think people were tired, and yes, people were shocked by what they saw with George Floyd. But I'm actually, and I don't agree with this person very often, but I want to say I thank God every day that Candace Owens coming out with that documentary to actually show what really is going on in BLM. I think it's pretty shocking. And for those people who don't read up on it, it's you'll get an education.
Dynasty, you seeing in the chat what this guy James is saying?
Hold on, can I address Mark John real quick? Mark John.
Yeah, go ahead, Free Blanche. Go ahead.
Mark John said, "Were there any black people at January 6th?" The answer is yes. So you know they caught the BLM president in Utah. He was there with his crew, and they was in there for filming purposes. I'm trying to figure out, how do you insurrect a place that got visiting hours? I don't understand that. The place got visiting hours. I'm trying to figure out what was the insurrection.
Well, the insurrection was they were going into places where there were legislators, places where they didn't have access to. They were in Nancy Pelosi's office. The one guy went up and stole the dais from the Congress.
So my question is, so why did the police remove the barricades then?
Well, that is an interesting question. I don't know.
They have video footage of folks opening doors in the Capitol and doing all this stuff. So I'm trying to figure out, if it was such a big thing, why is everybody letting them come into the building?
But isn't that the history of the United States? Isn't that what people have always done in this country?
Hey, y'all want to watch this Herschel Walker Warnock?
Oh God!
Y'all want to watch it?
Yeah, play it.
All right, hold on.
Herschel going embarrass.
Come on, Herschel. Come on, man. Come on.
Come on, Herschel.
Stop it.
4th and goal, Herschel. Come on.
We began tonight with opening statements. A card draw determined who will go first. Mr. Walker, we will begin with you. You have 60 seconds.
First, I'd like to acknowledge my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm one of 7 kids, born and raised in Wrightsville, Georgia. My parents taught me about faith, family, education, and the love of country. They also taught me about a good work ethic. And because of that, I found the America's dream. But this race ain't about me. It's about what Raphael Warnock and Joe Biden had done to you and your family. Tonight, he's going to try to sweet talk you that he's doing a good job, but his record speaks for itself. I'm here to tell you that they've raised your taxes, gave you high inflation. They even put men and women's sports. And I want to let you know that Raphael Warnock, we give him 6 more years, think what he's going to do. So I'm here to fix it.
Mr. Walker, thank you. Senator Warnock, we turn now to you for your opening statement. You have 60 seconds.
Well, thank you so very much. And hello, Georgia. It's so wonderful to be back here in my hometown. Now, I know that we're in a debate tonight, but really I come with a deep heart filled with gratitude, probably because I grew up about a mile from here in the Caton Homes housing projects. I'm one of 12 children in my family. Clearly, my preacher parents read the Bible, be fruitful and multiply. When I think about the arc of my life, the short distance and the long distance from there to here, I know that only in America is my story possible. My family taught me the importance of hard work and how to build the beloved community that Dr. King used to talk about, and I brought that spirit to the Senate. At the end of the day, this race is about who's ready to represent Georgia in the U.S. Senate. I think that choice is clear, and I look forward to having that discussion tonight.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to this hour. So we will start tonight with the most important issues facing Georgia voters.
Our next star, Emerson College The Hill poll shows the economy, threats to democracy, and abortion access are the top 3 issues. We're going to begin tonight with the economy. Everyday Georgians are struggling. They're struggling to pay for food, gas, childcare, housing. This week, the inflation rate continues to rise. Mr. Walker, we're going to start with you. You've been openly critical, blaming President Biden and the Democrats for inflation and for the economy. If elected, what is one idea that you would champion to reduce inflation? We ask you to be specific. You have 60 seconds.
Well, first of all, you have to blame this administration and Senator Warnock because within 2 years, this inflation has gotten worse. They cut our energy independence. They also raised taxes. And at the same time, they reckless spending all our money. So he would sit here tonight and say that he's doing a good job for us. And you ask me, what is one job I would do to help the inflation? First of all, we got to become independent, energy independent again. And the reason why, we're going to our enemies to ask for gas and oil. And that puts us not just in a inflation problem, but it put us on a national security problem. And I think that's something that I think Senator Warnock need to realize. And he mentioned that he grew up here in Savannah with 12 siblings, Well, in this area, most people live paycheck to paycheck. And when you have inflation the way he's brought inflation on, how in the world can you buy grocery or gas for your family?
A follow-up question to that, Mr. Walker. Most economists say that cutting government spending is the first step in economic recovery. I would want to ask you, would you consider cutting military funding or spending on social services to accomplish this goal? And you have 30 seconds.
I would not think about cutting military spending because first, I believe in peace through strength. Right now, we're at a brink of war. And I think right now with Senator Warnock, who he and Joe Biden, they don't show any strength. And we have to protect this country. And I said it early on, right now, because we're giving our energy up to our enemies that don't like us, we have to be ready for war. This is not a playground. So we have to be ready for war right now.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Senator Warnock, since President Biden has taken office, inflation has reached levels that we haven't seen in 40 years. You've supported nearly every piece of legislation that this administration has pushed through Congress. Do you take any responsibility for the financial hardships currently that Georgians are facing? And you have 60 seconds.
There's no question that people are feeling pain at the grocery store, at the pump, at pharmacy counters. And while we are paying record prices, a lot of our corporate actors are seeing record profits in the oil and gas industry and the pharmaceutical industry, which is why I've stood up for ordinary, hardworking Georgia families time and time again. I passed the single largest tax cut, contrary to what my opponent is suggesting, for middle and working class families in American history. And we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which had two of my provisions. One, caps the cost of prescription drugs for seniors so they don't have to choose between buying medicine and buying groceries. And one caps the cost of insulin. He said he would not have voted for the Inflation Reduction Act. And I think he should tell the people of Georgia why he thinks they should have expensive insulin and why the pharmaceutical companies should be able to charge us whatever they like.
Well, first of all, may I respond? I believe in reducing insulin, but at the same time, you got to eat right. Because he may not know, and I know many people that's on insulin, and unless you have eating right, insulin is doing you no good. So you have to get food prices down, and you got to get gas down so they can go get insulin. And you continue to pat yourself on the back, but right now, families are starving. Right now, families are hurting, and they're hurting because of the bills and the laws you're passing right now.
Senator Warnock, I'll give you an opportunity for a
Listen,
rebuttal.
I meet people all the time in my church who are trying to manage their diabetes. I've been there when they've gotten the news that they've got to get an amputation. And I think we're hearing from my opponent tonight that it's their fault that prices of insulin are being gouged. I don't think it's their fault. I think it's the fault of these pharmaceutical companies. Insulin's been around 100 years. The patent was sold for $1. They're engaged in price gouging, and too many people in Washington think they work for the pharmaceutical companies. I work for the people of Georgia.
Well, he's in Washington.
Can I finish? I work for the people of Georgia.
Yeah, but you're in Washington.
And that's why I stand up for them every single day.
And you're the leader.
Mr. Walker, let's move forward if we can. A follow-up question to you, Senator, in 30 seconds. Georgians need help right now. In your opinion, is the answer another stimulus check, or is there a better option out there to deal with this right now?
We passed the Inflation Reduction Act. He's already told you he would vote against it.
It didn't reduce inflation.
He's already told you that he doesn't believe in capping the cost of prescription drugs for people like my 84-year-old mother.
No,
I don't think they should. I don't think she should have to choose.
Let's let him talk. You'll get a second.
I don't think she should have to choose between buying medicine and buying groceries. And that's why I've stood up for her, and I've stood up for hardworking families every single day. And I've stood against the corporations that are being bad actors. They're seeing record profits in the middle of a pandemic. And who exploits a pandemic?
Gentlemen, we need to move on to our next topic in the interest of time. So that's election integrity. Tina, it's all yours.
All right, Buck, thank you. Senator Warnock, this question is for you. You have said the new Georgia voting laws implemented after the 2020 election create many obstacles for underserved communities. Yet there was record turnout in Georgia in the primary this May. According to research done by the Brennan Center for Justice, the African American vote grew approximately 50% from 2018 to 2022's primaries. Senator, can you explain how the law negatively impacts minority votes? You have 60 seconds, sir.
So I have spent my whole career long before coming to the Senate fighting for voting rights, because I believe that a vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children. We register people to vote in my church. And in the Senate, I've stood up for democracy because that's the framework in which we get to fight for all of the things we care about. There is no question that SB 202 makes voting harder, and that is the intent. And the fact that many of our voters are overcoming this hardship doesn't undermine that reality. They've made it harder for folks to use the drop boxes. They've shortened the registration times. Folks are saying, you know, you shouldn't have to, you should be able to get food or water in a line. I think the question is more fundamental than that. Why are the lines so long in certain communities and not others? And so I just want to encourage Georgia voters to keep showing up. Don't let anybody take your voice. Don't let anybody take your vote. It took too much to get here, and I'm honored to represent you in the United States Senate.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, we move to you now. In 2020, Georgia became the epicenter for questions on voter fraud. We'd like to hear your thoughts in 60 seconds. Did President Biden defeat former President Donald Trump in 2020? Again, sir, you have 60 seconds.
Well, first of all, I need to mention that he said that SB 202, really, it made it easier to vote and harder to cheat. And she mentioned that more people turned out for the primary. So you gotten good at in Washington not answering that question, because that was the question she asked you. And did President Biden win? President Biden won, and Senator Warnock won. That's the reason I decided to run, because we need a change in Washington. We need leaders that's going to stand up to foreign leaders. We need people that's going to stand up for people in Georgia, because Senator Warnock, he went to Washington, but he forgot about Georgia. And I want to stand for the people of Georgia. He just mentioned he's standing for the people of Georgia, but can you tell me why he voted with Joe Biden 96% of the time if he was standing for Georgia? That tells you that he's for Joe Biden, I'm for Georgia.
Mr. Walker, thank you. Now, before we move on, gentlemen.
I'd like to respond to that.
I will give you that opportunity, sir. I will give you that opportunity, Senator. You have 15 seconds to respond.
It is very clear that my opponent would rather be running against anybody except me. But either me, there are only two people who are going to sit in this seat, either me or my opponent. And I think this race is about who's ready to represent the people of Georgia. And I'm thinking about them every single day.
But if he cut from the same cloth at 96% of the time, I'm running he and Joe Biden because they're the same.
Gentlemen.
Oh shit! Get him, Herschel! Get him, Herschel! Get him, Herschel! Get him, Herschel!
This is for both of you, Senator Warnock. Yes or no, regardless of who wins in November, will you accept the outcome?
Yes.
And Mr. Walker, regardless of who wins in November, will you accept the outcome?
Yes.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Buck, over to you.
Thank you, Tina. We turn now to the topic of abortion. We're going to start with you, Mr. Walker. A week before this debate, a former girlfriend made public accusations saying you paid for an abortion and that you encouraged her to have another. In an ABC News interview this week, you said that the accusations are, quote, all lies. For the voters watching tonight, can you explain the circumstances surrounding these claims? You have 60 seconds.
Well, as I said, that's a lie. And, you know, what most thing I put it in a book. One thing about my life is I've been very transparent, not like the senator. He's hid things. But at the same time, I said that's a lie. And on abortion, you know, I'm a Christian. I believe in life. And I tell people this, Georgia is a state that respects life, and I'll be a senator that protects life. And I said that was a lie, and I'm not backing down. And when you have Senator Warnock, people that would do anything and say anything for this seat, but I'm not going to back down because this seat is too important to the Georgia people for me to back down right now.
You've been vocally pro-life, supporting a ban on abortions without exceptions. Would you support a complete ban on a national level?
Well, first of all, see, that's not true either. I said I support the heartbeat bill. And I say I support the Georgia heartbeat bill because that's the bill of the people from Governor Kemp. And I said, that has exceptions in it. I said, I'm a Christian, but I'm also representing the people of Georgia, and that's who I represent. So what the people of Georgia stand for, I'm going to stand with them.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Senator Warnock, you've said repeatedly that the exam room is too small for the patient, her doctor, and the U.S. government. We're asking you to take a clear position right now. Do you believe there should be any limitations on abortion set by the government? And you have 60 seconds.
I think that the women of this country and the women of this state woke up one summer morning and a core protection that they've known for 50 years was taken from them by an extremist Supreme Court. And I stand where I've said I stand in the past, that a patient's room is too narrow and small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. We are witnessing right now what happens when politicians, most of them men, pile into patients' rooms. You get what you're seeing right now. And the women of Georgia deserves a senator who will stand with them. I trust women more than I trust politicians.
May I respond?
Very quickly, Mr. Walker.
Hey, you know, it is, and I heard about him. I heard he was a neat talker, but did he not mention that there's a baby in that room as well? And also, did he not mention that he asking the taxpayer to pay for it? So he's bringing the government back into the room. So he's not talking about that.
Got him.
So when he mentioned that, it's like I've not seen too many pastors that would say that statement.
Mr. Warnock, I'll give you a chance to rebut.
I am a pastor. I'm a man of faith. And I have a profound reverence for life and a deep respect for choice. And because I have such a profound reverence for life, it's one of the reasons why I've stood up to address this issue of maternal mortality in our country. We lead all of the Western nations on that front, and Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die even when they have the insurance and the income. Now, that's something government could actually do something about. And I joined with Marco Rubio of Florida to pass a bill to address maternal mortality. The women of Georgia have a clear choice as we're watching women die. Do you want a senator who wants to control your life, or do you want a senator who wants to save your life? Well, I want to save your life.
Well, what's funny,
We need
man,
to keep moving, Mr. Walker.
I have to respond to this.
Very quickly.
Because he told me Black Lives Matter. And if you think about it, Senator, in Atlanta, Georgia, there's more Black baby that is aborted than anything. So if Black Lives Matter, why are you not protecting those babies? And instead of aborting those babies, why are you not baptizing those babies?
Mr. Warnock, or Senator Warnock, we'll give you a chance to respond to that.
Hey, you gotta begin. You got him.
Got him. Have a clear choice. He says no exceptions, even in the case of rape, incest, or the life of the mother. I think that's extreme. It's out of touch with Georgia. And I intend to do the work that senators can do.
See, he didn't read the heartbeat bill, though. Wait, he didn't read the heartbeat bill. That there is exceptions for that in the heartbeat bill. So when he made a statement that is untrue,
that we need to
and I
move
do
on.
respect
Okay, we've
that,
got
but Senator,
a
you have
lot
to
to
read
get at
that
tonight.
bill.
A follow-up question for you, Senator Warnock. We ask that you take a listen to something that you said at a rally just a couple of weeks ago.
So women, I trust women and their wisdom and their ability to sit with their own doctor. That's right. And if they choose to sit with their pastor. And to pray about that and let their own conscience guide them. Even God gave us a choice. That's right,
Even God gave us a choice. Can you clarify what you meant by that? You have 30 seconds.
Oh, I think it's self-explanatory. God gave us a choice. And I respect the right of women to make a decision. These are medical decisions. They're deeply personal. Women find themselves in a range of circumstances. And this issue has been far too politicized. And we're witnessing right now the chaos that ensues as a result of that. And women right now who may be facing a miscarriage in some cases are wondering what will happen and how will they have to explain that. I think that's deeply problematic. There are enough politicians piling into the rooms of patients, and I don't plan to join them.
But just to clarify, in your opinion, God gave us a choice in regards to abortion.
It is apparent that God has given us a range of choices, And the people of Georgia have a choice right now about who they think should represent them in the Senate.
And may I have to respond?
Mr. Walker, we
because-
do have to move
Yeah, I
on to our
agree.
next
This will be
topic.
very short, because he's correct. God gave us a choice. But also within the Bible, if you read the Bible more, God said, choose life. In the Bible, it says, I give you a choice. Just like Adam and Eve had a choice, but they chose death.
Very
And
quick,
God
rebuttal,
says you
very
choose.
quick. Mr. Walker, we need to move forward.
I think he wants to arrogate to politicians more power than God has.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. We're going to have to move on to our next topic, okay? Tina?
Okay. We are moving on, gentlemen, on the next topic, and it is about student loans. We turn to Christian Dent, a college student and Nexstar News Nation viewer from Locust Grove, Georgia.
As a college student at the University of Georgia, me and my peers are often faced with confronting the rising costs that come with obtaining a college degree. In the United States Senate, will you support further forgiveness of student loan debt? And if so, how will you implement it in the United States Senate on a federal level?
Our thanks to Christian for that question. Senator Warnock, your answer, please, in 60 seconds.
I wouldn't be standing here tonight if it weren't for low interest student loans and Pell Grants. And in the years since I've graduated, that path has gotten harder. I ran into a couple on a flight, and they wrote a note for me. They were with their one-year-old son. They said, whatever you do, please do something about this student debt. The mother said, I borrowed $35,000. I paid back $20,000. I still owe $30,000. And that's why I pushed the president to do student debt relief. He did $10,000, and with my urging, he did $20,000 for folks with Pell Grants. I think it was the right move. It will spur entrepreneurship, home ownership. It helps kids in technical schools and vocational schools, not just four-year colleges. But we need reform. We shouldn't be doing this again 10 years from now. And I'm working right now on the kind of reform we need, because college is outpacing the price of everything else in our economy.
A follow-up for you, sir. Why do you believe this should be done through executive action instead of Congress? And also, how would this be funded? You have 30 seconds.
The president has already moved to do student debt relief. And there's additional relief for folks like me who, when they got student loans, were Pell Grant eligible. But there's no question we need reform in the system so that we can get the cost of college underway. We don't find ourselves here again. And that's my position. Thank you.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, to repeat Christian's question, will you support further forgiveness of student loan debt? And if so, how would you implement it?
Well, first of all, you can see
60
that.
seconds, sir. I
Yes,
apologize.
first of all, you can see that Senator Warnock has gotten good at being in Washington, because you asked the question, why did Congress not do it instead of the president doing an executive order, which is what should have been done. And as I was traveling around the state of Georgia, I talked to people. Some people wanted to go to college, they couldn't. So they ended up going and working on father's farm. Some military wanted to go to college, they didn't. So he went to the military, may have lost an arm. So this is not right. Georgia people say it's not right. They said it's unfair. First of all, how can you transfer someone debt who owe it to someone that don't owe it? And also, Senator Warnock brags about making $400 billion that now the taxpayer, all you in the audience, got to pay for. You got to pay that debt. And I didn't co-sign for anyone's loan. I hope no one out here co-signed for anyone's loan, because I didn't co-sign for anyone's loan, and it's not right, it's not fair.
Mr. Walker, we're continuing with a follow-up for you now, Mr. Walker. College tuition, it skyrocketed 175% over the past 20 years. What will you do to stem the cost of higher education going forward?
Well, first
you
of
have
all,
30 seconds.
First of all, what you should do is get rid of federal funding of any college that raised their costs. Get rid of federal funding of any college that raised their costs. That's the first thing that you should do.
So that is what you would do.
Yeah,
We're asking what you would do.
Well, any college that raised their costs, I get rid of any federal funding that they're going to get.
Thank you.
You know,
We're
I find it interesting that folks are
Senator
offended
Warnock,
by...
Senator Warnock,
yes.
I'm going to give you this one. I'm going to give you a pass for 15 seconds.
I will be very brief, I promise.
Very brief.
It's interesting to me that folks who have been crying about the student debt relief haven't said anything about multi-billionaire corporate entities who've gotten PPP loans. I wonder why Mr.
We're going to move on. We're moving on. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Warnock. Your time is up. Mr. Walker, we are moving on.
Yes,
We're going to move on to minimum wage, gentlemen. We have a
Yes.
lot to get through
Yes.
tonight. We've made that clear at the top of the hour. So
Yes.
let's get as many questions as we can in, because Georgia voters want to know where you stand on these issues. They have to make a decision. Let them know tonight. Buck?
Thank you, Tina. Now, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, 14% of Georgians live in poverty. The federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour, a number that has not increased since 2009. Let's do this by a simple showing of hands. Raise your hand if you support a federal minimum wage. Okay, Mr. Walker, you did not raise your hand, so I'd like to ask you, first of all, why not, and what would you do to help struggling Georgians?
Well, when you say a federal, I think right now, and he said that I want the federal government. No, he wants the federal government to run your life. Right now, I think you have to work with different corporations and see just where they can pay. There are some companies right now, and he should know this, after getting the All-Star game moved out of Atlanta, they destroyed a lot of small businesses. So those small businesses couldn't pay $15, $20 an hour. So they have to pay what they're capable of paying. So to mandate a federal fee that they have to pay hourly wage, no, I couldn't approve that.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Senator Warnock, you did not raise your hand, so why not, and what would you do to help struggling Georgians?
I believe in the dignity of work, and I believe in the dignity of workers. I watched my dad work really hard to take care of his family, and I've seen what we call essential workers, these folks who are on the front line, stand up for us in the midst of the pandemic. We call them essential workers. They deserve an essential wage and essential benefits. In other words, workers deserve to participate in the prosperity that they are creating for others. And so I've been a part of this conversation around the minimum wage. I think people need a livable wage. And some of that is being addressed right now in this strong labor market. So I'm willing to work with folks in the corporate community as well as the labor community to figure out how we get to a good place. But there's no question, people deserve to participate in the prosperity that they're creating for others. They deserve a livable wage, and they deserve benefits.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. We're going to move to our next topic. Tina?
And that topic is crime and violence. In June, Congress passed the first bipartisan legislation to combat gun violence in 30 years. According to a Pew Research poll released in July, 78% of Americans think the new gun law will do little or nothing to reduce gun violence. Senator Warnock, I turn to you first. As the number of shootings in Georgia and across the nation continue to rise, what should be done? What should the next step be to solve this issue? You have to answer this question, sir, and I give you 1 minute.
Well, I'm glad that we finally passed the first gun safety law in 30 years. And we did that on a bipartisan basis. I believe that this law will indeed save lives. And I'd like to see us work and see what we can achieve beyond that on a bipartisan basis. My heart goes out when I see the kinds of tragedies that we're witnessing all across our state, all across our country. And it's the reason why I have passed legislation to support law enforcement. I passed the largest investment in the COPS program in a decade. I introduced legislation called Invest to Protect that's endorsed by the sheriffs of Burke County and Scriven County because it supports some of our smaller law enforcement entities. So we got to stand up with law enforcement, but we've also got to create opportunity.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, we're posing the same question to you, sir. In 1 minute, what should the next step be to solve gun violence?
Well, first of all, any law or bill passed that affect anyone's Second Amendment, I'm not going to stand for and I won't support. But third, to hear Senator Warnock talks about supporting law enforcement is sad because he's called them names. And because of the name calling he's done, the morale is down, recruitment is down, only because of what he's done. He's empowered criminals to think they're better than the police. And because he believes in no cash bail, in releasing prisoners, he don't protect the border. Fentanyl is coming to this country and also into Atlanta. 70% of the drugs coming from the border goes to Atlanta, Georgia. And he talks about the police. I have more sheriff that has endorsed me than anyone running in Georgia right now. And I even have some sheriffs here, they've endorsed me because they know I have their back, they're gonna have my back. So to listen to him say that after calling them name, I think is a disgrace.
Mr. Walker, thank you. I have a follow-up now for both of you.
I think I ought to be able to respond to that.
I will give you the opportunity, 15 seconds to respond, Senator Warnock.
We will see time and time again tonight, as we've already seen, that my opponent has a problem with the truth. And just because he said something doesn't mean it's true. I have supported our police officers. I've called them and I've prayed with their families, like those officers lost in Cobb County when they were killed, doing what police officers routinely do. You can support police officers, as I've done, through the COPS program, through the Invest to Protect program, while at the same time holding police officers, like all professions, accountable. One thing I have not done, I've never pretended to be a police officer, and I've never threatened a shootout with the police.
Well, and now I have to respond to that.
We are moving on,
I
gentlemen.
have to respond to that. And you know what's so funny? I am work with many police officers, and at the same time,
Mr. Walker, Mr. Walker, Mr. Walker, Mr. Walker, excuse me, Mr. Walker, please, out of respect, I need to let you know, Mr. Walker, you are very well aware of the rules tonight.
Yes.
And you have a prop.
Yes.
That is not allowed, sir. I ask you to put that prop away.
Well, it's not a prop. This is real. And he said, I have a problem. I never worked with law enforcement.
It is considered a prop, Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
You're very well aware of the rules, aren't you?
Well,
aren't you aware of the rules?
He brought up the truth. Let's talk about the truth.
Thank you for putting that prop away. And as a matter of fact, we still have a lot to get to, and we are not going to continue this. We're going to follow up with a question. And this is according to the CDC. Homicide is the leading cause of death for African-American youth. Mr. Walker, in 30 seconds, why do you believe this is happening? And what would you do to stop it?
Well, what I would do is hold people accountable, which is Senator Warnock not doing. Believing in no cash bail, no accountability, that is a problem. People must be accountable for their action. And the truth lies with Senator Warnock, because he said he was going to Washington to represent Georgia. He went to Washington to represent Joe Biden. That's the reason we're in the mess we're in today, because he represents Joe Biden and not the truth for Georgia.
Senator Warnock, this follow-up for you, same question. What do you believe homicides among African-American youth is growing? Why are those homicides growing, sir? And how do we stop it?
Well, it's heartbreaking. And I've seen this up close as a pastor. I've presided over some of these funerals. I've met with young people. And we have to have rules and laws in the society, which I support and I've invested in as a legislator. At the same time, we have to create opportunity. There's no sickness like the loss of hope. When people lose hope, when they doubt that their life can be any longer, or that they can dream of something bigger than the street they live on, a lot of things can happen. I grew up in one of those neighborhoods, but I had a nurturing family, and I benefited from good federal public policy, like the Head Start program, like Upward Bound, like Pell Grants and low interest student loans. And to invest in our children is to invest in our best resource.
Senator Warnock, thank you. We are moving on, gentlemen, to the next question. And this topic is about personal integrity. Buck?
We're going to shift gears a little bit here. Senator Warnock, in 2020, you tweeted this: unemployment benefits have expired, rent is due, and many Georgia families are at risk of eviction. My opponents are supposed to be serving the people in Washington, but they are clearly concerned with their own interests. Well, recent published reports talk about a property that your church owns, Columbia Towers at MLK Village in Atlanta. It's a home for the disadvantaged. At least a dozen lawsuits have been filed by residents evicted for not being able to pay their rent. Some of the outstanding balances are less than $30. As someone who receives more than $7,000 a month for a housing allowance from Ebenezer Baptist Church, how do you explain this to Georgia voters who are struggling currently to make ends meet?
Well, let me say that serving in the United States Senate and continuing to serve my church is the honor of my life. And it gives me a lens through which to do the work that I'm doing. But here's why you know I'm running against a desperate candidate. Anytime a candidate would stoop to the level of trying to sully the name, he and his allies, to sully the name of Martin Luther King Jr.'s church and John Lewis's church, you know that's a desperate candidate. Let me tell you about my church. My church is a Matthew 25 church. We spend every week, every day feeding the hungry and the homeless. They know that those false charges that they've created are not true. We stand up for poor people every single day, and I ran for the Senate to do at a policy level what we do at a local level every single day. I'm not going to be distracted by him and his allies. My people know the truth. They know the work we do every single day, and I couldn't be prouder of them. Proud to represent the Senate and proud to serve Ebenezer Baptist Church.
So just to clarify, your position is that the allegations in these lawsuits are not true?
I am saying that it is very obvious that my opponent and his allies are busy trying to sully Ebenezer Baptist Church.
Now you see the problem with the truth.
Switching gears a little bit here, sir. Your ex-wife filed a lawsuit asking for increased child support, saying that she had to pay for child care on days that your duties as a senator interfered with your parenting time, and citing significant increases in your income. In 30 seconds, what is your response to that lawsuit?
Listen, I went through a divorce, like a lot of people. And while that was a painful period, what came out of that was two amazing children that I just talked to before I came on this stage. And my children know that I am with them and for them, and that I support them in every single way that a father does.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Now to you, Mr. Walker. Recent ads have highlighted allegations of past domestic violence. They've raised questions about how transparent you've been as far as your resume. In 1 minute, how do you respond to voters who question your integrity, both personally and professionally?
First of all, I've been very transparent, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. And I say I had a mental problem, and I'll be a champion for mental health, because so many people suffer from mental health. But to have people like Senator Warnock that demonize mental health, when I want to tell everyone out there, you can get help. Don't listen to Senator Warnock and his people. You can get help. All you got to do is ask. All you got to do is ask. But the problem with the truth, you just saw it. You just saw it, because he won't answer that about evicting the people from the church. And I told him I'll pay their salary. You're evicting them right now.
We have not evicted. We have not evicted those.
I didn't write the article.
I didn't
write the article. And most of the people out there still my time.
I'm okay with the discussion if you start talking over each other.
We have not evicted the tenants,
Senator.
And he should take that money and pay it back to the veterans that he exploited while pretending to run
too. And see, you can tell that he's not desperate, because if he had read in that thing, he would have saw that I had nothing to do with that. But he is so desperate right now, and he really wants that seat. He's now telling you, I didn't evict anyone. It is written in the paper. I didn't do this. Well, Senator, you did. And it's okay to speak the truth. Do not bear false witness, Senator. Do not bear false witness.
Mr. Walker, to keep this moving, I want to follow up with you. You have been very open on your, Mr.
Got him.
Warnock, we need to move forward here. You have been very open about your struggles with mental illness, and you even wrote a book about your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder. We recently asked if you were still receiving treatment, and this is what you had to say.
No, that's all done, and you don't need to. And that's why I tell people, I think one thing I told people is I've been open about it, and I was open about it, 14 years ago.
Mr. Walker, in 30 seconds, can you clarify this? Are you saying you no longer have dissociative identity disorder, or is this something that you continue to this day to manage?
No, you don't have to have treatment for it. And I encourage people to continue to talk to people. You know, I talk to my pastors. I talk to my pastors, and I continue to get help if I need help. But I don't need any help. I'm doing well. But that's the reason why I tell anyone out there that is suffering from any type of mental illness, you can get help. All you got to do is ask. And I will always, always be a champion for mental health.
And just to clarify, how can Georgia voters, though, be assured that this will not impact your ability to lead if elected?
Because I'm ready to lead today. I'm ready to vote with the Georgia voters, whereas Senator Warnock has voted with Joe Biden 96% of the time. I'm ready to vote with the Georgia voters today.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move on to our next topic. Tina?
And that topic, gentlemen, is health insurance. Georgia is one of 12 states that have not accepted federal funding to expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. Mr. Walker, with more than 1.5 million Georgians uninsured, in 1 minute, is it time for the federal government to step in to ensure all Georgians have access to health care?
Well, right now, people have coverage for health care. It's according to what type of coverage do you want? Because if you have an able-bodied job, you're going to have health care. But everyone else have health care is the type of health care you're going to get. And I think that is the problem. And what Senator Warnock wants you to do is depend on the government. What I want you to do is get off the government health care and get on the health care he's got to get you a better health care. So that's what I'm trying to do, to make you independent rather than dependent.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Senator Warnock, you have 1 minute. You've vowed to close the Medicaid gap by expanding access coverage in the Affordable Care Act marketplace. So this comes with a $50 billion price tag, the national debt already at an all-time high. Where is this money coming from? You have 60 seconds, sir.
This is not a theoretical issue for me. When I think about healthcare, I think about Lori Davis, a trauma nurse in Covington, Georgia, who spent her career taking care of people. And then she got sick and she had to give up that job. And as she got sicker and sicker, she found herself without health care. She was one of the 600,000 Georgians in the Medicaid gap. She died for lack of health care. And so I ran saying that I would fight to expand Medicaid. Georgia needs to expand Medicaid. It costs us more not to expand. What we're doing right now is we're subsidizing health care in other states. Meanwhile, we've seen 10 hospitals in this state close, 10. And the Atlanta Medical Center right down the street from my church, where I visit my members, has announced that it's going to close. And so Georgia needs a senator who believes, like I do, that health care is a human right. And I will continue to fight until the working class people, by the way, the folks who don't have health care, they work every single day. The folks who are in the gap,
and I believe in that.
The folks, let me
healthcare.
finish. The
Your
folks,
time was
the
up,
folks who
Senator.
are in the gap, the folks who are in the gap are the working poor.
We are moving on, Senator
And I
Warnock.
believe in healthcare, but he didn't mention
Listen,
that he
Mr.
got,
Walker, if I can get
Yes.
your attention, please. In just a few weeks, WellStar will close its doors. This is Atlanta Medical Center, which primarily serves patients in lower income and minority communities. Hospitals nationwide are dealing with nursing shortages, doctor shortages in the wake of the pandemic. Mr. Walker, what measures can Congress enact to ensure everyone has access to hospitals and doctors? You have 30 seconds, sir.
Well, first of all, Senator Warnock was correct that he believed in working with people, but he didn't do it because Governor Kemp has a plan that would have been a very good plan. But he stood back while Biden destroyed the plan. And he's talking about he believes in the extension of it. He stood back. Well, what the people can be assured of is I'm willing to meet with hospital administrators, meet with people rather than writing a letter, because Senator Warnock waited till they made the decision and wrote a letter. And I said, they don't need a pen pal, they need solutions.
We are moving on now. Senator Warnock, that same question to you, sir. What measures can Congress enact to ensure everyone has access to hospitals and doctors? You have 30 seconds.
Well, clearly he doesn't have a solution.
Well, I said I'll meet with administrators. That's a solution.
He said
You didn't do that.
his solution is to meet. My solution is to pass legislation, which I've done. I got $4 billion in the American Rescue Plan to help the non-expansion states to do what they should have done to expand. They left that money on the table. Georgia left 600,000 Georgians in the Medicaid gap. And so I'm going to keep standing up because people are literally dying for lack of health care. Dr. King said that of all the injustices, inequality in health care is the most shocking and the most inhumane. I agree with Dr. King.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Buck, now the next topic.
Thank you, Tina. We're going to talk about foreign policy now. Russian President Vladimir Putin has threatened to use nuclear weapons in the conflict with Ukraine, prompting President Biden to claim that we are on the verge of Armageddon. Senator Warnock, if nuclear weapons are used, how should the United States respond? You have 60 seconds.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that we are standing up to Putin's aggression. And we have to continue to stand up, which is why I stood up to the Biden administration when it suggested that we should close the Savannah Combat Readiness Training Center. I told the president that was the exact wrong thing to do at the exact wrong time. And I'm glad that I was able to stand up with Congressman Buddy Carter and others. And we kept that training center open. I've seen up close what those service members do. They are the tip of the spear. And we have to make sure that our service members know that we have their back. We have to strengthen our allies and the NATO alliance as we've done, and make sure we stand up to Russian aggression. Nothing could be more important.
Mr. Walker, the same question to you. If nuclear weapons are used, how should the U.S. respond? You have 60
Well, first of all, he talked about standing up. You didn't stand up to Chuck Schumer when you could have got a helicopter company here of almost $1 billion. You let it go to New York. You didn't stand up then. You didn't stand up to Biden when he left American people and had 13 military soldiers killed in Afghanistan. You didn't stand up then. So what we can do is, Putin is a bully. And the way you beat a bully, you show strength. Well, Senator Warnock say he stood up. He not stood up to Biden. If he was standing up, he wouldn't have voted with him 96% of the time, which gave us an open border, which gave us high inflation, which gave us crime in the streets. And he talking about standing up. He didn't stand up. He have laid down every time it came around. And you know that, Senator.
It is evident that he has a point that he tries to make time and time again. I've stood up to the Biden administration so that they could keep open this Combat Training Readiness Center, stood with our congressional delegation to do that. I've worked across the aisle time and time to get good things done for the people of Georgia. I worked with a senator from Texas to build out I-14. I worked with a Republican senator from Alabama to help Georgia farmers get their products to market. I will work with anyone and stand up against anybody I need to stand up against to get good things done for Georgia. I work for the people of Georgia.
We need to move forward to our next topic, gentlemen. Our time is running short. Both of you have strong backing from your respective parties. Senator Warnock, a simple yes or no here. You will have a chance to explain, but I'd like a simple yes or no. Would you support President Biden running for a second term in 2024?
I've not spent a minute thinking about what politicians should run for what in 2024.
Is that a yes or a no?
The answer is I have not. And maybe this is difficult. Maybe this is difficult for people to understand because that's how politicians think. I think that part of the problem with our politics right now is that it's become too much about the politicians. You're asking me who's going to run in 24? The people of Georgia get to decide who's going to be their senator in 3 days, Monday. And I hope they'll show up and vote. And I'd be honored to represent them in the Senate.
You haven't thought about it. If you can think about it now, in 2024, the president will turn 82 years old. Are you concerned about his physical and his mental fitness at that time? You have 30 seconds.
The people of Georgia hired me to represent them regardless of who's in the White House. I'm honored to do that job every single day. My dad said, if somebody hires you to do a job, do the job they hired you to do. They didn't hire me to be a pundit. And I'm working every single day for hardworking families in Georgia, for our women, for our workers, and for kids like me growing up in places like Caton Homes.
Mr. Walker, former President Trump is also considering a run for the White House in 2024. If you can give me a simple yes or no answer, and we'll give you time to explain as well. Would you support a Trump 2024 run?
Yes, I would. And let me tell you, President Trump is my friend. Has nothing to do with that. He's my friend. I won't leave my allies, which is what Senator Warnock and Joe Biden did in Afghanistan. They left their allies. They left their allies, and right now on a foreign stage, a lot of these people don't trust us no more. They don't trust us to be strong anymore. So they're waiting to see who's going to stand up, who's going to trust. They have no one to trust right now because I said, President Trump is my friend, and he won't stand up with Biden when yet he's voted with him 96% of the time. Let's be real.
Mr. Walker, are you concerned about the ongoing legal investigations around the country and including here in Georgia? You have 30 seconds.
Well, first of all, I would hope that Senator Warnock, he and myself being people of color, would want the scales of justice to not have a hand on it. We want the Lady Justice to be blind, but in this instance here, Lady Justice is not blind. And I said, right now, with everything that is going on, what I like to do is get to what's important. What's important is protecting the border. What's important is protecting people on the street. What's important is getting this inflation down, not what's going on there in Washington, talking about whether President Trump is guilty or not guilty. What I wanted to do is see due process, which is what I hope Senator Warnock and myself would love to see.
Changing topics now, we're going to move forward just to give you guys both an update that you may want to know, although the news is not great if you're a Braves fan. Right now, they're in the top of the ninth inning, Game 3, National League Division Series, down 9-1 to the Phillies. Not a great night for the Braves. Just a few weeks ago, the World Series champs, though, they did visit the White House. Their visit sparked a renewed debate about the team's name and their signature tomahawk chop. Mr. Walker, do you believe the Braves should rethink their name, their logo, or their signature cheer? You have 30 seconds.
Not at all. You know, right now, we have too many other things to be concerned about. We have people dying on the streets in Atlanta, around the country. We have people living paycheck to paycheck, can't afford food to put on their table, can't afford gas. We have Putin out there. We have China out there. We can't be concerned about whether the Braves are going to change their name. We need to be concerned about saving this country. We need to be concerned about saving the Georgia people. We need to be concerned about giving people a right to live the liberties and freedoms that the Constitution of the United States guarantees them to have.
Senator Warnock, the same question to you in regards to the Braves. Do you think they should rethink their name, their logo, or their signature cheer?
Well, first of all, I'm praying for the Braves right about now. They've got a ways to go here. Listen, the management of the Braves is meeting with our tribes, and they're having a conversation about this. And I know the folks over at the Braves organization, and I trust that they and the tribes that they're talking to will come to a place that makes sense for all involved.
Senator Warnock, we're going to go ahead and continue. We want to get a few more questions in tonight. Senator Warnock, some of your Senate colleagues have called for expanding the number of seats on the Supreme Court. In 15 seconds, quickly, sir, would you support this?
What I support.
Expanding
listen,
the seats on the Supreme Court.
I think that my job as a senator is to protect the rights of ordinary citizens. And for the first time, perhaps in my lifetime, we've seen those rights contract rather than expand, whether we're talking about the reproductive rights of women or voting rights. And I'm going to do everything I can to protect the rights of the citizens of Georgia.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Mr. Walker, would you support expanding the number of seats on the Supreme Court? In 15 seconds, sir.
Yes, when you get in Washington, you have to become a leader. Being a leader, you have to make tough decisions. And you see on that answer there, he really didn't give you an answer. So my answer is no. I wouldn't know.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now we have reached the point for final moments of this debate, a chance for your closing remarks. You have 60 seconds.
Each have 60 seconds to answer, and Senator Warnock, you have the floor first.
Well, thank you so very much, Georgia. It's wonderful to be here. Listen, in this state, we have nearly 11 million people, and only 2 people get to represent us in the United States Senate, just 2. And when I think about that, it is an awesome responsibility, one that humbles me and inspires me to work as hard as I can for hardworking families every single day. And I've worked with Democrats and Republicans in order to do that work. These are difficult times. These are dark times. But the scripture says that the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcometh it not. I'm honored to represent you in the Senate. I hope that you'll show up to vote early beginning Monday. I'd be honored to have your vote. God bless you. Keep the faith.
Mr. Walker, your turn for closing statements, and you have 60 seconds as well.
For those of you who are concerned about voting for me, a non-politician, I want you to think about the damage politicians like Joe Biden and Raphael Warnock have done to this country. I want you to think about Raphael Warnock, what he said today. And I said he was going to try to give you some smooth talk and tell you what's happening. What's happening is this country is hurting. What's happening is we need leaders. So what I want to say to you, Senator Warnock, is I want to thank you. I want to thank you for this. But at the same time, I want to say Georgia needs leaders. They need leaders that's going to stand up for them. So let's think about if we give Senator Warnock 6 more years, think of what this country will become. I'm not sure if we can make up for that.
Gentlemen,
so I
thank
said
you.
Vote for Herschel Walker.
Thank you both, gentlemen. That's going to conclude our debate for this evening. Before we leave tonight, though, we want to remind voters that early voting begins in
Free Blanche. You did good. Free Blanche. Free Blanche.
Listen, man.
Hey,
Herschel won.
Listen, he did good. He did good. He did.
He won. He won. He won. It wasn't even close, really. It wasn't even close.
Bro, he did good. Herschel did good.
Hey, man, he won that debate. And Warnock had his whole church in there, too, and he still won.
Bruh. Oh, hold on. Fitzgerald, I need you to call in, Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald, click the link, Fitzgerald called in. Herschel won. Herschel won that debate. Bro, listen. Now I'm gonna call out Fitzgerald. Like me and Fitzgerald were talking one day, and Fitzgerald was like, "Nah, man, I know you ain't voting for Herschel Walker." I said, "Listen, I'm voting for him." And Fitzgerald was just like, "Why? Like, do you hear him on TV, Donnie? Do you hear Herschel Walker on TV?" He said, "Dude,
hey, he called out Warnock about 4 times for not answering the question."
Hold on 1 second. Herschel won.
He won.
Okay, so we talked about this offline. You think he got a shot still?
No.
You think dude? Herschel won, bro. Like I'm shocked. Like I was nervous.
Herschel Walker won this debate clearly, but it ain't gonna be enough because you know how
I don't know.
I want him to win though. I want him to win. He got my vote.
No, here goes. Fitzgerald, go ahead. I need your commentary on the.
Mr. Walker won. As he was very prepared. I think he did a lot to. Excuse me. Good evening, Dynast and audience. He changed his image in one sitting. He had an image of being buffoonish, seemingly uneducated, indecisive, stumbling over his words, but he was prepared for this. He clearly beat him hands down, talking about the issues, giving direct answers, which grown men and women require. Didn't back down, was assertive, not rude. Warnock was not prepared for him at all. I think he called himself was going to wing it. And the man stuck to the most important thing, the issues. Leaving that ending statement, he said, "Hey, we can't survive with the Biden administration continually doing what they're doing." He pointed out factors why: inflation, unchecked immigration. Those 2 factors enough alone to really get people thinking. And this is what the Democrats are going to throw out there among people to keep going with the same status quo. Not that I fare with Republicans better, but they do speak on issues that are important to every American, particularly should be very important to Black Americans with the immigration. There's clearly a Democratic replacement policy in place. There's a separation with Black women, Black men. They're filtering more so to the vision with dividing us, and people are concerned, man, about how they're going to put food on the table, about the runaway gas prices, and the middle class, which is the backbone of this nation. They're being sorely affected. And so the man was short, sweet, decisive with his thing, non-assaultive, non-combative. He just beat him on the issues, which is what matters. Now they're going to go back like, man, dang, this ain't the Herschel we prepared for. We prepared for a Herschel going to stumble over his words and not say, going to do double talk and double speech and looking away, looking down, seemed like he needed someone to read him a card and tell him what to say next. But this man acted, Mr. Walker act like a senatorial material. So he's won.
Chill Will, go ahead, Chill Will, unmute yourself.
Hey, how you doing, Dynast?
I'm doing good, man.
Hey, I'm here in Georgia, man, and I'm just gonna say this. I think that Herschel Walker whooped him in every aspect. I think that it was a whole flip-flop. Senator Warnock, he seemed like he was very unconfident. He didn't.
Hey, Chill, somebody's in the background. I can't hear you. Like, just I don't know.
I'm sorry, man. That was my kids. They were saying, "Hey, Dynast," because they heard me talking to you. I'm sorry.
Hey. But Chill, give me your honest opinion. Give me your honest opinion on this debate. I think Herschel won.
Man, Herschel beat the brakes off of Senator Warnock. It was a flip-flop to me, because I think everybody was expecting Herschel to be the one that was stumbling over his words and didn't know what he was talking about. And honestly, Herschel was the one that stood up. And to be honest with you, he kind of changed my vote, man.
Yeah. I'm like I said, I'm voting Herschel. I'm voting Herschel. Herschel did good.
I think I'm going for Herschel.
Herschel did good.
And I stay here in Georgia. I live in Jonesboro, and a lot of talk about Warnock. But after this debate right here, man, it really changed my mind. It really is the guy for us.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro.
That's all I wanted to say, Dynast, man. And just wanted to say I'm enjoying the show. Thank you so much, man.
All right, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Free Blanche. I mean, Herschel got him. I mean, of course, you got the people who are loyal to Warnock, but I think they're even shocked. Like I'm in like this group on Facebook and just reading. So here we go. Herschel did better than expected. That's why it may be misconstrued as winning. Like, I mean,
yeah, but you saying better than expected, but he actually beat him though. And like he actually beat him.
That's what somebody was saying. Yeah, I mean, somebody was saying he did better. Yeah, I mean, Fitzgerald. Remember our conversation a couple months ago about Herschel?
Yeah, but this was the old Herschel. This was the guy who's been fumbling over his words, who's been seeing like, he's not political material. He's definitely not senatorial material. He doesn't, he's fumbling over his words. He sounds indecisive. He doesn't present that strong leadership right here. This guy came out in the mode when he was playing with the running back with University of Georgia, just running over people. That's what you saw to Herschel tonight. And frankly, he needed to. Someone coached him, and with his team, and they said, listen, you got to let people know that you're sticking to the issues. You're not going to try to talk about your personal life or get into things like that. You're not going to deflect. Like a brilliant response. What do you think about the Braves, man? Braves, he in essence like what the heck are you guys talking about? Man, we got bigger issues on the table than talk about the baseball. And that was a checkmate move right there, man. No, if I lived in Georgia, I would vote for him. Okay, I mean he really impressed me. Just about sticking with the issues, and that's what people want, man. They're tired of this politics as usual. Of course, it's going to be like as usual. At least act like you care about making a change, and act like there is a problem, that there vastly is, and then offer solutions to solve it. That's all I'm will add now.
Here goes Nat Turner. He changed my vote too. Warnock seemed like a snake oil salesman.
Warnock is a Democrat, and if you know anything about the Democrats, they actually have a thing right now going where they're actually trying to avoid debating. So they're trying to change the dynamic of politics itself by saying, they're basically saying, if this person's so bad, I don't even want to get on the stage and match ideas with that person. So Warnock just made a mistake. He was in a position where he had to debate, and he debated and he lost. And he doesn't have any ideas. How can you debate if you have no ideas to fix the problems?
Hey, Brandon, read this comment. See, this is the problem. No way in hell an ex-football player would get my vote. You see what Trump did, and Warnock blew the debate trying to be a political preacher. But I mean, it's just why can't Herschel get your vote? Because he's an ex-football player.
No, it's black people make up any stupid excuse to vote against their own best interest. The whole thing is Warnock is a Democratic shill, meaning whatever the Democrat agenda is, just like John Lewis before him, who's a congressman though, whatever the Democrats say we're doing, he's going to co-sign it. So when all you're doing is following along, you can't come out with any original ideas because you're afraid that you're going to mess up your relationship with the people who are basically paying you and who you've made an agreement with, who've promised you that if you just follow the leader, they'll keep you in power. And what these aren't even political parties anymore. These are crime syndicates. These are syndicates where everybody follows the leader. No, the Republicans, I don't think are so much of a syndicate. And I learned that under Trump, because if you want to be honest, more Republicans turned against Trump as their leader and their main guy than Democrats. Name one Democrat who has turned on Biden. None. Trump, every other week, I no longer support Trump. He needs to get out of here. We need to impeach him. At least, in the Republican ranks, there's room for dissent. You can say, hey, you may be the leader of the party, but I do not agree with you, and I'm going to make that public. With the Democrats, it's like everybody has to be on this square. You literally saw AOC get called out for it just yesterday, where people at her little bullcrap rally or whatever that was called her out for claiming to be anti-war, but going along with every single warmongering policy that's put in front of her. So that's why, yeah, they are rhinos. But guess what? At least Republicans have room for rhinos. Where's the Democrat version of a rhino? The closest we saw was Joe Manchin. And Joe Manchin eventually capitulated because they cut the check, so to speak, for him. And he sold out West Virginians to sign on to that Build Back Better crap. And you got to be able to see the forest for the trees. Everybody say two wings of the same bird. No, I see the white Republican voters getting everything they want, while the dumb black Democrat loyalists are getting nothing that they want. Dynast. White people, Republicans support big oil. Donald Trump got elected. This is what he gave white people. Energy independence, more oil production than ever in the history of this country. So don't you think those white folks who voted for Trump because they support big oil and fossil fuels and coal mines and everything like that, bro, they get everything they want. We just are jealous of them because we keep voting for a group who gives us none of what we want, not even a piece of what we want. We're the idiots. We're the losers.
Blanche, I'm still like, Herschel came out the blocks like doing good. Like
I'm impressed.
I'm impressed.
I'm not surprised at all. I don't know why y'all so surprised. Herschel Walker is not eloquent, but to do everything Herschel Walker has done, this guy knows how to communicate his message, right? Herschel Walker, in my opinion, he has this Southern drawl, right? He has his accent. And I think we confuse Herschel accent for him being slow, right? But if you ever go down south, I think that's like a trick people from the South play on you. Because when I was young, I used to think like my cousins, boy, they'll act dumber than a doorknob. but they'll be plotting on your ass the whole time. Like, that was us, like with our kind of like our little like, oh, he talks a certain way, so he must be dumb. But I think Herschel Walker set Warnock up. Warnock thought it was going to be easy pickings, and the reality is Warnock made it easy for Herschel, because all Herschel had to do was stick to the issues. Dynas, you could have beat Warnock's ass up in there. Just get up in there and talk about gas prices. You would have killed him.
I would have killed Warnock.
You would have killed him because you would have talked about the things people care about.
But listen, I didn't think Walker was slow or anything. I just know it's hard to debate on the fly. Like, it's hard to, like, he was literally going back to questions that Warnock didn't even answer. Like, he did that about 4 times. He was like, he didn't answer the question. So to me, he impressed me. It's hard remembering your stuff and going back remembering what Warnock didn't even answer.
You got to understand that he has a team that has prepped him for this event, and what they told him to do is continue to press him on the things he refuses to answer, and he just stuck to the script. The guy's a fighter, so you know he could follow a game plan. He's a football player, you know he could follow a game plan. They game plan, he followed it, he won. I don't know why this is shocking. Like, Dynas, if you play football, you got to know how to follow a game plan.
Bro, be honest. I hear you, Brandon, but I wasn't expecting this.
Not
like, he like, listen, even people like, I'm reading my Facebook timeline, I'm reading these groups. Even people who are like, Herschel stupid, he don't get cut, he's dumb, ain't gonna show up. They're even admitting, like, I got people saying, okay, Dynas, it was a draw. Like, coming from somebody that's like Warnock. But that's what I'm saying. They're being biased. But even them admitting that it was a draw, you know Herschel won.
Dynas, we deal with black folks every day. You know black people have a high capacity for cognitive dissonance and confirmation bias, bro. Come on. These guys, they knew, everyone knows Herschel's a better candidate. Why do you think Warnock was like trying not to debate, bro? He was literally trying to weasel out of debating. He knew he was going to get destroyed, bro. I tell you, Warnock.
Brandon, real quick. But Herschel handled the abortion allegations and the spousal the abuse allegations. He handled that very well.
Because they're just Listen, they're just allegations. On top of that, you know, when Warnock swings that sword, he's not swinging it with intent. Because why would Warnock want to get into a debate about abuse allegations? He just beat the shit out of his wife, ran her foot over with a car, and then tried to hide it. And there's video. He don't want to talk about that. He might act like he does, but he ain't gonna go in depth on that or keep circling back to that. Like, Warnock is a hurt dog, man. He's a toothless animal at this point.
Yeah, but that was, like I said, no, Herschel won. Dude, Herschel clearly won that debate. But again, the Warnock supporters, the left, who, you know, are pro Warnock, pro, you know, Biden, who are like, oh, Herschel's an idiot, you know, they gonna put, how dare the Republicans gonna put this idiot up there. When they're admitting that it was a draw, you know Herschel won.
Herschel brought his badge.
He won. I mean, I don't know how we thought. Have you guys seen? Did you guys see Warnock in his last bid for Senate? Like, did we think he was like some eloquent guy? He's just a pimp preacher who tries to go back to the God and you know, and now he's got on with like this satanic agenda. So that the mystique, the halo is no longer there. So people see him for who he really is. You notice at his little rally wasn't barely nobody there, and it was all white folks. I don't think black people are going to show up at all. That's what I think. We're not going to show up in Georgia in any major way. Most people, they know Stacey Abrams is going to lose. So guess what? That knocked all the cool out they walk. Black people usually don't even show up for the smaller stuff. It's nothing in Georgia for black people to get excited for at this point. So I think Herschel will win, and I think he'll win pretty handily. If he doesn't, I'll be surprised. And I know how goofy people down in Georgia really are, Dynas, you included.
Hey, Free Blanche is in Georgia too. So you got to include him too.
Free Blanche, you too.
Don't include me.
I better shake y'all booty down to the poles and stop playing. Dinus, go down to the poles in them little Speedo shorts you had on in that modeling show. You drag a couple of hood rats off the street. Tell them cast a double ballot. Hey, I gotta go live. I gotta go live. I'll holler at y'all later.
All right, y'all, we about to go. But hey, man, hey, so Joe, anything else you'd like to share in closing?
No, I mean, no, I mean it's good to see another option. You know, Senator Warnock. You know, I don't basically support the agenda, or I don't. You know, I don't support the ideal of what he's portraying. You know, he's just calling himself a preacher of the gospel of Christ, and with the Democratic agenda that's clearly opposed to it. Clearly opposed to it. So that looks and it is hypocritical there. You're going to stick to something, be that. But that alone is showing that bending that is so convenient within the politics. You know, and if he would have just had some solutions, I would like Walker to ask him what if he's done for the state of Georgia since he's been in. What is he done? It's been a pretty much, well, seemingly a person who rubber stamps, you know, what the Democratic agenda is there, man. And that agenda clearly is not working. It is not working. And people are tired. You start hitting people like in their pocketbook and their paychecks, man. And, you know, they're having all these crazy issues financially that shouldn't be. When you start talking about unchecked immigration, you start adding on to talking about this fictitious black and brown coalition. There is no black and brown coalition. You know that it's just black people and pretty much everybody else. Now you start taking the black vote for granted, like everyone's going to show up just because you're a Democrat, and without having solutions, man. People are feeling this every day. Every single day, more evictions and more foreclosures, and people get put out, and people can't afford the basic things, and people, the social unrest, and seemingly talk about the sanctuary cities where illegal aliens and rubber stamping billions of dollars with Ukraine without doing anything with your infrastructure. Man, we had a worse natural disaster with the hurricane down here in Florida's history. You know, people's homes underwater and stuff, and people lost practically everything. You know, some even lost their lives. And you talk about rubber stamping, foreign agenda, sending billions over to this organization, that organization, and not taking care of home, man, and not facing the issues that are hurting your constituents right here, right now. Nobody's hearing that. I'm certainly not. You know, I'm certainly not on that. And I don't think the people of Georgia are going to do it anyway. I lived there. I've lived there about 15 years, man, and there's some good people there. Love their politics, but enough of this thing that they're thinking that someone's just going to rubber stamp your policies because you are this Democrat or Republican. You need somebody who's going to go in there and fight. At least they're going to act like it. You know, people of Georgia need solutions now, not talk. You know, they need concrete actions right now. You know, jobs and rent controls and a stabilization. You know, with the market. They would talk about all these jobs we created. Yeah, that's a lot of those are in low paying things. You know, $13, $15 an hour. You can't live off of that. You can't. The student loan debt, and what happened to police reform, and what happened to prison reform, and what happened to all these issues they ran on, and you're not saying anything about that. You want to talk about something that just doesn't matter to people in Georgia, and that's what they taught. That's what they're taught. Enough of this stuff that we just, you get our vote, and far as with black people, you get the vote without just by showing up. Man, I think it's people on both sides of that. You know, very, very tired of that. You know, and so he didn't have any concrete solutions. He looked like he was like, oh man, this cat doing this. I thought y'all said he was dumb. I thought y'all said, Herschel was a buffoon. I thought y'all said this would be easy. He looked like he literally Dynast. Senator Warnock looked like he came off the hip. Looked like he just showed up. Oh, like God, I got a bait with with Herschel Walker about two days from now. That's okay. I'll wing it. I'll be good. And it showed, and it showed by the way he was talking. So yeah, I mean, yeah.
Hey, listen. Listen. I can proudly say with my chest now, I'm voting for Herschel Walker. At first, I was like, I'm voting for Herschel. I was like, I'm voting for Herschel
Walker. It has to take more than one debate. Why?
Listen, like you said, Warnock is connected to Biden. Okay, Warnock is Biden, and you see what Biden has gotten us into. Period. All right, especially with Russia. Biden just literally came out and said that prepare for Armageddon. This is what Biden said, and all of this could have been avoided. This threat was not in play when Trump was in office. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I'm sorry, Fitzgerald, but these Democratic ran cities are out of control. All right, these Democratic states are out of control. That and also immigration. They were trying to turn Atlanta to I'm surprised the conversation even came up. They were trying to turn Atlanta into a sanctuary city.
Okay, what do you believe that Mr. Walker would do for the people of Georgia? How do you think he would make the people of Georgia better? How do you think he would make the state of Georgia better? You know, for the voters. You know, what would he offer? Like, cause let's just face it. You know, he represents that state. What would he bring there that would be impactful, noticeably different? You know, Georgia has a good economy. You know, especially with Atlanta. You know, you got Fort Benning down there that pours billions into Columbus market. You have a lot of good things. The Savannah ports over there, so it has a lot of opportunity. But how would he make that better? How would he make people want to live in Atlanta again, in Georgia? Because I wouldn't. When I moved back, when I moved to Buffalo, New York, there for 6 years, and I was coming back south. You know, Atlanta was off the table. I didn't want to come back there. You know, what it became was not the Atlanta I used to love, and what it has become now is something totally unrecognized. I wouldn't want to be there. No, I just wouldn't, and I wouldn't, because I just feel like it's not a home for me anymore. Even though I have family there, and even though I know the area very well, I much rather be down here in Tampa. Much rather be in Florida.
Joe, you know what? He brought up and I've been talking about this. So the All-Star game was supposed to be here in Atlanta. All right, I'll bring this up all the time to people. The amount of black vendors, all right, who lost out on money because of this. And I'm sorry for sure. I reached so when they kept bringing up voter suppression, I looked into it, and they were claiming it was racist, Fitzgerald. This is part of the reason why the All-Star game didn't come to Atlanta. They were claiming, so if you didn't vote for 7 years, all right, you were sent out a notice pretty much asking, listen, are you still want to be registered to vote? You plan on voting? Do you need to extend your registration? If you didn't return that within 30 days, you were removed from the voter, polls or whatever, voter roll or whatever. They were claiming that was racist. That's what this was all about, and that's why the court, they threw it out last week. So it's little things like that, Fitzgerald, that is out of control.
Well, that's
bad unchecked immigration. You see what's going on in inflation and gas prices. So,
you know, that was wrong, man. You know, okay, it shouldn't be if I don't use my driver's license, I lose them. You know, I mean that right to vote. Too many people fought and bled and died for it on all.
No. But Fitzgerald, yes and no. So what you don't want, Fitzgerald, is like me. I left Atlanta, right? I moved to California. So say I register in California to vote, and then I come back and vote in Georgia, that could be a problem. But as far as the driver license part, Fitzgerald, I hear what you're saying, but but again, they got a notice. They were sent a notice, Fitzgerald. They were sent a notice. And then also with your driver's license, anyway, Fitzgerald, you still it expires, so you got to go renew it.
Yeah, that's a good point. But my thing, when you talk about expelling people, expunging people off our voting list. Yeah, there should be some type of system. I mean, you shouldn't be, if you're dead, you shouldn't, you should be on the polls. If it's something happened that you lost your voting rights, no, it's a privilege that you can lose. But when it comes down to issues like that should be simply solved, on the state level, and that becomes major issues. Okay, it's enough Black wealth in Atlanta, Columbus, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, especially Atlanta, to really make a change right there. And it's a Democratic control city where Black people have been in power since the Mayor Jackson campaign. So why aren't you rocking out? I mean, what progress are you making? What's your claim to fame? Hartsfield Jackson Airport? That's at the mayor's discretion. I mean, what else are you doing? What have you improved job markets? There's more Fortune 5 companies in the Atlanta area that practically anywhere in Southeast. And so what are you building on progress? How does this help the average person make a decent living wage, be able to buy a home, be able to raise a family, be able to have success and prosperity in their lives, and you're not going to put policies together for it. And and why? I mean, I can't show up in Mexico and say I'm here, I've arrived. I can't show up anywhere in the world and do that. But you can in the U.S. and you're not taking care of the constituents within the Georgia market, which we're going to stick to conversation. They feel like they're unfair, they're fair treated. They got plenty of Black representation right there, but yet, we're not seeing really even lasting change. It's getting to a point where you can't say anything against anybody without being called a misogynist, without hate speech, or without anything. What's the solution? How did that put the food on the table? I don't care about the Braves name. I mean, that's irrelevant to me. I do care about being able to live a quality of life. I do care about, some like 7-8 years, man, I'm looking at retirement. I do care about, hey, if I move to a state, is their tax structure such a way that I would want to be there? Or do I got to look at like Panama City, Panama, to go somewhere where I can decently live with my retirement income, where it goes for? I shouldn't have to leave my home, if I want to be there. But if policies are indicative of that and doesn't make it viable for me to live, stay, and thrive, I don't see any reason being there. I don't believe in staying nowhere where I don't prosper. No, it's just simple as that with me. How are the people of Georgia prospering? How would the people of Georgia prosper up under Walker? And we can see what they're doing with Senator Warnock. I think it's retracted, man. Atlanta was a great place, man, back at 20 years ago. It had a lot of opportunities, a lot of growth things. So it's surprised to look like those have been lost. And so what are you going to do for middle class to get them to like, hey, I want to invest in here? What are you going to do for companies to attract more business? Like, we want to build here. What is your plan, Farge, for that? If you're just going to rubber stamp anything that the Democrat Party or the Republican Party throw at you, and it's hurting the interests of that state, why would any normal person keep signing off for that? I think people are tired of that.
All right, well, man, for sure, I appreciate you coming on. Everyone, thank you just for joining. We've been on here almost 6 hours. It's time to go. All right, till next time, family. That is Search for Uhuru. Peace.